20 coins for one blackfish? Are you robbing me, boy? Aunt Shu was standing in front of my basket at dawn, with the specific face of a woman who has haggled professionally for 40 years and intends to die undefeated. I didn't argue. Arguing with Aunt Shu is like arguing with weather. It's not cheap, I said, but you're not short of money. These were going to the county today. Your daughter-in-law is pregnant, you told me last week, so I had the shopkeeper hold them back. Every part of a blackfish is worth something. There's a saying, eat blackfish, get a wonderful grandson. There is no such saying. I made it up 4 months ago. It has since sold approximately 200 blackfish. Aunt Shu bought 2. Then she bought the ribbonfish. I dropped 2 lake clams into her basket for free, and she walked away smiling like she'd won, which she had not, and that's the whole trick. Then Uncle Dung showed up. Then Aunt Gao. I scraped scales with scissors in one hand and the fish in the other, without looking down once, because looking down is for people who haven't done this 900 times. Yeah, Zhao, ever think about finding a wife? It's still early. Early? At your age, I already had Xiaofan. Uncle, scales are off. They're in your basket. Half an hour and 3 baskets later, the fish were gone, and my hands were peeling at the fingertips, which is what happens when you spend your mornings in fish slime and your evenings punching air. Shopkeeper Wu came over with his pipe. Yeah, Zhao, come work for me properly. I'll get you 10 coins a month over a new hand. 3rd time he'd offered, which meant it was the last time I could refuse. Thank you, Shopkeeper Wu. I'm still learning martial arts at the Martial Hall. Bo gave me the look. Everybody gives me the look. Learning martial arts isn't something you do without money at home. Come to me after they throw you out. Bo handed me 15 copper coins, and I took them and walked out. And that was the end of my last steady job, because I couldn't come back. Not because he'd said so. Because I'd outsold his actual employees for 2 months straight, and the other fish shops on that street had started looking at me the way you look at a rat in a granary. A shop boy who sells well is a professional. An odd jobber who takes your customers is a problem. 15 coins. That was my morning. You want to know why a 15-year-old is hustling blackfish before sunrise? Because the Zhao family pays 2 strings of cash a month for my older cousin to learn martial arts, and pays exactly nothing for me, and the head of the family is my grandfather, and my grandfather has decided which of his grandsons is worth money. Spoiler, not the one telling this story. I walked back to the Martial Hall with 15 coins and peeling fingers, and Zhang Jie leaned in the second he saw me. Wei Zi, it's the last month. If your strength doesn't hit 200 jin, you're out. I've got some money, take it. Stop taking jobs in town. You're wasting training time. Zhang Jie is from my village. We've known each other since we were small enough to be a public nuisance, and we were, extensively. Bo had maybe 800 coins to his name, and he was trying to hand me some of it. Don't worry, I said. If it really isn't enough, I won't be polite about it. Your grandfather is really something, you know that? Pays for your cousin, doesn't pay for you. Family already spent a lot on my cousin, which was true, and which is not the same thing as fair, and Zhang Jie knew the difference too. He just didn't have a word for it. Here's the situation, and I'll keep it short, because we're on the clock, and so was I. This world has no exams for scholars, no civil service, no essays, no path where a clever poor kid climbs by being clever. Here you climb one way. You learn martial arts. Officials are martial artists. Nobles are martial artists. Everything else is the bottom shelf. Learning martial arts costs 10 taels of silver in tuition alone. My village got a 10-year exemption because one man from Linhu village turned out to be a monster and won honors at the provincial examination, and the county waived our fees out of pride. This was the 10th year, the last year, and the Martial Hall only takes students under 16, and I had just turned 15. 1 door, 1 year, closing. So I threatened to kill myself, not proudly, effectively. I stood in my grandfather's courtyard and made it extremely clear that if I didn't get to walk into that hall, I was not going to be a problem he could solve later. And he folded exactly as far as an old man folds, which is to say, he made a deal designed to lose. The deal, 6 months at the Martial Hall. If I pass the assessment, the family funds me. If I fail, I quit, and I never bring it up again. And for those 6 months, he gives me nothing, not a coin. Bo'd send a few sacks of grain at the start of term to trade for cafeteria rice, and that was it. Bo wasn't being cruel exactly. Bo was being arithmetic. Bo knew what I didn't at the time. You don't build strength here on rice. you build it on meat. Beef is 15 coins a pound in the cafeteria, and some students eat it 3 times a day. No meat, no blood, no strength, no pass, and he could hand me back my life as a farmer with clean hands and a clear conscience. I took the deal anyway, because the alternative was not taking it. And then there was the other thing. The other thing appeared in my head the day I woke up in this body, with somebody else's 15 years of memories in my skull and my own 30-odd stuffed underneath them. A panel. Floating, private, unhelpfully calm. Name, Zhao Wei. Occupation, martial artist. Tan blood, 802 out of 3,000. Destiny, water flows, a canal is formed. A martial artist, persistent and gradual, advancing with unstoppable momentum, free from any bottlenecks. Now, before you get excited on my behalf, the panel didn't do anything. That's the part everyone assumes wrong. It wasn't a cheat that made me strong. It was a scale. It weighed me. It told me the number, and then it sat there radiating serenity while I went and found my own beef. I tested this thoroughly, by the way, because I've read enough of these stories to know the guy who doesn't test his cheat is the guy who dies in Chapter 9. I tried willing it to give me things. Nothing. I tried asking it questions. Nothing. I tried, on one memorable evening, offering it my blood, which is a thing I will never speak of again. It counts. That's it. That's the whole product. Which sounds useless right up until you understand that in this world, nobody can count. Not like this. Everyone here trains by feel. They eat, they punch, they hope. I could see the number move. And I could see what moved it. Warm sunfist is what the hall teaches. It isn't a fighting style, it's calisthenics with a poetic name. You throw the forms, your blood circulates faster, you grow. That's it. But it only works if you're actually fed. So I ran the numbers. 4 hours of forms a day, the amount they ask for, got me 5 points of blood over 3 days. My body would have made 3 of those on its own just from being 15 and alive, so the forms were worth 2. 5 hours a day got me 2 points daily, 6 in 3 days. 1 extra hour of punching, 1 extra point. That's a bad trade for a rich kid. It's an incredible trade for a kid with 15 copper coins. At noon, I walked to the cafeteria and did the thing I did every single day. The cafeteria beef broth sits in a bucket next to the meat window. The beef in it is so tender it comes apart in your mouth. It's free, technically. It's the side that comes with buying meat, portioned by the kitchen against how much beef they've sold. Which means if you show up at mealtime and start ladling free soup, the students who paid don't get any, and there will be a scene. But if you come late, if you wait until the room has mostly emptied and there's soup left at the bottom that's going to be poured out anyway, then nobody says anything and the kitchen doesn't care. So every day for 5 months, I came late and ate free vegetables and drank the bottom of the beef soup bucket. And I got the number to move, and that's how I stayed alive in a place designed to filter people like me out. It also made me the most famous student in the hall. Bo's been drinking the free soup again, every day. Bo's not here to learn martial arts, he's here to freeload. Anyone who didn't know him would think he was starving. Gao Kun. Table behind me, loud enough for the room, which was the point. Zhang Jie's palm hit the table. Gao Kun, what are you saying? Am I wrong? If you can't afford beef, what's the point of learning martial arts? I pulled Zhang Jie back down. The hall punishes fighting between students severely, and Gao Kun knew that too, which is why his mouth was so brave. Half the cafeteria had turned around by then. Several of them were smiling. I'm well known here, not for grades, for being cheap. According to the kitchen staff, I am the only student in the history of this cafeteria who has cost them money instead of making them any. I looked at Gao Kun and thought about how satisfying it would be if my golden finger had been a genius cheat to walk over and demonstrate the concept of consequences. It was not a genius cheat. It was a scale. So I ate my vegetables. Then Zhang Jie pushed half a plate of beef at me. Wei Zi, I'm full. You eat it, otherwise it's a waste. Bo'd done this maybe 30 times. I'd refused it maybe 30 times, not out of pride, but because I understood him. Except once, and he'd start buying extra every single day. And Zhang Jie's family isn't much better off than mine. All right, I said, then I won't be polite. Bo froze with the plate halfway across the table. You'll actually eat it? Bo was so shocked he nearly dropped it. And then his face did something complicated, because he thought Gao Kun had gotten to me, that the mockery had finally landed. It hadn't. The timing just happened to be terrible. I was about to start eating beef because it was finally time to start eating beef. Here's the thing Instructor Song said on my first day, which nobody in that hall actually listened to, including me for about a week. The faster you try to learn martial arts, the more money it costs. A body can only absorb so much. Say a pound of beef gives you 8 points of blood. The second pound gives you another 8. The third pound gives you 5 because you're saturated, and by then you're paying full price for a discount. Rich students don't care. They want the ceiling, and they'll burn 3 pounds to get the last point of it. The same way whales in a game push a weapon from +9 to +10 and pay the cost of every previous upgrade combined for 1 stat point. I did not have whale money. I had, across 5 months, 300 coins my brother Zhao Yang slipped me from selling eels behind our family's back, and 200 I'd earned in town. 500 coins. Total. That's it. That's the war chest. So I watched. I had 4 boys from my village in this class, including me, and we all walked in at roughly 100 jin of strength. Zhang Jie started eating beef in month 3. The other 2 started a month before him. And those 2 burned 50 extra pounds of beef to reach the same 200 jin that Zhang Jie reached. 50 pounds. For nothing. Because they started early, when their bodies were weaker and absorbed badly. And here's what I figured out watching them, which nobody else seemed to bother figuring out. The higher your blood, the better your body eats. Strong body, you take everything from that pound of beef. Weak body, you get 70, maybe 80%, and the rest goes out of you as expensive urine. So the later you start, the more each pound is worth. Wait, and the meat gets cheaper, effectively, in terms of what actually matters. I am not the first person in the history of this hall to work that out. I'm sure I'm not. But there's a difference between knowing a thing and being able to do it, and the doing is where everyone breaks. You're 15. Your roommate is eating meat every meal. Your villagers are eating meat. You are drinking the bottom of a soup bucket while people call you cheap out loud in a room of 60, and you have to hold that for months on a theory. Not everyone has lived twice. Then, one morning, the class next door started cheering, and I looked over and saw a boy standing next to Instructor Sun with a completely blank face and a mouth that was betraying him at both corners. Xie Zixuan, the first genius of our year, or, more precisely, the first wallet of our year. If I was famous for being cheap, Xie Zixuan was famous for being rich, in a way that people described in the tone you'd use for weather events. Bo ate beef every meal from day 1, and by the time Zhang Jie was starting on beef, this guy had moved on to wutan soup, which is 100 coins a serving and makes even wealthy students wince when they order it. Bode just cleared 500 jin. We were still scraping at 300. Comparison is the thief of joy, Zhang Jie said, staring with his whole face. If I'm going to be killed by comparison, should I just lie down and die now? I said. I haven't even had beef here yet. Who do I complain to? That's true. We can't compare. They're aiming for essence and tan within a year. We'd be lucky to do it in 2. Then he patted my shoulder. Weizi, it's good having you around. Get out. I slapped his hand off because I understood precisely what having me around was doing for his self-esteem. But I kept looking at Xie Zixuan because something wasn't adding up. The county martial arts schools have a rule. Reach essence and tan within 1 year of the hall and tuition is free. 2 years and you pay 10 taels. 3 years, 20. After 3 years, the door shuts. Most students here are extremely realistic and aim for 2 years. Xie Zixuan had already burned far more than 20 taels of silver. Bo was not saving money. Bo was setting money on fire to save money, which is not a thing people do. Unless he was buying something I didn't know about yet. I filed that. Then Instructor Song spoke from the front of the yard, and every head in my class snapped around. End of this month, there will be a martial hall assessment. Anyone who fails to reach 200 jin of strength leaves the school. Right, that. In my class of 20, 4 of us were under 200 jin. 3 of them were close. I was 40 jin short. Zhao Wei, come with me. Zhang Jie went pale. Weizi. In his head, I was about to get a public scolding in a private room. Fine, I said, and I meant it, because I'd been watching Instructor Song for 5 months, and Instructor Song doesn't scold. Instructor Song observes and then does something about it, which is a much rarer and much more dangerous kind of teacher. His courtyard is in the back of the hall. Bo stood there looking at me for a while before he said anything. 5 months in this hall, and you haven't eaten a single beef dish. Only the free food. A pause. Jiao Wei, you've surprised me a little. I didn't dress it up. I told him about my grandfather, about my cousin who'd been at it 2.5 years and still hadn't reached essence and tan, about the deal and the 6 months and the nothing. His face didn't move. Bo's seen this 100 times. Every year, somebody's family runs out of road. Since you made an agreement with your grandfather, you should have reached 200 jin as fast as possible. Are you giving up? Disciple hasn't given up. Instructor once said the faster you try to learn martial arts, the more it costs. Disciple was thinking of taking it slow. His lips did something. Take your time? Bode said that line to stop children from burning their parents' savings on vanity. Bo had not said it, expecting someone to take it as a 5-month financial strategy. Disciple will buy beef this month, I said, to speed up the blood. That was the whole meeting. And it's the most important meeting of my life, and neither of us knew it yet. I went to the cafeteria and stood at the beef window. Look, I want to describe this correctly because it was so stupid and it was so enormous. At first, only a few students noticed. Then those few started talking. And then every single head in that room turned, including the table on the left where Xie Zixuan sat with his people. What am I seeing? The stingiest man in the history of Kaohe Town Martial Hall bought beef? My youth is over. What does that mean? It means youth is over. I don't know who said it. It sounded good, so I wrote it down. What day is it? Why is Jiao Wei suddenly willing to spend? I heard Instructor Song called him to the yard. Bo got chewed out. That's why. Senior Brother Xie, when you were the first man to buy Wutan soup, it didn't cause this much noise. Xie Zixuan smiled, the way you smile at a dog doing a trick. Bo's grabbing attention. In his head, we were 2 different species. A man who can't bear to spend a coin was never going far in martial arts. I carried 1 pound of beef to a table and took a bite. I've lived 2 lives. I have eaten better food than this in a previous body with a previous mouth. And I could not tell you what it tasted like, because at that moment, my feelings were sitting on top of my tongue and blocking traffic. Someday, I'm going to write an essay about seeking knowledge. And centuries later, language teachers will use it as a reading comprehension question. In the passage, the author states that he has forgotten being mocked by his classmates. Why then does he mention the name Gao Kun again? What does the reappearance of the name Gao Kun reveal about the author's emotional state? Anyway, next morning I checked the panel before my eyes were properly open. Tan blood, 812, 10 points, in 1 day. I actually sat up. 10. My model said 8. 10 is not 8. Is it because it's the first day? Better absorption? Will it drop off? I got out my booklet and wrote it down. The booklet is the second stupid secret of my life and my favorite one. It's full of numbers, 5 months of them. Zhang Jie's growth, the other villagers' growth, cost per point, everything. Written in Arabic numerals, which do not exist in this world. The written language here is close enough to traditional characters that I can read it, but nobody, anywhere, in any county of Great Yang, can read a single line of that booklet. Zhang Jie once picked it up, stared at it for a full minute, and handed it back with genuine unease. Weizi, what is this? Records. It looks like a heavenly book. So that's what it's called now. My heavenly book. Full of the divine mysteries of arithmetic. 5 days straight, 10 points a day. So it wasn't a first-day bonus. My model was wrong, my strategy was right, and every month I'd waited had made the meat worth more. The excitement died fast, by the way. That's the part they don't tell you. Buying a pound of beef is unremarkable for a hall student. The only reason my first pound was an event was the contrast. Once the contrast was gone, so was the audience, and I went back to being furniture. Which was fine, furniture doesn't get watched. End of the month came, the whole hall out on the training ground, 3 instructors and a 200 gin stone block sitting on the dirt like a verdict. The assessment is mandated by the Martial Administration Office, and in Instructor Song's view, it's not cruelty, it's mercy. Early on, money decides everything. If your family can't get you to 200 jin in 6 months, there is genuinely no reason for them to keep bleeding. Instructor Shu started reading names. Lei Jun went up first, looked at the stone with open contempt, and lifted it one-handed to his stomach. Good. Bo lifted 200 jin with one hand, Zhang Jie said, dying inside. So 2 hands is over 400. I can't compare. I can't compare at all. No wonder he's the young master of the Lei cloth shop. The Lei cloth shop is the only place in town that sells finished clothes and fabric. The shirt I was wearing was made by my mother out of linen bought from the Lei cloth shop. Birth is a science, I said. Then the rest of the strong ones started showing off. Same 200 jin stone, but now people were lifting it to chest height, then over their heads. Xie Zixuan put it over his head one-handed, and the yard came apart. Next, Bo Min. I paid attention to this one. Bo Min was at 180 jin last month. Bod started beef in month 3, bought it every few days, and then, for some reason, stopped entirely this last month. Bo stepped out of the crowd. Bo did not touch the stone. Instructor, I give up. Every eye in that yard. My younger sister got sick last month. All the family's money went to her treatment. We have nothing left. His face went scarlet. You try saying I have no money out loud, at 15, in front of 60 boys your own age. That takes more strength than the stone does. The instructors' faces didn't change. This happens every year, and the further you go, the more of it there is. Go to the cafeteria later, Instructor Song said. If there's grain left over, have them return it to you. Thank you, Instructor. Bo Min didn't stay to watch the rest. Bo turned and walked toward the dormitory, and as he turned, he wiped the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. Another boy's road closed. Nobody said anything. The next name got called. Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo had hit 180 last month. Bo failed his first attempt, got it on the second, and set it down and looked at Instructor Shu like a man waiting on a court. Passed. Next. Zhao Wei. Weizi, don't be nervous, you're fine, Zhang Jie whispered, and there was zero worry in his eyes, because there are practice stones in the yard, and he'd watched me lift 200 yesterday. I checked the panel one last time. Tan blood, 1102. 10 days ago, I'd crossed 1,000 and could lift the stone. Now, I was at 220 jin, and when I walked out, the yard started talking again. Here comes the stingiest man in hall history. Wonder if he'll pass. That was last month. This month, he eats beef daily. Bo's not the stingiest anymore. So what? Too late to start spending in the final month. I don't think he passes. I think he does. Zhao Wei's so cheap he wouldn't spend the money unless he was sure. That last guy understood me better than anyone else in that yard, and I have never learned his name. Begin! I gripped the handles. The stone came off the ground, and every single eye in that yard was on my hands, which is genuinely absurd because 200 jin is the minimum. It's the floor. Nobody watches the floor. I'm impressed, Lei Jun said, somewhere off to the side, sounding personally inconvenienced. Zhao Wei lifting 200 jin is more eye-catching than us lifting 400. It's normal, Deng Chengfeng said. Bo was watching me with actual interest. For us, 400 is expected. Zhao Wei lifting 200 is a comeback. Comebacks get attention. Lifting 200 jin? What kind of comeback is that? Yang Peng said. I didn't drag it out. I didn't do the slow struggle thing. Lifting a 200 jin stone after 6 months is not a glorious achievement, and I wasn't going to pretend otherwise. And the yard cheered anyway. That surprised me. That genuinely surprised me. Boring, Xie Zixuan muttered and looked away. Anyone who didn't know would think he lifted 500, Yang Peng said, deeply unhappy about something. Passed. Next, Sun Jie. I got down fast. Zhang Jie hugged me hard enough to relocate a rib. Weizi, I knew you could do it. I remember half a month ago, somebody comforted me by explaining that there are other things you can do in life besides martial arts, and there are always other ways out. I was just in case. Bo let go, and he was so happy for me that I couldn't even be annoyed. This is a boy who once helped me dig up bones that village dogs had buried in the sand and throw them into a stream in front of the dogs, purely for entertainment. There is nothing between us. Now that you've passed, your grandfather has to give you the money. Right, I said. I'll go home today and tell my family the good news. 3 students were eliminated that day. Bo Min, and two others who had spent no less money than me. They'd just spent it early, at the wrong time, on the wrong body, and their blood had stalled out. I had spent 450 coins that month, which left me almost nothing. And from here, I needed to eat at least a pound of beef every meal. So I needed to go home. Linhu village at dusk is honestly beautiful in a way I never appreciated in either of my lives until I was walking back into it with a passing grade. White gulls, streams bending around the base of the hills, the lake going gold. 4 of us walked home together, all 4 passed, all 4 unbearable about it. You're back. How was it at the hall? With you lot gone, the village has been a lot quieter. At 14 and 15, we had been an active menace here. 6 months at the hall aged all of us. Pressure does that. Pressure is the fastest way to make a teenager into something else. Zhang Jie peeled off at his house, then the other 2 at the crossroads. I went straight home, which is at the far end of the village, and my mother was in the yard drying fishing nets. Mother! Zhao Wei? She looked up and her whole face changed, and then she started circling me like I was livestock at a fair. You've really grown. Your brother said you'd gained a head on him. I didn't believe him. Mother, I'm growing. Being thin is normal. The instructor says I'll fill out in a few months. You've lost weight. Mother, I missed you. You only know how to sweeten your mother up. If you missed me, you'd come home more than once every 6 months. She wasn't fooled for a second, and she was delighted anyway. Her quiet youngest son had come back from the hall talkative and charming, and in her head this meant one thing: easier to find him a wife. Did you pass? Mother, you're a genius. You guessed everything. You came out of my body. Since you passed, your grandfather has to support you. I'll speak to him tonight. Go find your father in the fields and tell him to bring back a pot of wine from the village entrance. Your grandfather likes his drink. So I picked up a hoe and went out to the fields, and my father and my brother nearly fell over each other being happy, and I carried water for the last unirrigated patch, and then the 3 of us walked back and put down the tools and went to the old house. The Zhao family hasn't split. That means everyone eats in the ancestral home, and everything anyone earns goes to my grandfather, and my grandfather decides. Second aunt was sweeping the front yard. I was wondering why my sister-in-law volunteered to cook today. Turns out Zhao Wei's back. Second aunt. You've shot up, almost as tall as your father. And then a small girl walked through the gate holding what she believed was a green mud cake. Hey, I told you to stay away from the chicken coop. You're grabbing chicken droppings again. Second aunt got there fast and knocked it out of her hands. Little Zhao Qing giggled through the entire operation, right up until she saw me and her eyes went uncertain. Ye Qing, don't you recognize 4th brother? Fourth brother. My cousin Zhao Qing has a habit of putting her fingers in her mouth when she's thinking. She had, at that moment, chicken droppings on those fingers. She got smacked. The giggling stopped. The crying started. I stood there feeling that this was, technically, not my business. Why are you crying while you're eating? That was my grandfather, walking out of the main room with his hands behind his back. Zhao Tianming. Bo saw me and stopped for a second, and then called toward the kitchen. Zhao Wei's back, youngest daughter-in-law, add 2 eggs for Zhao Wei, let him build himself up. Grandfather, I said, I've been at the martial hall 6 months now. 6 months of training is plenty. It's fine if you're eliminated. Focus on farming. If you want to trade, talk to your father. Bo said it warmly. Bo said all of it warmly. In a few years, it'll be time for you to marry. That's the tone. That is the exact tone. A man handing you your smaller life with both hands and a kind face. Then my eldest aunt and uncle came in from outside. Our Zhao Wei is quite handsome. Bo'll marry well. Sister-in-law, my mother said from the kitchen doorway, and her voice had an edge on it. My Zhao Wei didn't come back because he was eliminated. Bo passed. Bo came back to tell everyone the good news. The main room went completely silent. My grandmother and second aunt stared. It took second aunt a long moment to get her mouth working. I don't remember the family giving you any money. How did you pass? Back then, Zhao Hong needed 3 taels of silver to hit 200 jin. So Zhao Wei has talent, she added unconsciously. Bo'll definitely achieve great things in martial arts. My mother lit up like a festival, and I watched my grandmother's face go dark, instantly, like a lamp being covered. That's not how it works, my grandmother said. My son Hong hit 200 jin in his 4th month. Zhao Wei only got there in his 6th. There's a difference. Give me 3 taels of silver, madam, and I'll do it in 4 months and throw in the vegetables. Besides, even if father gave nothing, my sister-in-law might have. And these past months, Yang has been catching fewer and fewer eels. There it was. My mother's hands went to her hips. What do you mean by that? Where would I get money? Every month this family's earnings go to father. Yang makes a few coins from eels. Does that compare to what this family spends on Zhao Hong? I'm just worried some people earn on the side and don't hand it over. I didn't name anyone. What's there to feel guilty about? You didn't say the surname, so you're talking about my family, aren't you? Enough. What are you arguing about in front of the children? My grandfather, reprimanding, calming, looking at me. So I said it plainly because I'd walked 3 hours for it. Grandfather, you said that if I passed the Martial Hall assessment, the family would support me in learning martial arts. Does this family have to support a second person learning martial arts? That was second aunt, before my grandfather could open his mouth, and her voice had real fear in it. Her own son hadn't learned martial arts. All the money had gone to Zhao Hong. Add me, and her family would just be working for 2 other households forever. Second sister-in-law, this is what father promised Zhao Wei. You didn't object at the time, my mother said. I'm not against Zhao Wei learning. I'm saying this family genuinely doesn't have that much money. If Zhao Wei wants to learn, take part of what we give Zhao Hong every month and give it to Zhao Wei. Which, from her side, was completely rational. The pot is the pot. Who drinks from it is arbitrary. No, my grandmother, immediately. Hong is at a critical moment. Bo will reach Essence and Tan soon. This is when he needs money. I heard from Hong that his senior brother's families give them 4 or 5 taels a month. Hong is sensible. Bo didn't ask for more. 5 taels of silver? Even if he dared ask, this family couldn't pay it, my mother snorted. Plenty of people in this village learn martial arts. Most give up after 2 years if they haven't reached Essence and Tan. It's ridiculous that our family keeps funding him. People will laugh at us when they find out. Why a joke? When he masters it, he'll be the first person in this village in 3 years. The fortune teller said Hong is the Qilin of the Zhao family. Give the fortune teller 10 coins and he'll immediately change his tune and say Zhao Wei's the Qilin. I love my mother. Stop arguing, both of you. My grandfather's face had gone hard. Bo turned to my father. Youngest, tomorrow you take Zhao Wei to see Master Gao. I'll give him half a string of cash for gifts so he can apprentice and learn bamboo weaving. I felt my pupils shrink. I had genuinely not expected that. I expected a fight, a smaller number, a compromise. I did not expect him to have the alternative career pre-selected. Grandfather, I want to learn martial arts, not bamboo weaving. Silly child. Even if you pass now, what good does it do? The further you go, the more it costs. Your cousin has spent over 40 taels. Even if you spend less, it's 20. This family has already spent everything on your cousin, and we can't borrow more even if we wanted to. Grandfather, I don't need that much. Bo shook his head. And this is where I understood he wasn't only being cruel. Bo was also being scared, because Hong had said 20 taels, and it had cost 40. Because 3 days ago, Hong had come home from the county and said there was a secret medicine in the city, 10 taels a dose, that would take him to Essence and Tan. And because the last of this family's money had already walked out the door in Hong hand, they were going to have to mortgage the land deeds just to pay the martial arts school tuition after he broke through. There was no money. There had never been going to be money for 2. Father, my mother said slowly, did Zhao Hong ask for money again last time he came home? Her eyes went from my grandfather to my aunt. My aunt did not meet them. That was the whole answer. If father is unwilling to give money, my mother said, cold now, then I will borrow it. Sister-in-law, don't be impulsive. Loans have to be repaid. Second aunt, instantly, because an undivided family means her household eats a share of that debt. If you're worried about the money being attributed to you, my mother said, then let's split the family. Silence. Again. Second aunt's eyes were moving very fast. Third sister-in-law, how can you talk such nonsense? My eldest uncle said. What's wrong with what I said? She rounded on him. Why is it that only your Zhao Hong can learn martial arts and our Zhao Wei can't? Isn't it because we're broke? He said, helpless. If we had money, father would definitely have let Zhao Wei learn. If you don't have money, borrow it. Otherwise, why should the money we earn go to Zhao Hong? Now that my Zhao Wei needs money, your family won't take on the responsibility? Do you want every good thing in the world? My uncle had nothing. My eldest aunt jumped in. Third sister-in-law, our family has already borrowed a lot. We can't borrow more. Whether I can borrow is my business and none of your concern. Just tell me whether your family acknowledges the debt. And my mother stared at my grandmother, and my grandmother's eyes slid off hers and found the floor. That's when I stopped being angry and started being clear, because I finally saw the actual shape of it. My grandmother didn't want to fund me, and she didn't want to fund me from her own household either. She wanted to bleed mine. And my grandfather wasn't trapped by sunk cost at all. That was the story I'd been telling myself for 6 months to make him make sense. Bo just liked one grandson better. Youngest son, he said to my father, frowning. How can you let your wife talk like that? Father, my father said, if Zhao Wei wants to learn martial arts, let him learn. We'll pay back whatever we borrow. What do you know? Martial arts is a bottomless pit. Do you think it's a few taels of silver? How will your family ever pay it back? Bo was shouting. So I said the quiet thing. So my cousin's martial arts isn't a bottomless pit? May I ask, grandfather, is my cousin the only grandson you have? His face went the color of ash. You little bastard. Youngest, is this the fine son you raised? How dare he speak to me like this? There's no need to talk about my husband and my son. My mother had gone all the way past angry into something much steadier. If the grandfather is biased, why should the younger generation be expected to be filial? Actually, it's good if the family splits, second aunt muttered. If Zhao Wei wants to learn, let his own household figure it out. She'd wanted out for years. Zhao Hong was eating her house too. My grandfather glared at her, then turned to my mother, and his voice went cold in a way I'd never heard. And what if I don't agree to divide the family? My mother was not afraid of him. My mother has never once been afraid of him. We can stay undivided, she said, but I will tell this entire village what happens in this house. That the head of the family is biased. That he can spend tens of taels teaching his eldest grandson martial arts and won't give the youngest a single coin. Let's see whose face is on the floor. Let's see if your good grandson can hold his head up in this village. And that landed. That landed like a stone block on a foot. My grandfather started shaking, actually shaking, hands and shoulders, and he said, if you want to divide the family, then the family's fields have nothing to do with your household. No, my mother said, we only want the 2 acres we farm ourselves. The Zhao family land can go to your great-grandson, Yang Zhao Wei. Let's go. This is not our home anymore. I looked at my grandfather for a long moment. Then I turned and followed her out. And Zhao Yang, my brother, who is the mildest man alive, who has never said a cutting word to anyone in his life, stopped in the doorway and spat on the ground of the ancestral home. That's when I understood how much he'd been swallowing. Yang what are you doing? My uncle barked. Bo didn't answer. Bo took my mother's arm and walked out. Father, my own father said from the doorway, your son is unfilial. And he turned and followed us. Behind us, inside the old house, my grandfather's voice went up and carried a very long way across that village. Our house is about 10 zhang from the old one. 10 zhang and an entire universe. My father didn't even come inside. Bo went straight to the village chief's house to have the division document written, and then brought back several respected elders as witnesses, because you do not leave that kind of thing to memory. My mother went into the inner room and came out with a cloth bag and put it on the table. Loose silver, over 2 taels. Zhao Wei, go to the martial hall and learn with peace of mind. I'll figure out the money. Mother, my brother said, where did this come from? Silly child, all our family's money goes to your grandfather, but I still keep some back. With your grandfather's favoritism, if this household ever had a problem, expecting money out of him would be a dream. And it's not just me. Your second aunt is the same. The 3 Zhao brothers hand over every coin they earn. The 3 Zhao wives are, as a group, considerably more careful than that. There is no household on this earth with no money in it. There are only households where the men think there isn't. Jiao Wei, don't blame your mother for the last 6 months. Martial arts really is too expensive. You've seen what your cousin spent. Your mother was afraid. Mother, I understand. And I did. Completely. Zhao Hong's training had eaten the family's entire savings and then some. She felt for me, and she also had 4 other people to feed, and she could not starve everyone on a maybe. Your mother knows Yang Er slips you money in town. Bo can only save a few coins selling fish behind everyone's back, and even so, you passed. So your mother will support you learning martial arts. You'll be more promising than Zhao Hong. 2 taels isn't much. Take it and use it. Now that we've split, your father and brother don't have to hand over what they make. They can save a tael or 2 a month. I'll send it to you. She had gone, in one evening, from afraid of the cost to willing to sell everything she owned. Because her son had done it on almost nothing, and because she wanted to show a certain old man exactly which grandson was the Qilin of the Zhao family. I'll be careful with the money, I said. I'll make a name. And I meant it, and I also knew what she was doing, which was making me feel safe. Because our family's one fishing boat was absolutely not coming to us in the split. Without the boat, you can't go out on the lake. You set traps, and you pray at the weather. A tael a month was optimistic, and we both knew it. Silly child, how could your mother not believe you? She was smiling at how serious my face had gone. You're my son. If you want to learn, I'll do everything in my power. It's just that your brother will have to suffer for it. Mother, I support Wei Di learning martial arts, Zhao Yang said. Hard or not hard, it's better to spend it on Wei than on Zhao Hong. Bo said it with this big, honest grin, and I thought about the spit on the floor of the old house, and how much a man like that has to be carrying before he does something like that. You two help each other, my mother said. Yang Er is helping you now. Zhao Wei, remember your brother's kindness later. Mother, no need. Yes, I said, I will. Once I've made something of myself in martial arts, the first thing I do is find you a wife. My mother nearly fell over. If your brother's marrying anyone, it can only be Sun Sijie. I think he's interested in her. Mother, no way. My brother's face went a deep, structural red. Not yet? Your mother saw you delivering lotus seeds. That's not her family's lotus pond. I helped them pick. She promised me a few bunches. Is that so? Then my father came back and looked at the 3 of us and said, What did you say to each other? The eldest's face is as red as a carp. We ate. Then my parents wanted to talk privately, so I went to the room my brother and I share, 2 wooden beds, and lay down. I couldn't hear the words through the wall. I didn't need to. They were working out how to fund me. And here's the thing I want to be honest about, because I've been telling you how clever I am for a while now. I was 15, my family had just detonated, we had 2 taels and 2 acres, and I was still going to spend every coin of it on myself. I wasn't being selfish, exactly. I'd run this one too. If I'd landed in this body a few years earlier, I could have built the family up first, and then paid for martial arts out of profit. But I arrived at 15, with 1 year on the clock. And even if I got rich later, a martial artist who never attended a school can be a bodyguard for a rich family or a leg breaker for a gang in the county. That's the ceiling. I've lived once already. I know what the difference between those 2 roads looks like from the far end. And I did try to think of ways to make money. I want that on the record. I sat down and seriously inventoried my past life for exploitable knowledge and discovered that I was a liberal arts student with mediocre physics and chemistry and no marketable skills whatsoever. I remembered that transmigration novels are extremely confident that there's saltpeter in latrines and pigsties, and you can use it to make ice. I found some saltpeter. I made a quantity of ice that can only be described as insulting. If you went to Poyang Lake in winter and chipped off a block that hadn't finished melting by spring, you would have more ice than my entire industrial process produced. Fine, no technology. Business then. Use the brain. Great Yang law regulates what professions people are permitted to hold. To do business, you need a license because the government taxes by the registered status of the owner. Operating without one is a serious crime. Blacksmiths pay forge tax. Fish shops pay fish tax. Fishing boats pay boat tax. The only thing that isn't restricted is farming, because you can always farm. That's not an oversight. That's a wall, and it was built on purpose, and I was on the wrong side of it. So, martial arts. Only martial arts. Forever and only. Except now it wasn't only about me anymore, which is a very different weight to carry to bed. I couldn't sleep, and my brother, in the next bed, wasn't sleeping either. I knew because he snores, every night, reliably, and that night he was doing an extremely poor impression of a sleeping man. I don't know how long it was before he spoke. Wei Di, are you asleep? No. That answer seemed to knock the wind out of him. Bo was quiet a while longer. Practice hard, he said. Make a name. Show your grandfather and the rest of them. Dawn. Dogs barking hard enough to take the roof off. That stupid dog of old Guo's. I'll stew it someday. Zhang Jie, arriving at the village entrance, deeply aggrieved. Who told you to throw the bone the dog buried into the water? It's a miracle it didn't bite you. It's been more than half a year. That stupid dog really holds a grudge. Then he checked that nobody was around and lowered his voice. I heard from my dad. Your family split last night? The village chief wrote the document, several elders witnessed it, and the village is small. It took one night. If there isn't enough money for 2 grandsons to learn martial arts, we split and everyone earns their own. I said it calmly. Zhang Jie detonated. Your grandfather is that biased? You're all his grandsons. Maybe in his eyes, Zhao Hong is the only good one. I heard how that sounded and pulled it back. It's fine like this. The family's separated, everyone lives their own life. No, we can't let your uncles take advantage of you. Every coin your family earned for years went into Zhao Hong. Bo shook his head. Wei Zi, wait here for me. What are you going to do? I have to spread the word about your grandfather's favoritism. I'll tell Aunt Zhao. The whole village will know inside a day. Aunt Zhao is the village's primary information infrastructure. If Aunt Zhao knows a thing, the thing is known. I thought about stopping him for about 1.5 seconds. The division document was already written and witnessed. Let him have this. Bo came back a quarter of an hour later. By then, the other 2 village boys had shown up, so he just winked at me and said nothing more about it, and the 4 of us walked to the hall before sunrise. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Jie put his things down and said, Wei Zi, I went home and borrowed more money from my dad. If you don't have enough, come to me. Which is why the errand took 15 minutes instead of 5. Bo hadn't just gone to Aunt Zhao. All right, I said, I'll come to you if I don't have enough. I washed, changed into the hall's training clothes, and thought for a moment. I'm going to find Instructor Song. Why? To see if I can find a work-study opportunity. Zhang Jie's face did nothing because those words didn't mean anything in this world. I'll wait at the cafeteria. If you don't come, I'll bring 2 steamed buns to the training ground. I knocked on Instructor Song's door. Instructor Song, disciple Zhao Wei requests an office. A long pause. Then, come in. The gate was ajar. Bo was standing motionless in the yard, looking at the sky, so I stood there and didn't bother him. A few breaths later, he turned around. Is something the matter? I bowed all the way down. Instructor, disciple earnestly requests that instructor grant disciple a chance to learn martial arts. Then I told him about my grandfather and the split. His expression did not change. Because of course it didn't. Bo'd seen worse than me this month. Bo'd seen Bo Min. You want to borrow money from me? Flat, not a question, and I could hear the shape of every previous boy who'd stood in this yard and asked. Bo doesn't lend to students. It isn't heartlessness. It's that a kid who can't afford to continue at the hall, the cheapest place he will ever train, is a kid who will not finish this road, and the loan just means he arrives at the same wall later, having also emptied his family and taken on debt. Disciple wouldn't dare, I said, because I had thought about it. And then I'd thought about it properly. Bo isn't my relative. Why would he lend me money? Out of sympathy? I'm not in a terrible situation. I'm just a boy without money. Those aren't the same thing, and the day you start selling the second as the first, you've started a career you can't quit. Disciple noticed that the cafeteria is short-handed. Disciple is willing to help out in exchange for food. Disciple is looking for a work-study opportunity. His pupils tightened, just slightly. Do you know what it means to work in the cafeteria? Disciple understands. Do you really? His voice dropped. Other students will eat in that cafeteria, and you, a fellow student, will clear away their dishes and stand there under their looks. Disciple can withstand it. Don't treat it as simple. In that situation, you will lose your dignity in front of everyone. And here's where I said the thing that decided the rest of my life. And I said it while genuinely embarrassed, which I think is why it worked. Disciple already experienced this a few months ago. To get free beef soup, Disciple would wait until the senior brothers had bought their meat before going to eat. And Disciple was mocked for it. I looked up. Disciple has wavered. Disciple has thought about giving up, but every time he wavered, he felt his strength growing. And then the taunts and the strange looks became nothing. And I smiled. I didn't do it on purpose. I just thought about the number moving, and I smiled. I found out much later that the smile was the part that got him, not the argument. The fact that a boy could describe being humiliated for months and look satisfied about it. I'll speak to the cafeteria, he said. You can help out there in exchange for food. If they have leftover beef, they can save some for you. Thank you, Instructor Song. Disciple is extremely grateful. I was not being polite. I had come in with maybe a 50% expectation and no backup plan except finding another door. Because here's the rule I brought with me from a whole other life. If you're poor, you climb by every possible means and you seize every single opportunity. Face and dignity are the two things worth the least to people at the bottom. They're luxury goods. You buy them later when you can afford them. The path of martial arts is long and hard, he said. Without a steadfast heart, it's difficult to persevere. Since you can withstand the criticism of others, I, as your instructor, am willing to help you out. Disciple will practice diligently and live up to the instructor's kindness. Go ahead. I went, and after I left, I only learned this much, much later. A woman walked out of the front hall of that courtyard. Does junior brother think this boy can master essence and tan within a year? Is that why you're giving him a hand? No, Instructor Song said. Senior sister, you don't know the hardships of life. Most students in a town martial hall aim for essence and tan within 2 years. Few dare dream of one. Even in 2 years, he won't achieve much in martial arts. That's enough, he said, and then he told her about a wedding banquet he'd attended for a former student. Full house, every table packed, relatives everywhere, and the head seat at the main table sat empty past the auspicious hour, and the host refused to begin the meal. Senior sister, do you know who they were waiting for? A distinguished guest. A yamen runner, at the county police station, not the chief of patrol, not the head constable. An ordinary runner. For villagers, a yamen runner is a very large man. Her name, by the way, was Fang Lan, and she was the newly appointed inspector of the Martial Administration Office, and she had come to ask her junior brother for suggestions about improving the halls. Bo went inside and came back with a paper he'd written over 4 years. She read the first page out loud. Learning martial arts is ruinously expensive. Students exhaust 10 years of family savings in 3 years of study and rarely achieve anything. Martial arts is cruel, and country people go pale at the mention of it. To revitalize the halls, waive tuition and provide food subsidies. You wrote it wrong, she said. What's wrong with it? The meaning is correct. You can't use those words. And she gave it back to him the way a person who understands offices speaks. The founding emperor established the martial hall policy to benefit the whole country. In the town halls, there are occasionally talented students unable to continue due to poor family circumstances. If they can be encouraged and funded, their martial arts will improve, which will inspire their families and their villages, and encourage all the children of the countryside to learn martial arts and serve the court. Same request, completely different animal. Oh, she added, and that work-study thing your student mentioned, that's also a viable option. There was a long pause. No wonder you're an inspector, senior sister. I knew none of that. I walked back to the training ground, and Zhang Jie pulled 2 steamed buns out of his shirt. You haven't eaten, have you? I took them. They came out of his family's grain quota, and he's my brother, and I wasn't going to do arithmetic at him about 2 buns. Weizi, what is this work-study thing? Instructor Song found me a job, helping in the cafeteria, so I don't pay for meals. Zhang Jie's eyes went enormous. Weizi, don't do something stupid. We'd both done farm labor our whole lives. It didn't matter. The moment you walk into a martial hall, a little something in your spine changes, and the idea of your classmates watching you carry their dirty bowls is a specific horror. In the last 6 months, how many people mocked me? Have you forgotten the stories I told you? That's different. In the story you told, the one about not underestimating a young man's potential, Xiao Yan got mocked, sure, but Xiao Yan didn't do manual labor. I have been retelling novels from my previous life to Zhang Jie for 6 months. Bo has opinions about the protagonists. Bo has favorites. This is, honestly, one of the great joys of my second life. The essence is the same, I said. The more I'm mocked now, the more satisfying it'll be to slap them back when I'm a martial artist. That's true, but also I already got instructor Song to agree, so I can't back out even if I want to. Zhang Jie chewed on that, gave up, and settled on, your grandfather is a real scoundrel. At lunch, I left 15 minutes early and reported to Supervisor Sun, the hall steward. Instructor Song did give instructions. Here's what you'll do. You'll serve food to the trainees, and then you eat with everyone. Thank you very much, Supervisor Sun. No need to thank me. This is Instructor Song's kindness. Just remember Instructor Song. There's plenty of hard work in a kitchen. The worst of it is collecting and washing 60 students' dishes. Bo didn't assign me any of it. Instructor Song had said give the boy a chance and left the details to him. And the steward of a martial hall does not, in fact, hand the hardest and dirtiest job to a boy an instructor is watching. Then it was time to eat, and I stood at the beef window with an iron spoon in my hand. Senior brother, how many pounds of beef? Senior brother, aren't you that guy Senior brother, my surname is Zhao. Junior brother Zhao, sorry, I blanked. 2 pounds. I gave him 2 spoons of beef, and I said it to every single one of them. Senior brother, smiling, open face, straight eyes, no flinch anywhere in it. Because the thing that makes people uncomfortable isn't your poverty. It's watching you be ashamed of it. And I wasn't going to hand them that show. 60 students, not one of them laughed at me. Oh, some of them thought it. But there was nothing between us. And if you're going to mock a man, you need a reason to bother. And I hadn't given anyone one. Senior brother Deng, how many pounds? Deng Changfeng looked genuinely surprised. Junior brother Zhao, what are you doing? Instructor Song took pity on my family background and let me help out in the cafeteria so I could eat for free. Just like that. Flat. No apology in it. Oh, I see. Then trouble junior brother Zhao for 10 cowbone sticks. Senior brother, please wait. I turned around and dug 10 marrow bones out of the other basin. Bones aren't sold by weight. 30 coins each. 300 coins in one order. There's barely any meat on a marrow bone. The marrow inside is worth more than the beef, and about 4 people in this hall can afford it casually. Then Zhang Jie arrived and winked at me. Give me 2 jin of beef. My face didn't change at all. I pressed both spoonfuls down into his bowl with real conviction. Compacted. Several extra ounces of beef, purely as a matter of technique. Neither of us said a word. We didn't need to. Then Gao Kun arrived. Oh, so you're not practicing martial arts anymore. You're doing odd jobs in the cafeteria. I looked at him and felt absolutely nothing, because by then I'd worked out what Gao Kun actually was. Gao Kun's family isn't well off either. That's the whole answer. When he watched me ladle soup out of that bucket, some part of him knew he could have done it too, and couldn't, and hated me for the demonstration. I had a classmate like this in my last life. The school was selecting students from poor families for assistance, and one boy, genuinely poor, genuinely proud, didn't dare apply. And then, when other students got the money, he was the one making strange little poisonous comments about them for the rest of the year. That kind of person eats his own face for a living. There is nothing to be done for him. Do you want meat? I said. Give me 2 pounds. Bo snorted. There were students behind him, and he didn't dare waste time. I picked up the spoon. I dug into the porcelain bowl. I brought out a generous, heaping, extremely visible spoonful. And then, on the way over, I let my hand shake, and the top few pieces fell back into the bowl. I watched his face go from surprise to fury in real time, and it was the best thing that happened to me that week. 2 pounds. Next. I didn't shortchange him exactly. I gave him a big scoop first so he'd feel good, and then I took it away in front of him. There's a difference, and the difference is the entire point. Are you done? Move, somebody said behind him. Bo grabbed his tray and left at speed. Being in charge of the ladle, it turns out, has advantages. There are no scales in that cafeteria. 1 spoon is 1 pound because somebody decided it was. If I know you, you get an extra ounce or 2, and the kitchen will never notice or care. I served all 60 in about a quarter of an hour, and then stood at that window another quarter of an hour anyway, because some students change into clean clothes after training before they eat, and I was not going to be the reason a man ate a cold lunch. After the cafeteria closed, I carried the remaining beef back to the kitchen and ate with the cooks. There were 3 or 4 pounds left in the bowl. "We're eating! I've come at just the right time," Supervisor's son, entering with the timing of a man who has done this before. "Supervisor's son, join us? There's leftover beef today," Chef's son said. "I've eaten. I won't." Bo waved, walked over, glanced at the table, and then looked at me. "Zhao needs to build his body up after training. Eat more beef." "Thank you, Supervisor's son." "All right, you eat. I'm just taking a walk." Bo left as fast as he'd come, and the faces around that table did several interesting things, and Chef's son thought for exactly 1 second, picked up the largest piece of meat on the table and dropped it in my bowl. "Yeah, Zhao, eat more. If there's extra beef left, just take it. Don't be shy." Then he looked around the table. "Yeah, Zhao has to practice martial arts. Bo needs meat. Don't compete with him for it." "I'm this old already. Meat's wasted on me." "Yeah, Zhao, eat up and train hard. If you actually make it, our kitchen benefits too." I don't know what any of them really thought. I know Superintendent's son walked in, said 1 sentence, and left, and the head chef translated it instantly. And I know I did not perform humility. I did not push the meat back. That's the mistake. The favor came from Instructor Song, and if I sat there being self-effacing and refusing, that's not tact, that's stupidity. It wastes the thing he spent his own standing to give me. I ate the beef. Chef's son looked at my bowl with the expression of a man doing budget projections, and I could see him deciding to order an extra pound or 2 starting tomorrow. And that's how the stingiest student in the history of Cowhaytown Martial Hall started eating meat every single day for free. End of the 7th month. Training ground at night. I was running warm sun fist. Zhang Jie was next to me throwing punches in the general direction of a place where punches might go. I finished a set and looked at him and said nothing. Bo wasn't lazy. Bo was tired. There's a difference, and everyone forgets it. Zhang Jie doesn't work in the cafeteria, so he trains more hours than me in the yard while I'm serving beef. But he'd been doing it for 7 months with no visible reward, and people run out. I never told him about the 5-hour rule. I couldn't explain how I knew without explaining the panel, so instead I just made him stand next to me for 5 hours every single day, which achieves the same thing and requires no supernatural disclosure whatsoever. After 5 hours, I pulled up the panel. Tan blood, 1402. 10 points a day, every day, thanks to whatever beef the kitchen didn't sell. At that number, I could lift a 280 Jin stone. Zhang Jie watched me walk over to the 280 stone with polite confusion. Then I squatted, took the handles, and brought it up, and his mouth opened wide enough to garage a goose egg. Wade's your strength is 280? Is there a problem? I was at 220 at the end of last month. You knew that. Of course there's a problem. That's 60 Jin, Bo was almost shouting. Once you hit 200, either your food costs go up or your strength growth slows down. Look at me. I was at 200 3 months ago. I'm barely over 300 now. I put the stone down and stopped talking, because that was new information and it reorganized everything. I'd been so locked onto clearing the 200 Jin gate that I'd never checked the curve past it. I'd heard Zhang Jie mention slowing down and filed it as complaining. It was not complaining. It was a wall, and everyone in this hall had hit it, and I had walked straight through it without noticing it was there. You're in the cafeteria, Zhang Jie decided. They're giving you wutan soup, aren't they? Don't talk about my growth for now. Understood. Instructor Song treats you so well. If people knew, they'd be jealous. Bo winked, and then, without transition, could you ask Instructor Song to put me in the cafeteria too? I'll wash vegetables, you wash dishes. We brothers can run that kitchen. Okay, go talk to Instructor Song. I wouldn't dare. I get scared just looking at him. Fair. Instructor Song doesn't shout. Bo also doesn't smile, and there's a specific kind of authority that comes from a man who never needs to raise his voice because you've never once seen him have to. Walking back to the dorm in the dark, I kept my face still and thought. I'd missed something. A month later, I knew what. End of the 8th month. Frost's descent and a thin skin of frost across the bluestone of the training ground that melted under my feet as I worked. I ran a full set of warm sun fist in the dark and felt something new, a warm current surging through my abdomen with every punch, dissipating when I pulled the fist back. That started when my blood crossed 1500. 1500 is a threshold. Below it, you're a strong boy. Above it, your body stops being an ordinary human body. Warm sun fist isn't a fighting style, but blood is blood, and everything blood touches improves. For the first several months, the only visible change was my size. After 1500, I could feel the machine underneath. And growth isn't addition. 1 + 1 is a lie here. A 300 jin fist hitting you is not the same as 3 men hitting you with 100 jin fists, because a body can only absorb so much force at once before something in it gives. I could have knocked out last month's version of myself with 1 punch, and I'd have deserved it. Tan blood, 1702, 340 jin, past Zhangjie. But that's not what I was happy about. What I was happy about was that I'd finally understood my own destiny, which I had been misreading for 8 months like a man skimming a contract. Water flows, a canal is formed. A martial artist, persistent and gradual, advancing with unstoppable momentum, free from any bottlenecks. I'd read that and heard one thing: no bottlenecks. Great, late game insurance, thanks. I'd read the last clause and skipped the sentence. Water flows and a canal forms. When water first runs across open ground, the earth drinks most of it and it barely moves. But as more water comes, it moves faster, and it cuts a channel, and then it's a stream, and then a river. And once water has momentum, high ground does not stop it. High ground gets removed. That's not one promise. That's 3 stages. Persistent, you train without slacking, forever. Gradual, you improve little by little and you never stall. Unstoppable momentum, you go fast and nothing gets in the way. Every student in this hall started eating meat at 200 jin, and every one of them slowed down. Everyone, except me. That's not stage 3, that's stage 2, the boring one. The one that just quietly refuses to let me slow down while everyone around me does. Which meant stage 3 was still in the box. Which meant that somewhere ahead of me, the water gets fast. I sat with that for a while in the cold, and what it did to me was not calm. Xie Zixuan could outspend me by a factor of 30. I couldn't buy my way up to him. But I didn't have to buy the whole distance. I only had to survive long enough for the river to arrive. End of the 9th month, all 3 instructors came to the training ground at once. That never happens. After the first month, they show up on rotation, staggered, unpredictable. 3 at once means announcement. Instructor Shu, in the center, at volume. The Martial Administration Office has issued a notice. In order to encourage everyone to learn martial arts, any student whose strength reaches 400 jin will receive a reward of 3 taels of silver if he increases his strength by 50 jin within the next month, and 10 taels if he increases it by 100. The yard erupted, not with excitement, with complaining. Are you kidding? 100 jin in a month? After I hit 300, I've been spending nearly 2 taels a month and gaining under 30 jin. To hold 50 a month at 400, how much silver is that? To gain 50, you'd need tonic medicine daily on top of beef. 10 taels minimum. 100 jin isn't a goal, it's a hallucination. 9 months in, this class had finally, thoroughly internalized the sentence, the more you chase speed, the more it costs. Some of them had been told it by older villagers before they ever enrolled. Knowing a thing is not experiencing a thing, and the gap between them is where all the money goes. Young men are confident, young men have lofty ambitions, and then young men get a bill. This reward is for senior brother Xie and his group. Only they qualify. They can't get it either. They're past 500. Maybe someone in the next cohort. The 3 instructors weren't surprised by the grumbling. They'd read the document and predicted it. It's not an incentive. It's icing. Average families can't use it, and rich families don't care about 3 taels. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, I was standing there with the specific joy of a man reading a policy that appears to have been written personally for him. Who is this esteemed and wise sage, and is this reward not tailor-made for me? My strength had hit 400 the previous day. Panel. Tan blood, 2003. 10 points a day, 300 a month, 60 jin. The 3 tael reward was already mine. It was already in my pocket and the month hadn't started, and 10 taels was not out of the question. Students with a strength of 400 jin come forward to be tested and registered. Right, because the martial administration wants a head count and the hall has to comply. A boy stepped out, walked to the 440 stone, and lifted it without much drama. Wu Jiao, 440 jin. Another. Jiao Dong, 420. Chu Dong, 410. Cao Jie, 440. I watched all of it very carefully because I wasn't just watching strength, I was watching the officials. Wu Jiao lifted 440 without visible strain, which means he isn't 440, he's closer to 450, and the instructor rounded him down. The instructors go easy, but only that far. They round down, they don't lie. Cao Jie tried to hide. Bo lifted the 420 and did a whole struggling performance, and I bought it completely. Then instructor Shu just told him to try a different stone, and Cao Jie came up 440, and I realized the boy had been sandbagging, and that I had been fooled, and that instructor Shu had not been fooled for a fraction of a second. Noted. Filed. The stones are all in units of 10, so rounding down is defensible, and the administration doesn't care. Guo Min, what are you doing up here? You're past 500. Get down. Guo Min walked back, looking wounded. Bo hadn't come up for the reward. Bo'd come up to be looked at. And Xie Zixuan, Lei Jun, Deng Changfeng, Yang Peng, you don't need testing either. 5 students over 500 jin. The whole yard looked at them with the specific hunger of people looking at whether they will never have. No other students? Instructor Shu said that the way you read a form out loud. Bo wasn't expecting anyone. At 400 jin, you're second only to those 5 in the entire hall, and as their instructor, he already knew the exact count. I hesitated for a second, then I stepped out of the line. Wei Zi, what are you doing? Zhang Jie got a hand out to grab me, and I was already past him. Every head in that yard turned. Again, it was becoming a habit. What's he doing? Don't tell me his strength is 400 jin. If Jiao Wei is at 400, I've already reached essence and Tan. Skepticism from some, sarcasm from others, and belief from absolutely nobody. Over at the side, Xie Zixuan's group, barred from testing, talking among themselves, not looking this way, heard the noise and turned around. What is Jiao Wei trying to do? Lei Jun said. Does he want to claim he gained 200 jin of strength in 3 months? Bo can't afford beef. Bo eats free by working the kitchen. If he can gain 200 in 3 months, what does that make the rest of us? Guo Min's lip curled. It had taken the 5 of them over 3 months to go 200 to 400, and only Xie Zixuan had done it inside 3. They'd each burned close to 20 taels of silver in that window, and Xie Zixuan more. If Jiao Wei catches up to us, their money was set on fire. That's the actual nath of their fear, and I understood it perfectly. And I want to be clear that I did not care. I could feel the eyes on my back, physically. Ever since 1500, my senses had sharpened, and I could stand there facing away from 60 people and feel exactly where each of them was looking. It's an extremely strange thing to have happen to you. The 3 instructors looked at me too. Casually at first, then not casually. Because here's the thing about this stage of training, your blood is still on the surface. It hasn't been drawn inward, which means an experienced instructor can look at a 15-year-old's face and skin and tell you his number, give or take. That's how Instructor Shu had seen through Cao Jie in one glance. The 3 of them looked at each other, and what they saw in each other's faces was surprise, because based on careful observation, this boy was very probably at 400 jin. Brother Song, Instructor Shu said quietly, delighted. Did you give him special treatment? Sending him to work in the canteen doesn't count as special treatment, Instructor Song said. That shut Instructor Shu up entirely. The 2 of them exchanged a look, and both privately concluded that Song Guohua had absolutely been slipping me something on the side and was simply refusing to admit it. Disciple wants to try the 400 jin stone. Behind me, the yard went up again. What if Jiao Wei has something else going on? Or he misheard. Maybe he heard 300 as 400. Both extremely unlikely, but still more likely than 100 jin a month on kitchen scraps. Let's begin, Instructor Shu said. Bo wasn't worried. With Song Guohua secretly feeding me, 400 was unremarkable. I gripped it and started to lift. Wow, he's daring. Just wait, in a second. The stone's off the ground. In a moment he'll grip the handle, lift, bring it to the abdomen. One motion, no pause, no reversal. That one boy's sentence went through 3 separate languages on the way out of his mouth. Ridicule, doubt, and disbelief. Yang Peng and Lei Jun had their mouths slightly open. Guo Min's eyes were huge. Deng Changfeng had nothing to say. Xie Zixuan's face was completely blank. Brother Xie, he lifted it. Your record's been tied. Guo Min, shrieking. Xie Zixuan, internally. Am I blind? How could I not have seen it? How could I not know the record's been tied? Everyone heard you yelling. What exactly was the purpose of that? Why are you so excited? Anyone who didn't know would think you were the one who tied it. His face, externally, nothing. The yard wasn't silent, exactly. It was making a noise I don't have a word for. How did he do that? One student finally said out loud what all of them were holding. 3 months ago, I was at the bottom of that class and known throughout the hall as the cheapest man in its history. Now I was at 400 jin and standing in the top 10. And it was Zhang Jie who broke first, fist in the air, face red as a lantern. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. I know he's poor. Weizi, you can do it. Then he spun around to the student behind him. This is my brother. Zhang Jie, if you're going to put it that way, Zhao Wei is my best friend, because I see Zhao Wei's backside every day. Zhao Wei's changed these past months. I noticed a long time ago. What did you discover a long time ago? Somebody asked. His sweat's changed. It used to be normal boy sweat. Now it smells like actual effort. Zhang Jie. Silence. Me. Also silence, but from further away, and with more dignity. Up front, Instructor Song's face had slowly opened into a smile. Not bad. Disciple is grateful to the instructor for nurturing him. Without the instructor, there would be no disciple today. This is all your own hard work. What does it have to do with me? And then he laughed. Out loud. Which, from Song Guohua, is roughly equivalent to a normal man setting off fireworks. Instructor Xu and Instructor Sun exchanged another glance. Well, this master and apprentice act is really going on. The relationship between an instructor and a student here isn't formally master and disciple. It's a teaching arrangement. But every year, an instructor takes a liking to somebody and starts giving private care, and that's what makes the real thing. And both of them had done it themselves in previous years. Zhao Wei, 400 jin. Then, Instructor Xu turned to the yard. Any other students who want to come up and try? Several came up. None of them lifted it. They were sitting at 385, 390, and after watching me, they had convinced themselves that a sudden burst of feeling would carry them the rest. Martial arts does not care about your feelings. Strength cannot be faked. 1 jin short is short. Today, rest. Instructor Su declared a holiday and left. Come to my yard later, Instructor Song said, and left too. And the second the instructors were gone, Zhang Jie came at me like artillery, followed by the other 2 Linhu village boys. Weizi, you're amazing. Top 10 of the whole hall in one go. Only 10th, I said. Doesn't matter. You're in the top 10. As long as I don't go into detail, who's going to know it's 10th? When I go back to the village, I'll just say top 10, which reminded me of a joke from my last life. If you ask a man his rank and he says top 100, he's outside 80. If he says top 10, he's probably bottom 3 of it. If he says top 3, he's 3rd. 4th and 5th place never say top 10. They say top 5. And 1st and 2nd never say top 3. Zhao Wei, you're really something. Zhao Wei, how did you train? The other 2 village boys, excited, and underneath the excitement, a very thin thread of something else, which is human and which I'd have felt too. Even close brothers can handle each other's suffering better than each other's success. Fellow villagers get less latitude than that. I said a few words and left for Instructor Song's yard. Bode said come later, but there's later and there's leaving a man waiting. When I came in, he just looked at me for a long time. Do I have flowers on my face? Have you ever taken any blood tonifying drugs in private? Disciple has never taken any. I'd expected that question before I ever walked up to that stone, and I'd already decided what to do about it. Because the obvious explanation for 100 jin a month is that I'd swallowed something precious, and I had thought about hiding, and I had rejected it inside a second, and here's why. 400 jin is astonishing in the way that a village boy topping the county school exam is astonishing. It is not astonishing in the way that matters. In this hall, 400 puts me 10th. Xie Zixuan and his people are past 500 and driving at 600 to reach Essence and Tan. And above them are the sons of the powerful and wealthy in the county town, who would not look up from their bowls. It's a first grader placing first on a first grade exam. It surprises the room. The older students don't even hear about it. My little cheat isn't cheating. At this altitude, it's nothing at all. So, don't hide the blade. Show it. Because that document from the Martial Administration told me something more useful than 3 taels of silver. It told me the government cares about cultivating young martial artists. which means the higher your visible talent, the more resources come to you. Destiny alone doesn't get me up this mountain. Destiny plus resources might. And nobody hands resources to a boy who is quietly excellent in a corner. Instructor Song stared a few seconds longer, then looked away. Bo believed me, partly because medicines like that aren't easy to get, and mostly because my family has neither the connections nor the money for a single dose. Instructor Song, I said, slightly embarrassed, could Disciple possibly be a martial arts genius? I was fishing. Obviously, I was fishing. Genius, Song Guohua repeated. You really dare to dream. Where do you think geniuses come from? And then he told me, and I stopped fishing and started listening very hard. Real martial arts geniuses are manufactured at ruinous expense. Bathed in medicine from infancy, fed poultry raised specifically to enrich blood. The cost of that is beyond what the wealthy and powerful of Poyang County can carry, which is a sentence that reorganized my sense of scale entirely. But that Lord Han from my village, I said, was he a genius? Han, the one name Linhu village has. 3 months at the martial hall to essence and tan, then a martial arts school, and nobody in the village knows the details of what happened there. But a year later, he took first in the county competition, then first in the prefectural examination, then fourth in the entire Jiangnan provincial martial examination. When I first heard about him from the original owner's memories, my honest first thought was, is that guy also a transmigrator, running the standard protagonist template? Before he learned martial arts, Lord Han had a great opportunity, Instructor Song said. Bo cannot be judged by ordinary standards, which is a very careful sentence. Bo knew something specific, and he wasn't going to say it, and the reason he knew it, I would learn much later, had to do with his wife. Even if a few students absorb blood slightly better than others, the gap is limited. It can be closed by spending more money. There's no precipitous gap. In that case, money is naturally more important. My face fell, and I let it. Instructor, does that mean people from ordinary families will have a hard time succeeding in martial arts? That single syllable was the worst thing anyone said to me that year. Then he saw my face and got serious. For students from ordinary families, if they want to go far, they must seize every opportunity. The announcement from the Martial Administration Department is an opportunity for you. And then he did something instructors here do not do. Bo explained the system. The founding emperor built the country on martial arts. Bo created the martial administration, and under it, the martial halls, the martial departments, and the martial arts schools, all charged with training students everywhere. The Wu-Tan soup here costs 100 coins a serving, which seems expensive. The same medicine outside costs 200. The grain you brought is unhusked. After hulling, the loss runs 30%. The hall exchanges it for rice by the weight of the grain anyway. I felt my pupils tighten. I knew about the rice. I did not know Wu-Tan soup was double outside. These are privileges only students enjoy. Once you leave the hall, never again. Many students fail to reach essence and tan in the hall, and find it very difficult afterward. Even if they reach it, they struggle to advance. The reason is that the cost becomes unbearable once you leave. So, this is the cheapest it will ever be, and it's already breaking families. Do you know why Xiezi Xuan and his friends are working so hard for essence and tan within a year? Instructor, is it not just the tuition waiver? Good that you guessed, Bo nodded. Those who reach essence and tan within a year have the opportunity to receive an aperture-opening pill when they join a martial arts school. And there it was, the thing Xiezi Xuan was actually buying. Early training is divided into 2.5 realms, he said, seeing my face. Tan training, acupoint opening, and viscera training. Tan training counts as the half. The reason for that is that once you achieve essence and tan, you can take an aperture opening pill and go straight into the acupoint opening realm. The aperture opening pill is unique to the Martial Administration Department and extremely precious. Normally, after essence and tan, it takes at least half a year to open your first acupoint. Forget the money saved. The half a year alone is precious. And he said that last part in a very particular tone. Across a career of decades, half a year is nothing. Inside a martial arts school, half a year frequently decides how far a man ever gets. Everything about Xie Zixuan clicked into place. Bo wasn't buying tuition. Bo was buying 6 months of his own life back. Instructor, what are the chances of getting one? The martial administration allocates 10 aperture opening pills to each of the 8 great martial halls every year, rewarding students who reach essence and tan within a year. In past years, the number of such students across all of Poyang County has been around 70. As long as you're not set on a school whose slots are already filled, you get a pill. But there are unexpected situations, such as when the number exceeds 80. That happens once every 7 or 8 years. So, usually guaranteed. Occasionally, a few unlucky people miss out. Remember that. Remember that sentence. It's going to come back and take my whole year apart. For you, there's no need to worry about the pill yet, he said, watching me think and clearly deciding I was getting ideas above my station. Seize this opportunity and take the martial administration's reward to accelerate your growth. Even if you can't reach essence and tan within a year, you can seek other rewards at a martial arts school later. Schools give students far more than halls do. Disciple understands. The top priority is to win the award. I nodded very seriously and meant approximately half of it. Because I had come in confident about 3 taels for 50 jin and undecided about chasing 100. 50 jin was free money, and 100 jin cost real silver, and I'd been leaning toward the safe one. Now I knew what a year bought. 10 taels, 100 jin, whatever it costs. To get the administration's bonus, you should quit the cafeteria soon, Instructor Song said suddenly. I was quiet for a moment. Then I nodded. Disciple will go resign from Supervisor Sun shortly. Do you understand why? Disciple understands. Disciple will be taking Wu Tan soup next. If he continues working in the cafeteria and eating free, the other students will talk. Buying Wu Tan soup while eating on charity is a luxury car in the welfare line. Nobody would say anything, and everybody would say something. Bode assumed I'd need the soup to make 50 jin. I wanted it to make 100. Same conclusion either way. Go. Disciple takes his leave. And as I walked out, Song Guohua remembered the timid boy who had come into that yard 3 months ago and asked for work. Martial prowess and human might. The rock rises with the wind, 90,000 miles high, he said to nobody. Let me see how far you can go on this wind. Supervisor Sun agreed to my resignation instantly and cheerfully, and joked that when the kitchen got meat in, I should come by for extra portions, as a way of taking care of one of our own. Bo already knew about the 400 jin, of course. As the steward, he knows everything in that hall the moment it happens. And in his ledger, I had just become a student with a real chance at essence and tan in 2 years, plus visible favor from an instructor, which made me a person worth being warmed to. I said goodbye and walked out and immediately ran into Deng Changfeng and the other 4 in the corridor. I stepped aside for them, as one does. Junior Brother Zhao, it's a rest day. I'm inviting everyone to my family's restaurant. Would you like to join? I actually paused. Deng Changfeng, taking the initiative, to me. Then I'll have to accept, Senior Brother Deng. We cannot let an opportunity to eat someone else's food pass us by. Xie Zixuan and the others looked at Deng Changfeng with visible confusion. Sure, the kid hit 400. Bo was still 150 jin below them. But Deng was hosting, so nobody said anything. We walked out of the hall and passed several students who looked at me walking with those 5 the way you'd look at a chicken walking with wolves. I trailed at the back and listened, and could not have gotten a word in with a crowbar. Lei Jun wanted 7 stars Martial Hall. Yang Peng preferred Zhenyue Martial Hall. They were arguing about which was stronger, and the others were weighing in. I said nothing at all. This was excellent. My goal was a free meal, and I was also collecting an enormous amount of extremely useful information for free. While most of our year is grinding for essence and tan, within 2 years, these 5 are shopping for schools. 7 stars trains 7 stars fist. Zhenyue's strongest art is body hardening. Noted, noted, noted. Deng Family Restaurant. Deng Guoliang was standing at the door and lit up when he saw the group. Chang Feng, these must be your senior brothers. Bode had his son arrange the dinner, and he knew every family background at that table. Xie Zixuan, young master of the Xie family pharmacy. Lei Jun, young master of the Lei cloth shop. In business, what you need most is people. Uncle Deng, this is my nephew, Zhao Wei. Nephew Zhao. And Deng Guoliang was politely, entirely blank, because Chang Feng had never once mentioned a Zhao Wei. But he's a businessman, so none of that reached his face, and he walked us upstairs to a private room with a smile you could have sold at market. 6 cold dishes were already laid out: braised beef, fennel beans, fermented fish, preserved eggs, cold-dressed shepherd's purse, and a plate of pastries I could not identify. Good heavens, the cold dishes alone were more food than my family puts on a table. I'd been in this world almost a year, and this was the first time I'd eaten in a restaurant. In the original owner's memories, the greatest food that had ever existed was the tofu pudding from the shop in town, 2 coins a bowl, with lard and scallions, which his father bought him every time they came in to sell fish. Everyone sat. Nobody picked up chopsticks. They weren't there for cold dishes. I picked up my chopsticks and started eating. It was very good. So the world is not lacking in delicious food. Poor people are lacking in delicious food. Different problem entirely. Then a waiter brought out a large plate of meat, and I watched Guo Min swallow, and every other head at that table locked onto it. Yesterday, a hunter from Qingshan village shot a black muntjac, Deng Guoliang said. I was collecting wild game and bought it. Very good for the blood. Eat more. Right. So this is either extremely delicious or extremely nourishing, and given 5 rich boys are staring at it like it owes them money, it's the second, in which case I will not be polite. Thank you, uncle. I'll have a taste. And while the others were still being tastefully reserved, I reached across and took a large piece. It was chewy, with a sweet aftertaste, and about 4 seconds after I swallowed, my abdomen went hot. That fast? Panel. Tan blood. 2008. 5 points. In the time it takes to breathe. In 9 months, I had never once seen the number move during the day. It moves overnight. It has always moved overnight. I raised an eyebrow and went back in for a second piece. And the moment Xie Zixuan saw me going back for seconds, the reserve at that table evaporated, because if they stayed dignified any longer, the muntjac would be gone. Deng Guoliang watched 5 wealthy sons and 1 fisherman's kid demolish his plate and smiled, entirely unsurprised. Black muntjac runs 10 taels of silver a plate and isn't always available. There's also soup from the bones. Try it later. I won't disturb you further, Changfeng. Spend time with your senior brothers. Bo left because young men don't talk in front of elders, and Deng Guoliang has never once in his life failed to understand a room. Guo Min opened his mouth to say something, and then noticed that I was going back in with a spoon for the broth, which triggered everyone else. For the next while, the only sound in that private room was slurping. Nobody wanted to be the man who didn't get soup. Finally, Guo Min found his opening. Has junior brother Zhao not eaten at home? Full of contempt, beautifully delivered. As you senior brothers know, I come from an ordinary family. At home, we ate boiled and stewed vegetables. Forget seasoning, my mother was reluctant to use much oil or salt. This is the first time I have eaten food like this, and I've lost my composure. Said pleasantly. Completely straight, no irony anywhere in it. Guo Min sat there with his mouth open and absolutely nothing to follow up with. No? Don't you have any shame? You just said it? Out loud? And around the table, everyone else was quietly moved. Because each of them ran the same test in their own head, and each of them came back with the same answer. If I were him, I could not have said that. When junior brother Zhao helped in the cafeteria, senior brother admired him greatly, Deng Changfeng said. To be honest, senior brother doesn't think he could have done it. And Xie Zixuan and the others agreed, out loud, which was the moment I understood I'd read that whole table correctly. Junior brother comes from a poor family. It was the only way to get beef in the cafeteria. Then I stood up, clasped my hands, and bowed to the table. It is precisely because junior brother's family is poor that we do not give up any opportunity to increase our blood. If there has been any rudeness this evening, junior brother apologizes to all senior brothers. And without waiting for anyone to respond, I am already very satisfied to have eaten a meal like this once in my life. I wouldn't dare disturb you senior brothers any longer. Senior brother Deng, thank you for the feast. And I walked out, naturally, unhurried. And as I turned, I let them catch the disappointment in my eyes. Just for a moment. Just enough. The private room went absolutely silent. Deng Changfeng sighed. Junior brother Zhao has had a hard time. I wonder how much he endured to gain 400 jin. Practicing martial arts has never been easy, Yang Peng said. Today, junior brother Zhao is to us what separates us from the family children in the county. And then everyone's eyes landed on Guo Min. I just said one thing to him, Guo Min said. I didn't mean anything by it. Guo Min was depressed. Guo Min was extremely depressed. Why is everyone blaming me? I didn't even say anything that harsh. And out in the corridor, walking down the stairs with a stomach full of ten-tail venison, I was smiling. You little rascal, trying to outsmart me? Senior brother Guo, you're still too green. Do you now understand what it means when sincerity is the ultimate weapon? And that was a small demonstration. If I ever go all out, you'll wake up at midnight 3 years from now and slap yourself in the face. The next morning. Tan blood, 2083. I rubbed my eyes. 80 points in one day. 80. Am I not seeing things? Is Black Muntjac really that effective? And suddenly I understood exactly why 5 wealthy young men had stared at one plate of meat like starving dogs. That plate must be expensive. I wonder if I could maintain that growth by eating it regularly. What others can't do, I might be able to do. My eyes lit up. Then I remembered that Xie Zixuan had been salivating. Right. It goes without saying that Black Muntjac is beyond me. Let it go. Weizi, Ye Tianshang's older brother, is getting married today. Should we go back to the village with him for the banquet? Zhang Jie, out of bed, hopeful. I looked at his face and my own went flat. Jie, tell me the truth. Are you going to give up martial arts? No. If nothing's wrong, why have you been slack lately? Leaving the training ground early. Let's not lie to each other, brothers. Bo held it for a long time. Then he sighed, and it came out. Weizi, do you really think we can reach essence and tan in 2 years? My strength is only 350, and I've already spent 7 or 8 taels. According to those senior brothers, the more money you spend, the more you have to spend after. And in his eyes was the thing I'd been watching arrive for a month. Not laziness, not fear, confusion. About martial arts, about the future, about whether any of this was ever going anywhere. Ah, Jie, how could you have such a thought? It's not just me. Gao Jie and Ye Tianxiang think 2 years is a stretch too. And there it was. And it wasn't Zhang Jie, it was the whole hall. 9 months in, most students' progress had slowed and their costs had not. A lot of them were lost. Some were probably already quietly deciding. And the ones who hadn't decided had stopped burning the way they burned in month 1. If not in a year, then 2. If not 2, then 3. If not 3. That sentence is how people quit without ever saying the word. Ah, Jie, the path is in perseverance. If you give up on yourself, how do you expect to reach essence and tan in 2 years? I was not gentle about it. If I'd thought like you back then, shouldn't I have quit much earlier? Why did I bother working in the cafeteria? Do you really think I feel nothing serving food to people I know? Back then I had no money, so I saved and saved to eat beef at the end. When Gao Kun mocked me, do you think I was calm? Ah, Jie, remember one thing. If you don't give up, you might not reach essence and tan in 2 years. If you give up, you definitely won't. Do you understand what I mean? Got it, Zhang Jie said. I'm going to go beat up Gao Kun right now. Silence. Just kidding. I know what you mean, Weizi. You're right. I shouldn't give up. After your fishing boat launches this time, I'll practice properly. Let's go. It's time for the training ground. At the training ground, a lot of students were late. Several weren't there at all. The instructors didn't come. At this stage, only Xie Zixuan's 5 have a real shot at essence and tan inside the year, and instructors are not sentimental people. At noon, I bought a wutan soup. A lot of students saw. Nobody made much of it. After yesterday, the whole hall had already concluded that Instructor Song was slipping me things, so 100-coin soup was simply consistent with the existing theory. Zhang Jie saw me buy it and wanted one too. I opened my mouth to stop him and then closed it. Because on my cost-efficiency schedule, a boy aiming for essence and tan in 2 years, should be on beef now and start Wu-Tan soup in the back half of next year. That's the optimal curve. That's what the numbers say. And I had just spent 10 minutes rebuilding his will with my bare hands, and telling him to stop spending would have taken a hammer to it. The numbers lose that one. Next morning, 20 points. At that rate, 600 a month. 120 jin. 10 taels of silver. At that rate, essence and tan inside the year should be no problem. Enough time, not enough margin. Because if my growth stalls after 500 jin, the way everyone stalls somewhere, and I need to raise spending mid-run, my whole plan comes apart. Instructor Song said, seize every opportunity. 2 servings a day, optimal stability. 2 Wu-Tan soups gave me 30 points instead of 20, which, by the conversion, is genuinely wasteful. That second 100 coins buys 10 points where the first bought 20. I did not care. There are seasons for efficiency, and there are seasons for velocity. 250 coins a day. 7.5 taels a month. Weizi, don't be impulsive. Zhang Jie, watching me spend, and now genuinely worried in the other direction. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm only after the 10 taels. 10 taels? You want 100 jin in a month? Straight to 500? His eyes went round. Then he walked a full circle around me 3 times and then reached out and put a hand on my forehead. You don't have a fever. I'm serious, and I'm confident. Are you sure? Even Xie Zixuan and them, after 400, didn't gain more than 100 in a month. And Xie Zixuan, our strongest, after 400, on top of beef and Wu-Tan soup, I heard he's secretly taking ginseng. Bo gained 70. Believe me, I wouldn't joke about my future. I couldn't exactly tell him I was carrying a destiny that turns into a river and that I had done the arithmetic on my own funeral. Because here's the arithmetic. I had 2 taels of silver. 2 Wu-Tan soups and 3 pounds of beef a day is 250 coins. 2 taels carries me to 2250 blood, which is 450 jin. 450 jin. Then I'm empty. But at 450, I qualify for the 3-tael reward. Then I take those 3 taels and I put every coin back into the fire and I drive for 500. That's the whole plan. There is no reserve. There is no fallback. I was betting my entire liquid net worth on a policy document and a sentence in a destiny panel. Meanwhile, Xie Zixuan and his 4 were doing their own version of the same thing. Winter came in, white frost on the ground before dawn. And by then, there were 11 people on that training ground at first light. Xie Zixuan, Deng Changfeng, Lei Jun, Yang Peng, and Guo Min, all past 570, driving at 600, and 5 of us at 400, plus Zhang Jie, whom I was dragging by the collar. Everyone else showed up when the sun did. 6 days later, the instructors came. Instructor, disciple wants to try the 450 jin stone. I said it loudly. I checked the panel first, 2253, and then I said it loudly. Every head turned. What? If I remember correctly, Zhao Wei crossed 400 a few days ago. It's impossible to gain 50 jin in a few days. Guo Min's lips started to curl and then stopped, because he was remembering Deng's restaurant and had concluded that mockery was, for him personally, no longer a safe activity. I walked to the 450 and did not get cocky about it because I had crossed 450 that morning and could not lift it reliably. Veins up, face red, stone to the abdomen. The yard went quiet. I lowered my head modestly and looked at the ground. This is just the beginning. Your shock is yet to come. Instructor Song's eyes gleamed and he thought for a moment and then said, All right, Zhao Wei, go to the backyard with Xie Zixuan and the others. The rest of you continue. And that was the sentence that put me in the room. After I left, Chu Dong walked up to the stone I'd lifted and tried it, several times, failed, and had to accept that it was real. Chu Dong, what do you mean? Do you suspect Weizi of faking? With the instructor standing right there, somebody added, who would dare cheat? Chu Dong knew it was inappropriate and didn't argue. Bo simply could not process a 50 jin gain in 6 days and had briefly found it more plausible that the stone was fake. The largest courtyard in the hall, 6 of us, 5 over 500, and me. Even against Guo Min, the weakest of them, the gap was over 100 jin. Normally, these 5 wouldn't glance at someone that far below them. That morning, all 5 of them kept glancing. Junior brother Zhao, how did you do that? Deng Changfeng, still visibly rattled. I learned it by boxing. What do you eat every day? Xie Zixuan, low and flat. Beef and wutan soup. That's it? Okay, that's it. The 5 of them stopped talking entirely. Outside the gate, the 3 instructors were having their own conversation. Brother Song, give us the truth. You really didn't help Zhao Wei? No. Song Guohua smiled, knowing perfectly well they wouldn't believe him, which is inconvenient when it's also the truth. That's genuinely strange. How did he do it? On cafeteria beef and wutan soup. Instructor Su had the booklet in his hand. It records every student's cafeteria spending because the instructors take a cut of it, salary from the administration, plus a percentage of what their students spend on food. Song Guohua doesn't care about the commission. Bo's alone in the world with no further ambitions of his own, and the administration's salary is enough. Which is exactly why he tells every incoming class not to chase speed. It's a pity, Instructor Sun said. If he'd improved his diet earlier, he'd have had a chance at essence and tan within the year. Now it's a bit late. Because after 500 jin, there's another wall, and after 550, there's a wall every 10 jin, and there were less than 2 months left. Not necessarily, Instructor Song said. Maybe Zhao Wei can give us a surprise. It's difficult. The time is too short. If he had another 3 months, I wouldn't doubt him. Unfortunately, there are less than 2. Then Instructor Shu clapped his hands together and got to the actual business. From now on, the 3 of us will give you special training to help break through the blockages in your blood. Xie Zixuan, come here. Special training. The thing this hall does every year for students with a real shot at essence and tan inside a year. The hall officially teaches only warm sun fist, but when a student is 1 step from the wall, the instructors put a hand out. Let's see a warm sun fist. Xie Zixuan threw the set, wind whistling. Instructor Shu watched, and the moment he finished, grabbed his right wrist and pressed 1 finger under his armpit. 3 breaths. Xie Zixuan's entire right arm went purple-red. Your blood is obstructed when it reaches here. Keep practicing the 9th move. Thank you, Instructor, Xie Zixuan lit up. The other 3 got excited, and I stood there with an obvious question on my face, which Instructor Song caught immediately. Only when the blood reaches a certain level, 1 step from essence and tan, can we detect where it's blocked. Ah, think of the meridians as tubes with a protective membrane. To reach essence and tan, those membranes have to break. But if your blood is insufficient, or for other reasons, they break incompletely. Fragments remain. The flow can't reach full speed, and essence and tan never condenses. So it isn't that they've been withholding a service, it's that until you're nearly there, there's nothing to see. From today, you will train in this courtyard. The cafeteria will deliver your meals. The 3 taels awarded by the martial administration will be credited directly to your food allowance. Thank you very much, Instructor. Then they went down the line and told the others exactly which move to drill, and all 5 of them dropped into it immediately. 1 move, 1 punch, 1 sweeping kick. Over and over, no instruction to stop, and not 1 of the 5 stopped. And standing in that courtyard, I felt something I hadn't expected to feel about 5 rich boys. I wanted to change my fate, and my family's fate. So did they. Different starting lines, different amounts on the table, and every single one of them knew exactly what this door was worth. Nobody slacked. Everybody volunteered extra. With unlimited beef and wutan soup delivered daily, there's no risk of overtraining. There's only how much you're willing to put in. 8 days later. Instructor, Disciple wants to try the 500 Jin stone. Every one of them stopped punching at the same instant. Did I hear that right? Not 470, not 480, 500. Good. Instructor Song's pupils tightened. Then he walked out of the courtyard and came back carrying a 500 Jin stone block in one hand, which is a thing I would like to note for the record. I walked up to it, and everyone stopped pretending to train. Instructor Sun, purely out of curiosity, walked over and stood directly in front of me to watch my face. 25-13. Bent. Gripped. And it was hard, genuinely hard, and it came up. Instructor Song beamed. Instructor Sun's eyes lit. The 4 of them looked at each other with their mouths doing something unattractive. It's fine, Guo Min said. Bo's only 500. We're all at 590. Bo can't possibly pass us. I admit Zhao Wei surprised me, Xie Zixuan said, but there's absolutely no way he catches up. I'm confident I'll reach Essence and Tan by the end of this month. Which was true, and which was the problem. Because for months there had been 5 of them racing each other, and now there was a 6th thing in the race that none of them had budgeted for. Kaohe Town Martial Hall, disciple Zhao Wei, 400 jin last month, gained 100 jin in 15 days, verified by Song Guohua. Bo said the formal line with a completely straight face. Then he smiled. Zhao Wei, 100 jin breakthrough in 1 month. Per the Martial Administration's announcement, that's a reward of 10 taels of silver to be distributed by the hall tomorrow. Instructor Sun shot Song Guohua a look of enormous smugness. You said you gave him nothing. You've been helping him this entire time. Because normally, the hall reports to the city and the administration issues the money, and that takes anywhere from 3 days to half a month. Thank you, instructor. I didn't know that. I thought the hall just paid out. Song Guohua didn't explain. Bo knew what my family situation was. He knew I'd have almost nothing left, and he'd quietly advanced 10 taels of his own money against a reimbursement he'd collect later. Ambitious young people should not be let down. I found that out a long time afterward, and I've never fully recovered from it. The next morning, tan blood, 25:45. I stared at it. My daily gain had gone from 30 to 32. Diet identical. Training identical. Nothing changed. There's only one explanation. The river's moving. I sat on that bed at dawn and did the math 3 times, and every time it came out the same, and every time it was better. If this holds, if this accelerates, I hit 3,000 this month. I reach Essence and Tan inside the year. Next day, 34. Confirmed. Stage 3 had started. Unstoppable momentum. Right on the label. Arriving exactly when I could no longer afford anything else. Catching Xie Zixuan was no longer a hope. It was a schedule. 3rd day, Instructor Song said out of nowhere, Zhao Wei, lift the stone. I hadn't planned to lift for every 10 jin. I'd planned one enormous reveal at the end. But the instructor had spoken. There were a lot more stones in that yard than 2 days ago. All of them over 500. 26:15. I looked at the 510 for a second, walked past it, and went to the 520. Xie Zixuan's 5 stopped again. Instructor Shu and Instructor Sun exchanged a glance because they had both been carefully reading my face and blood, and both had concluded 510. I lifted 520. Will he be able to? Guomin started to say, and I already had it off the ground. Xie Zixuan pursed his lips, said nothing at all, and silently swept his right leg out. Bode cleared the block in his right arm. Bo was working the leg joint now. It's all right, Instructor Song said. Keep practicing. It's all right? Instructor Shu and Instructor Sun both rolled their eyes so hard I could hear it. Is this just okay? In 7 or 8 years at that hall, neither of them had seen a student do what I was doing. What's wrong? Did you suffer in the early stages and now the late stage is all sugar? That night, after the meals were delivered and the instructors left, 6 of us were still in that courtyard. A quarter hour, half an hour, an hour. None of the 5 stopped. So none of you are sleeping? I thought about it and decided to be helpful. Several senior brothers, junior brothers, martial arts training shouldn't be overdone. Get enough rest, or it affects your condition tomorrow. Nobody answered me. Not one of them. Not even Deng Changfeng, who is the kindest human being in that entire hall. Bo just kept punching in total silence. Having thoroughly humiliated myself, I went back to the dormitory. And the second I was out of the courtyard, all 5 stopped dead. Bo's only 520, Guomin said. Bo's still far behind us. Right, it gets harder as we go. We're at 590. Bo can't catch up, Yang Peng said. Xie Zixuan looked up at the moon. It's almost here. I can feel it. I'll reach Essence and Tan soon. By the 4th night, I was at 38. By the 5th, 40, and 530 on the stone. That night, the 5 of them trained an extra 15 minutes. Bo's still a ways off from us, Guomin said. 6th night, 42 and 540. Late at night. Bo's still a bit behind us. Xie Zixuan, nothing. I want to be clear that I had no idea any of this was happening. I was completely absorbed in what was going on inside my own body, which was the single most wonderful sensation of both my lives. Every punch landing harder than the punch before it. Every day, without exception, without a ceiling in sight. Seventh night, 550. Eighth, 2822. Blood, and 560. Ninth, 570. 10th, 580. Late at night, as I left the courtyard. Bo, and us. Shut up, Xie said. What I'm trying to say, Guomin stammered, is that he's no different from us. Since everything I say backfires, I'll do the opposite this time. Sure enough, quick-witted. 11th night, 590. The four of them went completely numb. They had begun to have doubts about whether I was practicing the same martial art as them. It gets harder and harder for me as I go. It gets easier and easier for him. This stone pier looks fake, probably made of tofu. Guomin walked over and kicked it. Some pain is real. The instructors were also having a difficult time. Instructor Shu and Instructor Sun had taken to ambushing Song Guohua every time they left the courtyard to ask what medicine he'd given me. They asked so many times that Song Guohua began to doubt himself. Have you given it to Zhao Wei yourself? Am I really getting old and forgetful? Give me 3 more days, Xie Zishuan was saying, over and over, like a machine. 3 more days and I'll master essence and tan. Deng Changfeng was watching him with something close to grief, because it was useless now. At my pace, I'd be there tomorrow. That night, the wind in that courtyard wasn't wind. It was 5 people's fists. Brother Xie, aren't you going to sleep? I'm not sleeping, Xie Zishuan ground the words out. Bo could not let it happen this way. One by one, the others gave up and went to bed. Xie Zishuan stayed out there alone, soaked in sweat, into the dark. I slept 8 hours. Rise at the crowing of the rooster. I opened my eyes, and before anything else in the world, Tan blood. 3,000 over 3,000. 10 months. Xie Zishuan, Lei Jun. I have finally succeeded in turning the tables. Zhang Jie wasn't in the dorm. Bo'd gone home the day the instructors pulled me into special training. In his words, Weizi, you're not at the training ground anymore. It's no fun for me alone. Might as well practice at home. I washed and walked to the backyard, and found Xie Zishuan not training. Sitting on the stone table, eyes half shut, losing. I didn't ask. I started my forms. The sun came up over the courtyard wall, and I was standing in it, and I took a breath and raised my fists to shoulder height and threw the first punch, and my blood went through me like rivers. Every punch came with a low whistling sound, as if the air was being opened rather than pushed. Deng Changfeng's head came up, then the others. Xie Zishuan, half asleep, focused hard. The punches were the same punches. They didn't sound the same anymore. I was not aware of any of them. I was in the best moment of my life. The blood was moving faster than it had ever moved, and every cycle felt better than the last, and my breathing went deep and slow, and my whole body started ringing along with it, like something being tuned. Song Guohua and the other 2 appeared at the courtyard gate at some point, and none of them came in. At the moment blood breaks and essence and tan condenses, you do not walk into the room. Once. Twice. 3 times. I don't know how many sets. Some instinct underneath my skin kept speeding my hands up, and the punches came dense and hard as weather, and inside me the blood was a fire being fed. Silence. And then, after one more full-strength punch, something inside me broke. That was the barrier. My eyes came open, and everything was very clear and very deep, and there was a warm current moving through my limbs and into my bones, and gathering in my abdomen, and going around again, endlessly, and it did not stop. I pulled the fist back and stood up straight, and there was something around me, faint, undeniable. That's the sign. Ha ha ha, Song Guohua, laughing out loud, and it was not a polite laugh. In 1 month, from 400 jin to essence and tan, Instructor Shu said. Even the sons of the powerful and wealthy in the county couldn't do that. I clasped my hands and bowed to all 3 of them and thanked them for their guidance. I should have thanked one of them. I kept that where it belonged, which was inside, because there was no version of saying it out loud that wouldn't have cheapened it. Xie Zishuan and his 4 said nothing at all. Finally, Deng Changfeng spoke first. Junior Brother Zhao should now be called Senior Brother Zhao. Congratulations, Senior Brother Zhao. Every student in that hall is the same age, so seniority isn't age here, seniority is ability. 10 months earlier, I was the cheapest student in the history of that cafeteria, drinking the bottom of a soup bucket while 60 people laughed. I was now, without dispute, the great master of Kaohe Town Martial Hall. And a few hours later, in that same courtyard, Xie Zixuan finally roared and turned red as a tiger and broke through too, and shouted, "I've mastered Essence and Tan," with his whole chest, Jucho, and then saw the bewildered faces of Deng Changfeng and the others, and stopped. Because the person he'd been shouting it at wasn't there. Ton blood, 4,000/5,000. I want to say something about that number. The instant I broke through, my blood jumped 1,000 points, straight up, free. My strength went to 800 jin. Xie Zixuan, Guo Min, and their ilk are nothing more than cheap imitations. I could knock any of them down with one punch. But the ceiling had moved. 3,000 had become 5,000, which meant 1,000 jin of strength was sitting up there as a promise, and I had no idea what it was a promise of. What are you thinking about? Instructor, disciple feels like a completely different person. There's inexhaustible energy everywhere. The body possesses essence and tan. Blood generates naturally, circulating endlessly. Only at this stage are you considered to have truly stepped onto the path. Then he smiled slightly. It seems you don't know much about martial arts. Today I'll explain it properly. And he did. And I'm going to give it to you fast because it's the map, and I spent 10 months walking without one. 2.5 realms at the start. You're in the half. Next, you use essence and tan to strike your acupoints. Succeed, and you enter the acupoint opening realm. After that comes viscera training. And only after that do you become a ranked martial artist, from 9th grade up to 1st. Below 9th grade, you're unranked, which is a polite word for everyone. So after a year of everything I have, in the eyes of actual martial artists, I'm an apprentice. Don't think there are many 9th rank martial artists, he said, reading my face because he'd stood exactly here once himself. There are 2 in all of Poyang County, the county magistrate and the director of the martial administration office. 2. I said 2 hold rank, not that there are no others. There are about 10 men in Poyang County who reached 9th grade, but apart from those 2, they're all over 50. Their blood has begun to decline. Their current strength no longer reaches 9th grade. A martial artist's strength declines? Do you really think an old martial artist compares to a young one? Bo smiled. Unranked martial artists start declining after 40 and find it very hard to improve. Even at 9th rank, it only lasts 10 years, unless you break into the next grade. With your current strength, you could kill a 100-year-old 7th rank martial artist with one punch. Which is a horrifying sentence to hear out loud, and my mouth twitched, because killing a centenarian is not an achievement. But there's a saying from my last life that fits perfectly here. For a martial artist, revenge is never too late. If 10 years isn't enough, take 20. Wait until the other man's blood runs out. This is the cruelty of it, he said. It's better to bully the old than the young. Then he thought for a moment, a village boy, going to a county school, where things are considerably more complicated than a town hall, and asked, "No large family wants to offend a young martial artist. But if they've already offended one, and there's no way to resolve it, what do you think those families do? They must do everything they can to prevent that young martial artist from growing up." Bo nodded slightly and didn't elaborate. Bo wasn't warning me about anything specific. Bo was installing a piece of furniture in my head for later. Precisely because I'm over 40, he added, there's a saying, 5 years for acupoint opening, 10 for viscera training. Any slower and you'll struggle to reach the next level. If you find the path isn't coming quickly, find a job in a government office. Earn while you train. Leave yourself a way out so that if you fail and your blood declines, you aren't destitute. Being a martial artist can be glamorous. It can also be brutal. A life of success is built on money and hard work, and once you pass 40, your ways of making money shrink at the same rate your body does. Bo told me about a viscera training martial artist, a man of real achievement, who was so focused on his training that he borrowed from banks whenever he was short and accumulated a debt of 1,000 taels. After 40, his fortunes reversed. His income fell every year. His creditors came, and his old enemies helped them, and the man ended his life working as a doorman in a brothel. That's the story he chose to tell a 15-year-old on the best morning of his life. I have thought about that story approximately once a week ever since. Given your family's circumstances, whatever the future holds, you've already brought honor to them. Strive for the path, but act within your capabilities. Bo wasn't being modest on my behalf. By the old rules, the first-place student of a hall gets an aperture opening pill. Even if I slowed down after that, 10 acupoints would get me a minor government post. A constable in a village is a very big man and a genuine source of family pride. As for becoming a ranked martial artist, that's not something a martial artist from an ordinary background aspires to. Every man on that roster has a family behind him. Come back in 2 days and I'll take you to the martial arts school in the county. Today, go home. Share this with your elders. Then disciple takes his leave. And after I left, he said, quietly, to somebody who wasn't me, if you can master essence and tan within a year, it's time to show your strength. If there's depression in your heart, your thoughts won't be clear. I'll help you dispel it. I had no idea what that meant. I found out about 4 hours later in the middle of my own village. Winter, and I'll say this, I'd always heard that winter is for sorrow. Walking home that morning, I thought winter was better than any spring I'd had. 6 months earlier, I'd walked this road with a passing grade and no idea whether the road continued. This time, the road continued. At the village entrance, I slowed down. Zhang Jie had been home for days, and Zhang Jie has never held a piece of information in his body for more than an hour, so my performance at the hall had certainly already toured this village twice. Who is without vanity? I'm not. I want to be clear about that. I have never once pretended to be above it. Vanity isn't a flaw, it's fuel, right up until it's steering. Zhao Wei, a villager, squinting at me, genuinely unsure. 10 months of blood growth had done things to my height and face. Uncle Deng, it's me. I braced for the exaggerated compliments. Zhao Wei, you're back just in time. Something's happened at your family's place. Someone's come to cause trouble, your father. Bo didn't finish, because I was already 30 feet down the road. The speed of it stunned him. It stunned me a little too. Are we doing this? I just stepped onto the actual path and my family is on fire the same morning? The plot is so melodramatic that even web novel authors wouldn't write it like this anymore. I saw the crowd from a distance and my chest unlocked slightly, because they weren't gathered at our house. They were at the ancestral home. I moved through the crowd. At that height I could see straight over it, and got the picture in one look. My father and his 2 brothers and my older brother, standing in a line with hoes and carrying poles, facing several very large men. Behind them, my grandfather and my aunt. Second aunt on the ground, holding Zhao Qing, crying. My mother, holding little Lei Qing. It is only right to pay back debts. Your family borrowed 10 taels. With interest, it's 15. Either pay or hand over the land deed, or it goes to the yamen, and that helps nobody. The one in front had a fleshy, cheerful face on him. If you don't have money, don't try to learn martial arts. Don't you even know what kind of people your family is made of? Money shop, right. And here's my first thought, which I'm not proud of, and which was also correct. This is my grandfather's debt. My family has legally separated, and this is not my problem. Except my father was standing in that line, which made it my problem. Uncle Gao, let me through. Uncle Yang, let me in. I tapped shoulders, and every man turned, saw me, and made room. Zhao Wei's back. Zhao Wei, the Zhao family's youngest? I heard he's doing very well at the hall. So the Zhou boy wasn't lying. Bo's grown a foot. My son spent a year at that hall, and grew half a head. My mother came at me, with Lei Qing on her hip. Why are you back now? Zhang Jie said you had another month. Came back to see my mother. Under any other circumstances, I would have handed her the sentence right there. Your son has reached essence and tan. She'd earned it. She could have carried it around this village for a decade. Mother, what's going on? Her mouth flattened. Zhao Hong came back again last month asking for money. You know your grandfather. Anything the eldest grandson wants. Bo secretly borrowed 10 taels from a money shop, 5 taels of interest a month. If he doesn't pay, the land deed settles it. 5 taels of interest on 10 per month. That's not a loan. That's a rope with a bow on it. And he signed it. I looked at my grandfather, standing behind my father, and I laughed at myself, quietly. 10 taels wasn't enough for the only grandson of the Zhao family, so he went and got another 10. This has nothing to do with our household, does it? Father? Uncle? Because the money was borrowed by my grandfather, and in the split, those fields went to my eldest uncle, not to us, not to second uncle who took the fishing boat. They came to the door demanding money, my mother said. Your grandfather didn't want to give it, and there was a scuffle. Zhao Qing came home right then and saw it. She thought they were bullying your grandfather, so she rushed in and got knocked down. So, they beat a girl, my cousin, second uncle's daughter, the one whose family had objected to funding me and who had also never once done anything to me. And nobody in this village would stand up because the collectors were from a money shop with a written agreement and the Zhao family had no standing, and men who run money shops are not pushovers, and those 4 were built like doors. This is your grandfather's business and your eldest uncle's, my mother whispered. Don't act impulsively. Mother, don't worry. She thought I'd go soft and take on the debt. I could not have been softer if I'd been made of soup, and it still wouldn't have gotten a coin out of me for that man. From the night we split, I stopped having a grandfather. Father, I said, it's perfectly reasonable for them to collect with an IOU. If we stop them today, they'll go to the government office and take the land deed tomorrow. There's no point blocking them. My father opened his mouth, and my grandmother got there first. Zhao Wei, how can you help outsiders? This is fertile land passed down from our Zhao ancestors. If we lose it, how can we face them? As long as you can pay back the money, who would want your few acres of dilapidated land, the big man said, snorting. We're all from the same town. Our shop has always been reasonable. We agree the amount and the interest in advance. Plenty of people from Linhu village have borrowed from us. Have you ever seen us cause trouble? Then he looked at me. This young man is quite reasonable. If this drags on, we'll all pay more when the authorities get involved. Which is true, incidentally. County officials don't come to the countryside for free. If they have to travel, someone pays for the travel. Which is why village disputes get settled by village chiefs and respected elders and almost never go to a government office. We can't pay it back, my grandfather said. That's the root of our Zhao family. My eldest grandson wrote the other day. Bo has mastered essence and tan. We can pay in a few days with an extension. And the crowd went up. Zhao Hong has mastered essence and tan? Probably. Bo's been at it almost 3 years. Look at the Zhao family 3 years ago and look at them now. They've even split. They've spent that much. It's about time. If Zhao Hong's reached essence and tan, the Zhao family's life is going to get better. My grandfather's old face opened into a smile. My grandmother's chin came up. She'd been saving that announcement for his return, planning to release it properly, and her husband had spent it early, but with this many villagers here, it would do. Grace period? Bah! The big man spat on the ground, and the smile came off both their faces like paint. Almost 3 years to develop essence and tan. It's hard to say whether he'll ever get an acupoint opening in this lifetime. Pay today or hand over the land title. There's no other way. You! What? You really think our shop didn't investigate your family before lending? And there it was. They knew exactly who Zhao Hong was. They knew he'd emptied his family and taken on debt to reach essence and tan in 3 years. They knew what that predicts. They lent that money knowing he would never pay it. They lent it to get the land. My grandfather started shaking again. His Qilin, the boy he'd spent 40 taels and 2 other households on, had just been publicly appraised at 0 in front of this entire village. Second brother, third brother. Bo turned to my father and my second uncle. This is land from our ancestors. We can't let it go. They want money. You 3 brothers chip in and pay them first. Once Honger's mastered essence and tan, we can pay you both back in no time. Second uncle was visibly tempted. Bo doesn't understand martial artists, but he'd heard Zhao Hong talk for years about how glorious it would be, and helping now meant being owed by a martial artist later. My father looked at my mother, and at me, because the money in that household is in my mother's hands, and my mother listens to her youngest son. Our family can't afford this money, I said. And then, looking at that imperious old face, I think this man is right about one thing. 3 years to develop essence and tan. Given my uncle's family's situation, it's questionable whether my cousin will even have money to continue. The yard erupted, because in this village, 3 years to essence and tan is impressive. Over the years, apart from Lord Han, a few men from here have reached it, and all of them left to work as guards for wealthy families in the city and came back rarely and came back magnificent. Zhao Wei, do you know what you're saying? My grandmother was incandescent. You've learned martial arts, so you know how hard essence and tan is. I think you're just jealous of your older brother. My grandfather's face had gone livid. 6 months ago, he'd have been shouting by now. Zhao Wei, my mother said, worried, because after the essence and tan announcement, she'd started to waver, not to curry favor, but because if Zhao Hong had it and her son was still learning, maybe Zhao Hong could give her son guidance. That's my mother, practical to the last inch. Auntie, I said, I really didn't think it was that difficult to develop essence and tan, because I have developed essence and tan myself. I'd been holding that for 4 hours, and it came out of me like a cork. And I'll admit, saying it yourself, out loud, in a crowd, is not smooth. It's abrupt. It's a little childish. But isn't that exactly the age I am? A fine sword is forged through tempering. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. That's a thing people say to make being poor sound like a training montage. It is, mostly, self-comfort forced on us by circumstances. But I had 30 seconds of it coming, and I took them. What? Did I hear that right? The Zhao boy says he's mastered essence and tan? I remember Zhao Wei went to the hall this year. If he's got it, that's under a year. The village stared. And after a stunned pause, my grandmother started laughing. Zhao Wei, have you gone mad from practicing? You're talking nonsense. Do you think anyone will believe you? That's enough. Don't embarrass yourself in front of so many people. My grandfather, emphatically. Because his most valued grandson had spent 40 taels and 3 years, and this one was claiming under a year, which was simply impossible. Zhao Wei, are you telling the truth? My mother said. Only her. Mother, it's true. Zhang Jie told you I was training separately at the hall this month because the instructor thought I could develop essence and tan. I came home because I have. I came home to tell you the good news. And my mother turned around and said to the entire yard, my Zhao Wei said he can develop essence and tan, so he has developed it. Hey boy, my grandfather said to my father, displeased, aren't you going to do anything about this? Let them make a fool of themselves like this. And my father, my quiet father, who has spent his entire life not being a problem, ignored his own father completely and said, at volume, Beau's truly my son, well done. My grandmother's face did something structural. Accepting that I had reached essence and tan was, for her, more painful than handing over the land deed, because it meant her Hong'er wasn't as good. And then, from the direction of the village entrance, a gong. It's the village chief. The chief's here, too. Gongs and drums. What great occasion is happening in our village? Deng Long is over 60 and walks like it. Beau was not walking like it. Everyone knows now, he shouted from 30 feet out. It seems Zhao Wei has come back to tell you all the good news. Every head in that yard turned to me, and they all remembered, at the same time, what I'd said 30 seconds ago. On my way back from town, I ran into the Marshall Hall's team bringing good news. Our village has produced a genius. Zhao Wei has not only mastered essence and tan within a year, he is the first person in the entire hall to do it. The yard came apart. I knew Zhao Wei was good. I could tell he was suited for martial arts when he was small. Essence and tan within a year, and first, but the Zhao families produced a Qilin. With Zhao Hong too, that's 2 martial artists. The Zhao ancestral graves are smoking. Old Zhao Tianming's going to be overjoyed. That's not necessarily true, and the temperature in that yard changed. Because thanks to Zhang Jie, the inside story of the Zhao family's division was already known to every household here. The parties involved had never confirmed it, so people had held it loosely. They had just watched it confirmed. If Zhao Tianming, his own grandfather, wouldn't believe him, then the rumors were exactly true. Now that I think about it, it was all real. If my grandson said he'd mastered essence and tan, I certainly wouldn't call him a fool talking nonsense. Zhao Tianming keeps saying his Qilin is Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong's trash. 3 years. Zhao Tianming is blind and mistook the Qilin for somebody else. I listened to that go around the yard and felt precisely nothing warm. The village chief knew the whole story too. Bo said none of it and looked at my grandfather standing there stunned and sighed and sighed. Zhao Tianming, as the head of that family, had misjudged badly, and there was no version of this afternoon where he got to keep his face. Zhao Wei, congratulations. The good news team is coming. Shall we go and greet them? Thank you for the reminder, village chief. I bowed to him. And the big man from the money shop was standing there, looking like a man doing sudden arithmetic. The Marshall Hall reported good news. Essence and Tan within a year, first in the hall. That scared him properly. Bo could disregard Zhao Hong. Bo could not afford to offend a boy who did it in under a year and topped his hall, because that boy is going to be an eight-acupoint opening martial artist very soon. Since there's a happy occasion in your village, let's talk about the debt in a few days. Bo turned to leave. Stop. And I felt him flinch. I actually felt it, that sharpened sense picking up the exact moment a very large man's body decided it was afraid. Master Zhao Wei, our employer is also a strong player in the acupoint opening realm. Bo was reaching for his boss's name because he had nothing else in his hands. 10 seconds earlier, he'd thought my eyes were unusually sharp for a villager. Now he wouldn't meet them. It is only right to pay back debts, I said. You can ask whoever owes you. I will not stop you. My second uncle's family does not owe you anything. You should not have injured my cousin. That debt needs to be settled. His expression got interesting, because he'd overheard the entire grandfather-grandson exchange and had already worked out that this family was at war with itself, which made things easier in his view. I can make amends for injuring Master Zhao Wei's cousin. 5 taels, I said. 5 taels? Why don't you just rob me? If you don't want to give it, that's fine. You hit my cousin a few times. Let me hit you a few times. We'll call it even. And I smiled at him. Bo shuddered, visibly. Because an Essence and Tan martial artist has at least 700 jin behind a fist, and a few of those would take half his life, and there is not enough money in a money shop to make that a reasonable trade. Then we'll offset 5 taels, as Master Zhao Wei said. Now we only need 10 back. Bo lowered his head. I took 1 step forward. All 4 of them took 3 steps back, in perfect unison, like a drill. Didn't I make it clear? You ask whoever owes you money. My second uncle's family doesn't owe you anything, so you will hand over these 5 taels. And they did. They counted it out in the middle of that village, in front of everyone. Every boy in that yard under the age of 12 watched that happen and had their entire future rearranged. Is this what a martial artist is? Villagers who had given up on their sons learning martial arts stood there recalculating. Learning is expensive, but look at Zhao Wei. Bo got grown men to hand over 5 taels of silver with a few sentences, and a number of them looked at Zhao Qing, sitting in her mother's arms, with open envy. Zhao Qing really made a profit this time. She got hit a few times, some medicine, 10 days of rest. It's nearly the end of the year, and there's not much work anyway. That's free money. The old village chief squinted at the whole scene and thought about a boy who had left this village 14 years ago and who had brought benefits back to it and who had never once, not once, shown off his status in front of these people. Second aunt, here's the money. I put 5 taels in her hand. She held it in one hand with Zhao Qing in the other and burst into tears. Mother, don't cry. And little Zhao Qing, the chicken droppings connoisseur, 4 years old, got up, ran across the yard, grabbed the big man's leg, and bit down as hard as she could. Bo started to shake her off. Then he caught my eye and stood extremely still and let a 4-year-old chew on his shin. She took a good long bite, ran back behind me, and I patted her head. Bo gritted his teeth through the whole thing, and honestly, he didn't want to pay that 5 taels. If his employer had been there, he'd have had cover. His employer was not there, and he had worked out that if he didn't pay, he was going to leave that village horizontally. Master Zhao Wei. Now that the money has been paid and the tan has been paid, can we collect our debts? Of course, if you speak up, we can delay a few more days. Do as you please, and I pulled Zhao Qing aside and let them through. Zhao Wei, how could you do this? My grandmother, instantly. Now that you're so powerful, you can solve things with a word. Are you going to watch our Zhao family's ancestral land fall into the hands of outsiders? I stopped, and I looked at her, and she couldn't hold it. She looked away, and then discovered, for the first time in 15 years of not bothering to look at me, that this nephew's eyes had gotten sharp. I took 1 step toward her, and she went back several. Zhao Wei, what are you going to do? What are you afraid of, Auntie? You are the elder. How could your nephew not understand seniority? She relaxed. Since you know then, Since you've brought it up, Aunt, I also have something to say. And my eyes went across my grandfather without stopping, because by then that man was a stranger, and the desolation on his face was, I'll be honest, doing me some good. When Zhao Hong entered the hall, this family gave him 2 strings of cash a month. Every 10 days you'd carry eggs and eels to the hall so Zhao Hong could recover. When your nephew entered that hall for 6 months, this family never gave him a single coin. They are both your grandsons. Why treat them so differently? She opened her mouth to argue and found there was nothing there, because every word of it was true and every person in that yard could count. It's already difficult enough for the family to support Zhao Hong's training. My nephew is sensible, so he made an agreement with his grandfather. If he passes the 6-month assessment, the family supports him. Because he had no money, your nephew couldn't afford meat at the hall and was mocked by other students. Zhang Jie and 2 others from this village can testify to that. My nephew finally passed, and what did grandfather do? I let the sarcasm all the way out. Bo said he had no money, and that was that. My mother said she'd borrow it, and he disagreed. I genuinely thought he was afraid the family couldn't repay. It turns out he wanted to keep the land deeds valuable, so he could borrow against them for Zhao Hong. I can endure being wronged in front of strangers. I can never accept it from my own family. How can I acknowledge such a grandfather? From the night we separated, our household and yours have been 2 families. Every sentence a nail. My grandmother had gone white and would not lift her eyes. And the whole village stood there looking at me with pity, which I want to be very clear about. They knew Zhao Tianming was biased. They had not known it went this far. Aren't they all just grandsons? My grandson is promising. Bo should learn martial arts. Half of that speech was for me. I had been carrying it for 11 months, and it needed somewhere to go. The other half was strategy, and I'll say it plainly. I needed this village to understand, out loud, in daylight, that my family and my grandfather's family are not the same thing. Because if I don't establish that now, then the first time somebody wants to borrow money or lean on somebody using the name of the Essence and Tan martial artist from Linhu village, that person is going to be standing in my grandfather's yard. If you don't want the ancestral land to leave the family, I said, then take out the land deeds. Our household and second uncles can pool the money. Or does grandfather think the land has only left the family if it's in my family's hands and not in aunt's? And I looked directly at him and waited. Zhao Tianming tried to make a sound. Nothing came. And it was the village chief who broke it. Tianming, Zhao River, and Zhao Han are also your sons. Dividing the land among them doesn't mean the ancestral land is lost. If you lose it, how will you face the Zhao ancestors? His voice got heavy at the end. And that was a decision, not a comment. Because a family's internal unfairness is a family matter, and even a village chief can't easily intervene. But Zhao Wei reaching Essence and Tan is a good thing for all of Linhu village. Zhao Wei is going to the city. Zhao Han and his wife are staying here, and the few acres of wasteland they got in the split are barely property, and in a few years, once Zhao Wei makes a name, the whole household moves away. Give Zhao Han those acres, and he has something to hold him here. That is what that old man was thinking while he said the word ancestors. I worked it out about a year later, and I have never respected anyone more. Let's divide it, Zhao Tianming said finally. Once the debt is paid, the 2 brothers can divide the eldest son's acres. And when he finished saying it, his back, which had been bent for years, went the rest of the way down, and he was just an old man in a yard. Second uncle, second aunt, is it acceptable for your family to take 4 mu and mine to take 1? Second uncle nodded. Second aunt, sobbing, said, Xiao Wei, you can make the decision. Father, mother. No need to ask, my mother said. Mother agrees. 4 to them, 1 to us. I want that noted because I gave away 4/5 of what I'd just won, in public, to the household that had objected to funding me 9 months earlier. I'm not a saint. Second aunt's family had been bled by Zhao Hong too, and her daughter had been knocked down defending an old man who never gave her anything, and there is nothing more valuable in a village than being the person who is fair when he doesn't have to be. 15 taels, I told the big man. Come back tomorrow to collect it. All right, we'll come again tomorrow. Bo'd rather have died. If anyone from that shop came back to that village tomorrow, it was going to be somebody else. Yeah, Zhao, the village chief said. Let's go greet the people from the hall. Second uncle, I said, go to town, get a doctor, tell him about Hui's condition, and have him bring the medicine. Don't skimp. Normally, villagers go to town, get a prescription, and buy the medicine themselves at the pharmacy because a doctor who brings his own charges more. Second uncle went at a run. And behind us, walking Zhao Qing home, second aunt was already saying, "You still have to learn martial arts. Look how successful Zhao Wei is. Sister-in-law, you're going to enjoy a life of luxury from now on." How can I enjoy life? Zhao Wei's training will cost even more. Besides, I still need to save for Yang Er's wedding. I won't be like some people who are biased. With Zhao Wei as his brother, Yang Er isn't afraid of not finding a wife. Plenty of girls would marry him without a dowry. And my mother laughed so hard her crow's feet unfolded, surrounded by half the women of this village, and I want you to understand that this was, for her, the single greatest afternoon of her life, and I would have paid for it twice. Only my grandfather, my eldest uncle, and my eldest aunt were left at the old house. "Father," my grandmother said pitifully. "It's all his own fault," Zhao Tianming said, and shook his head. "I'm old. I won't be involved in things anymore." And he turned and went inside, hunched. And my grandmother turned to my eldest uncle, resentful, and started on the land. "Enough," Bo rounded on her. Zhao Wei was right about one thing. We really let down the second and youngest brothers by letting Zhao Hong learn martial arts. Now that Hong Er has essence and tan, let him walk his own path. I, as his father, am no longer capable of helping him. Zhao Chuan, what do you mean? Now you start talking about brotherly affection? You think your nephew's going to make it big and you'll play the good uncle? Back when father gave Zhao Wei nothing, you didn't object at all. What do you know, you old hag? I don't understand. It's not like I'm the one always saying nice things to father. It's not like I serve your father more attentively than my own. Why did father give so much money to Hong Er? I didn't hear any of that, and if I had, I wouldn't have cared. I was down the road receiving the Marshall Hall's messengers. The team leader turned out to be Supervisor's son, and it was only in a private aside from Supervisor's son that I learned who had arranged it, because this ceremony is unprecedented. Normally, a hall doesn't send anyone. If you join a martial arts school and win a school competition, the school sends someone and the hall tags along. For a hall student reaching essence and tan, there is no procession, there is no gong. I thought about it for 2 seconds and understood exactly what Instructor Song had done. And why. I had told him about my family. Bo had listened, said nothing, and then quietly arranged for a delegation to walk into my village and hand me a stage. If there's depression in your heart, your thoughts will not be clear. I will help you dispel it. Supervisor's son and his team sat in my family's courtyard for half an hour. Our house isn't large, so villagers carried in their own tables and chairs, and once the first family did it, every family in the village came out with whatever fruit and pastries they had in the house. This was a good opportunity to be friendly with the Zhao family. Everyone knew what today meant. And Supervisor's son sat in that courtyard and praised me to the sky for half an hour. I sat there and listened and had to work not to laugh because Supervisor's son, it turns out, has a real gift for storytelling. My extremely uneventful career at that hall, eat cheap, punch a lot, buy beef, came out of his mouth as a saga full of reversals and near disasters. Bo gave me a truly excellent boast. Then he left, and the village wanted more. Ye Zhao won first place in the hall, which is a great event for our village, the chief said, smiling. I think we should hold a banquet tomorrow. Village chief, this is a bit much. I haven't even joined a school yet. I meant it. Banquets are expensive, and I was down to almost nothing. But my parents' faces had lit up like lamps. For parents, there is no feeling on earth like this one. A banquet means the whole village and the neighboring villages know that their son reached essence and tan and topped the hall. Ye Zhao, don't worry about this. It's the rule in our village. I'll take care of it personally. Which meant the village was paying. I looked at my parents' faces and agreed. All right. Anyone who wants to watch the excitement, come tomorrow. Now everyone, go home. The chief dispersed them, then said something to me quietly and left, and I stood there in my own courtyard, staring at nothing. Zhao Wei, did the village chief mention something? If it's difficult, let's cancel the banquet. I'll go talk to him, my father said, worried. Dad, the village chief told me something good. It's about Lord Han. Lord Han, the one prominent figure Linhu village has ever produced, the most remarkable person in this village's chronicle. And 10 years ago, the Han family left Linhu village entirely and didn't even settle in Poyang City. They moved away. Rumor says Raozhou Prefecture. Nobody actually knows. What the chief had just told me was this. When Han moved his whole family, he left instructions. If any outstanding descendant appears in the village, be sure to inform him in Raozhou. Raozhou is far, nobody was ever going to walk it, which means a letter to a post station courier addressed to the Han residence. The chief wanted me to write it. And I stood in that yard and thought about it seriously, which is a thing I recommend doing before you spend something you can only spend once. Was it a courtesy line, said while seeing villagers off, or did he mean it? Han hasn't come back in 10 years. Nobody from that family has, which suggests courtesy. But people change about their hometowns as they age. When you're young, you resent how poor it was. When you're old, you miss the dirt. Except Han isn't old. By Instructor Song's account, he's in the absolute prime of a martial artist's life, which makes him much harder to predict. Han, my father said slowly. Bo'd known him back then. Han's ancestors fled here from famine. Bo''s only the third generation, small family. They didn't interact much with the other villagers. And that settled it for me, because I know exactly what a small family in a village means. There's no exploitation exactly, no robbery. There's just the fact that when it's time to irrigate the fields, households with more men go first. Every time. Forever. Han's impression of these villagers was not fond. That's why he left the instant he could. And the 10-year tuition exemption he got for Linhu village? That's not gratitude. That's reputation management, purchased at a distance. Which means, if I write, Han will probably help. Once, out of politeness. And then, never again. A letter you can only send once is not a resource, it's an option. And you don't exercise an option on a day when you're already winning. I'm not writing to Han yet. Next morning, I was up before dawn doing forms in the yard, because essence and tan is the beginning of the road, not the end of it, and a man who slacks the day after a breakthrough has a very short career regardless of what destiny he's carrying. Zhao Wei, you're wearing so little. Aren't you going to get cold? Mother, I've mastered essence and tan. My blood is very strong. This bit of cold is nothing. Which is true. I wouldn't need a padded coat in the dead of winter. By dawn, the chief had the village moving tables to the threshing ground in front of the ancestral hall. My father had gone to town to buy a whole pig with my brother. Winter sun, warm and lazy. Old men lined up along the hall wall soaking it up. My mother and the village women washing and chopping. 2 big earthen stoves going, lard in the pans, and a permanent crowd of children standing as close to the heat as they were allowed, and slightly closer. You little rascals, get out of here or you'll get burned. Then my mother thought about it, scooped out a big spoonful of the cracklings left from rendering, and distributed them. The children left happily. Mom, second aunt. Zhao Wei's finished his forms. You're the boss today. Go greet the guests. Second aunt saw my mother carrying a basket of radishes and hurried over. Sister-in-law, slow down, let me. I did not find second aunt's sudden attentiveness offensive. I have a good impression of her household. I did not stand up for Zhao Qing by accident. Who exactly were the guests? All villagers. There were no outsiders. My mother has 2 brothers on her side, but they live 5 hours away, in the dead of winter, and the banquet was arranged overnight by the village, so she didn't send word. My grandfather and my eldest uncle and aunt did not come. After yesterday, of course they didn't. And Zhang Jie wasn't there either, which surprised me until I asked his father and learned he'd gone to his maternal grandfather's house 2 days ago with his mother. When I appeared, the compliments started, and at first I enjoyed them a great deal. And then I noticed that every single thing I did was being watched by 200 people, and I began to feel quite strange about it. I had to actively resist the urge to pick my nose. Half an hour later, the village chief arrived and rescued me. Bo led me into the ancestral hall with incense and candles, and we paid respects to the ancestors, and then to the lake god, and then it was time to eat. As the main character, I didn't have to tour the tables toasting people. That did not save me, because the tables came to me. And after a full circuit of that, essence and tan or not, blood or no blood, I got comprehensively drunk. As I went down, I was vaguely aware of several village girls moving to help me up, and of second aunt intercepting them at speed. Zhao Wei is a little drunk. Sister-in-law, take Zhao Wei home to rest. She shouted it at full volume. And I have a hazy memory of her muttering afterward, "Humph. These girls are very clever. Our Zhao Wei is going to be successful. We can't let them get involved with him. Zhao Wei is going to marry a city girl." Life offers few chances to get genuinely drunk. I woke in the evening and pretended to still be drunk so I wouldn't have to go back, and lay on my hard bed while my mother made me hangover soup and congee. I wasn't bothered about it. Martial arts is what I'm chasing, but the scenery along the way is also worth something. and I am not a training robot. What drives me isn't only power. It's changing my fate and my family's, and the sense of accomplishment, and yes, the vanity. All of it. If you dropped me alone in deep mountains where I could break through realm after realm by pure practice until I finally stood at the peak of martial arts and then instantly turned old, I would not take that trade. I'm not the kind of man who hears the Tao in the morning and is content to die in the evening. I'd like to hear it and then go home for dinner. 2 mornings later. Tan blood, 4,150. After the breakthrough, my blood had jumped 1,000 on the first day and then settled to 50 a day, which is 5 times what I got in that cafeteria on borrowed soup. The 2 days off were over. I said goodbye to my family and walked to town, greeting every villager on the way, and the second I cleared the village boundary, I dropped the pleasantries and moved. The hall's training ground was deserted. Not one student. I went straight to Instructor Song's courtyard. Come in. The gate opened onto an empty yard, but the door to the main room stood open. Take a look at those papers on the table. The papers were the 8 great martial halls of the county, written in his hand. Iron Blood Martial Hall, Principal Art, Iron Crushing Fist, first in lethality among the 8. Philosophy of overwhelming force. In every county competition, Iron Blood has a member in the top 3. My pupils tightened, and then I read the next line, and they untightened. Iron Blood doesn't rank in the top 3 for enrollment because cultivating Iron Crushing Fist requires secret medicines beyond the reach of ordinary wealthy families. Ordinary wealthy families, which, in Instructor Song's vocabulary, means people like Deng Changfeng. If Deng Changfeng can't handle it, I am not in this conversation. 7 stars Martial Hall. 7 stars Fist. Less powerful than Iron Crushing Fist, but excels through complementary footwork. Jinyue Martial Hall. Iron Bone Skill. Excels at resilience against blows. Same weakness as Iron Blood, needs secret elixirs. Guangfeng Martial Hall. Raging Wind Leg. Yunyin Martial Hall. Movement techniques. Mantis Martial Hall. Mantis Fist. Not as powerful as Iron Crushing Fist, not as agile as 7 stars. Excels in flexibility. Doesn't require many secret remedies. Strength lies in steady improvement. I marked Mantis. More time, less money. That's my shape. Clear Wind Martial Hall. Qingfeng Palm. Initially less powerful, increases over time. Advantage. Late stage cost is similar to early stage cost. Disadvantage. Early power is lower than other schools. Late stage cost similar to early stage cost. I read that line about 4 times, because every single thing I have learned in this world says the opposite. The whole shape of this system is that it gets more expensive the higher you climb, and that's the mechanism that eats poor students alive. A school where the bill doesn't accelerate is not a martial art, it's a loophole. Clear Wind can also be included in the shortlist. Jingshui Martial Hall. Water Cloud Palm. Emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness. Palm techniques elegant and beautiful. Weakness, lowest power of the 8. Strength, the large number of female disciples. I read that twice as well, for different reasons. So Jingshui is a girls' school. Understood. Moving on. Song Guohua came out of the house at exactly the right moment, which I've come to understand is a thing he does on purpose. Have you finished? Disciple has finished reading. What are your thoughts? Disciple's family background is average. Per the paper, Iron Blood and Jinyue aren't suitable. Clear Wind and Mantis are more suitable. Bo nodded, and his face did the satisfied thing. Not only because those were the 2 he'd picked for me, because I hadn't gotten arrogant. 10 months of being the worst student in the hall, followed by 4 weeks of being the best, is a lot of pressure on a 15-year-old's sense of proportion, and he had been watching for it. The truth is that being first in the hall changed my difficulties not at all. I still had one problem, and it was the same problem, a cash shortage. Mantis Fist is the cheapest to cultivate, he said. It is also the weakest of the 8. Acceptable in internal sparring among students of the same school, a significant disadvantage against students of other schools. In comparison, Clear Wind's Qingfeng Palm isn't powerful in the early stages, but once mastered, it becomes formidable even against Iron Crushing Fist. You have a calm and patient temperament. Clear Wind seems like a good fit. Calm and patient temperament, said about the boy who spent 5 months drinking soup to make a spreadsheet work. Then Disciple should register for Clear Wind. I went to Clear Wind the day before yesterday. The school agreed to accept you. You'll come with me today. Bo didn't tell me, and I only found out later that he himself had come out of Clearwind Marshall Hall. Bo left that out deliberately, in case it influenced my decision. 15 minutes later, I was on a horse for the first time in either of my lives, riding out of Kaohei Town toward Poyang County beside my instructor. I'd never ridden. I was also considerably more coordinated than the average person by then, and under his instruction, I got it inside a few minutes and then started pushing the speed, because I am 15 and there was a horse. Kaohei Town to Poyang County is 5 hours on foot. Villagers usually take a boat to the county dock. With a horse, it took 1. And then the wall came up out of the winter haze, 3 jong high, and I sat there on that horse and just looked at it. The gate tower. Upturned eaves, carved beams, painted rafters, people and carriages moving through in a steady, unbroken stream, soldiers with spears and blades at their waists checking every identity tag. And every one of those soldiers had that specific stillness, sharp eyes, calm breathing, acupoint opening, all of them on gate duty. That's how prosperous martial arts is in this county. That's how far down the ladder acupoint opening is. Although the gatekeeper is acupoint opening, Instructor Song said, watching me look, barring anything unusual, he'll only ever have about 3 acupoints in his lifetime. A few exceptional ones reach 5. You haven't opened your acupoint yet, but once you enter a school and receive the aperture opening pill, you'll be in acupoint opening. In the 3 years you spend at the school after that, you'll open at least 5. 5. In 3 years. For a man who'll spend his entire career at 3. The county stipulates that anyone who has opened 10 acupoints can obtain a minor post and receive a government salary. Otherwise, guards receive no salary and only take a portion of the entrance fee. 10 acupoints is a job. Below that, you're a contractor with a spear. We rode through, and the sharpness went out of the soldiers' eyes as we passed, and one of them even smiled at us, and I found myself nodding back before I'd decided to. Beside the gate, a large wooden box, and a steady rain of copper coins going into it. 3 coins to enter from inside the county, 10 from outside. Extra for merchants with goods. Beside the box, a wooden table and a man with a sword laid across it, cracking melon seeds. Bo saw Instructor Song, stood up, and clasped his hands. It seems Instructor Song has brought his beloved disciple into town to the martial arts school. Kaohei Town is about to produce another martial arts genius. Brother Jen is too kind. We moved on. I did the arithmetic on that man, sword on the table, seated, greeted an instructor as an equal, formal position. 10 acupoints minimum, probably more. And behind us, a young soldier asked his boss a question I would have paid money to hear at the time and heard about much later. Boss, isn't the school supposed to start recruiting next year? You know nothing. Those who enroll in the spring won't achieve much. They'll be about the same as you. But Hall students who reach Essence and Tan within a year get recruited early by the 8 great martial halls and given an aperture opening pill. Take it and they're immediately acupoint opening. In 3 years, 10 acupoints is easy. They reach my level the day they graduate. 10 acupoints in 3 years? The other said. Boss, isn't that unfair to the rest of us? Unfair? Those who reach Essence and Tan within a year all come from wealthy families. 60, 70 taels of silver minimum. If you had that money, you could too. Bo got the pill, and his family spent a fortune on him. Of course he's fast. Anyway, take a good look at that young man's face. Don't offend him and cause me trouble. The young soldier went quiet after that. Bode trained at the county hall himself. A family crisis had taken the money, and he'd left after a year. Bode spent 3 more years reaching Essence and Tan on his own. Bo couldn't afford the 20 taels for school registration, and by the time he could have, he wouldn't have spent it that way. Bode saved for years and taken several more to open a single acupoint. At the start of that year, he'd used a distant relative's connection to get a job standing at a gate. For him, the path of martial arts had ended. Bo was maybe 22. I rode past him without knowing any of that and looked at the city instead. The street was 3 jong wide, bluestone, and packed. Shops on both sides, some hung with red silk and gold lettering catching the sun, some just old wooden boards that told you the family had been there 100 years. Merchants in good cloth, street vendors shouting. Cowhay Town and this place are not the same species of thing. Town people work for their next meal. City people, especially the wealthy ones, got past that generations ago, and it's in their faces. Clear Wind Marshall Hall. Instructor Song took me straight in. In the reception hall, a servant brought us fragrant tea. Junior brother is here! Footsteps behind a screen, and a man came out. Senior brother Dung. This is Zhao Wei, whom I mentioned the other day. Bo is the first person in our hall to master essence and tan. Disciple Zhao Wei greets Instructor Dung. I bowed fast and low. Very good. Dung Tse glanced at me, glanced once, the way you check whether a delivery arrived, and then looked away and sat down in the main seat. Brother Song, you've come all this way from town. Have some tea first. So they drank tea and reminisced, and I stood off to the side with my hands folded and listened, and the longer it went, the more wrong it felt. Because this Instructor Dung was reminiscing enthusiastically and had not, at any point, said one single word about my enrollment, Instructor Song noticed the same thing. Bo put his cup down. Senior brother Dung, have the papers been completed? As for that, junior brother, this matter may be somewhat difficult, and Dung Tse sighed, beautifully, with his whole chest. This year, the number of students who mastered Essence and Tan within a year across the halls is much higher than in previous years. To be honest, junior brother, I've met 7 students in the last 2 days alone. Our slots are full. Once every 7 or 8 years, Instructor Song had said, when the number goes over 80. Guess which year? There are 10 slots. We can't have none left. Besides, Zhao Wei is first in his hall. By the rules, he gets a pill slot. And Instructor Song's face was not doing well, because that's the actual rule, or at least the actual custom. However many students there are, the boy who ranks first in a hall gets a slot, every year, without exception. Junior brother, please don't get agitated. The school did have 2 slots left the day before yesterday. But slots aren't something I can decide alone. The deputy master gave those 2 to other students yesterday. There's nothing I can do. Then Dung Tse looked at me and smiled. The school is indeed full, but if Zhao Wei is willing to join, considering junior brother's face, I can apply to the curator for a subsidy of 10 taels of silver a year for Zhao Wei. No, Instructor Song said it before the sentence was cool. Bo stood up. Since the school is full, junior brother will not disturb senior brother any longer. Farewell. Junior brother, do not act rashly, lest you delay junior nephew Zhao. No need for senior brother Dung to worry. Zhao Wei, let's go. Bo walked out with his face like a wall, and I followed. And I had already read the room completely. Because I have lived twice, and I know what a face looks like when it's doing charity at you. 10 taels a year. And the way he said it, that easy, generous, slightly bored tone, told me everything. In Dung Tse's world, 10 taels a year is small change you hand to a beggar to make an inconvenient friend go away. And behind us, standing at the entrance of that hall, Dung Tse watched us go and spat. Bah. A fisherman's son, wanting an aperture opening pill? Junior brother really dares to dream, and he only spent under 20 taels to reach essence and tan? Who are you trying to fool? If he hadn't already promised the day before yesterday, he wouldn't have offered 10 taels either. 10 taels a year was a great favor to Song Guohua. They'd shown appreciation and gotten nothing back for it. Well, they'll be refused at every other school too. Go to Mantis Marshall Hall, Instructor Song said outside. Don't spoil it. Historically, the first place winner of every hall gets a pill slot. Clear Wind is full. Mantis should have some. Disciple has caused the instructor a lot of trouble, and I meant that one entirely. This man had taken care of me since I walked into that hall, and now he was riding across a county and knocking on doors for me personally, and this is what a personal disciple gets, and I was not a personal disciple. We crossed most of the county town to Mantis Marshall Hall. A servant showed us to the reception room. A young instructor came out. I already know why you've come, junior brother. The aperture opening pill slots are gone. But our school can provide Zhao Wei with a subsidy of 15 taels a year. 15. Bode already priced me. Because the Marshall administration had sent every school the file on every student in the county who'd reached Essence and Tan early that morning. Bode read mine and decided on 15 taels before we walked in the door. Senior brother Chen, Zhao Wei spent less than 20 taels of silver to master Essence and Tan. This can be verified in the hall's records. In terms of talent, Zhao Wei is in no way inferior to those family disciples. If that's the case, why doesn't junior brother let Zhao Wei join Clearwind? And instructor Song had nothing. Because he couldn't say that Clearwind rejected me. Coming to Mantis only after Clearwind fell through makes Mantis a backup, and saying so out loud costs both of them face. 20 taels to master Essence and Tan. Junior brother from Clearwind. Such a disciple, you wouldn't let Clearwind miss him, would you? Silence. Chen Yong knew. Chen Yong had known before he sat down. Bo pressed anyway, because the pressing was the message. The message was, Mantis will not give Zhao Wei a pill slot either. I'm sorry to bother you. Instructor Song clasped his hands and we left again. I won't give it to junior brother, Chen Yong said after we were out. What a piece of trash. They don't want Clearwind, so they want to take advantage of us. What do they take us for? Learn Essence and Tan for under 20 taels? Only a fool would believe that. Outside the gate, Instructor Song looked at me. Don't be discouraged. If Clearwind and Mantis are unwilling, there are other schools. I nodded, and a shadow went over me, because it wasn't that simple, and I'd worked out why on the walk between buildings. I did reach Essence and Tan. Once you have it, a school can hand you a slot. The fact that 2 schools won't is partly because they don't believe I did it on that money. But that's not the reason. That's the excuse. The reason is my family. And the reason can't be said out loud, so the excuse gets used instead, and the excuse is unfalsifiable, and that's the entire design. Yunyin, Guangfeng, refused. 4 schools, 4 versions of the same conversation. And walking out of the 4th one, I looked at Instructor Song and couldn't say what I wanted to say. Emotionally, I should have told him to stop. Every rejection was a slap at him too. He was the one asking, and each no was another peer telling him his judgment was worthless. But I really did not want to give up that pill. My family is poor. Which is exactly why I have to have it. One step behind is behind at every step. Only by getting the aperture opening pill and taking that advantage do I get more rewards at the school's monthly assessments. And more rewards means less of my mother's money, and less of my mother's money means she doesn't sell things. It was nearly noon. Let's fill our stomachs first, he said. There's a restaurant in town that's decent. Bo took me to a place near Clearwind, and a smile came back onto his face. Back when I was learning at the school, I used to come here with several senior brothers. So he had come out of Clearwind. Bo said it accidentally, 6 hours after deciding not to tell me. Shopkeeper, a plate of flying phoenix claws, and 2 more dishes. Flying phoenix claw is pheasant feet with a better agent. The food came, and I ate quietly. Bo poured himself a cup of wine, drank, and looked at my face. There are still 4 schools left. Don't be discouraged. The path is long and arduous. The setbacks you suffer today will become the driving force for your growth tomorrow. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the sharpest sword is forged through tempering, I said. Disciple understands. Even if Disciple doesn't get a slot, Disciple will not give up the path. Bo looked genuinely surprised. I didn't expect you to come up with that. A fine sword is forged through tempering. For that line alone, I owe you a drink. Since you can't drink wine, soup, we'll share a cup. We drank soup at each other. I did not tell him it was a proverb from a country that does not exist here. Then I put the cup down. Instructor Song. When Disciple returned to the village chief mentioned something. Years ago, when Lord Han left the village, he instructed the chief that if any of the younger generation achieved anything in martial arts, they should inform him. Could Disciple perhaps write to Lord Han and inform him of the current situation? I'd been carrying that card for 2 days, refusing to spend it. 4 rejections is a good time to spend it. If the instructor feels it's inappropriate, then Disciple will not write. Instructor Song slammed his hand on the table. Write it. Why not write it? Then, apparently realizing that his attitude had changed at speed, while hardship can temper your will, it is always better to suffer less. Disciple will follow the instructor's instructions. Disciple will go back and write to Lord Han. Don't rush off yet. Come with me to the Martial Administration Office first. I looked at him. And Song Guohua, who had spent an entire day being politely humiliated in 4 consecutive buildings by his own peers, smiled with no warmth in it whatsoever and said, Go to the Martial Administration Office and complain. The Martial Administration Office sits in the heart of Poyang County, and that tower I'd been staring at from the city gate, the tallest building in the county, is inside its walls, which tells you what the Yang dynasty thinks about martial arts in a single glance from a mile away. The administration is not as easy to walk into as a school. Instructor Song identified himself, and we still had to wait. Wait here. The gatekeeper looked him over a couple of times with an attitude I would describe as flatly indifferent and went through the gate. Bo came back a short while later with a smile on his face and an entirely different posture. Instructor Song, please, follow me. Bo personally led us in, through the buildings, to a courtyard. The inspector is inside. Instructor Song, please come in. Bo dropped us and left. Instructor Song turned to me. Wait at the door. So I waited at the door, which is a thing I have done a lot of in this world and have gotten philosophical about. Inside, a woman was brewing tea. Junior brother, what brings you here? My tea will be ready in a bit. Top quality new Wu Yi. Senior sister, junior brother has come to file a complaint with the Marshal Administration Office. Complain? She knew perfectly well that her junior brother would never come to that building unless something had happened. She was still visibly put out about it. Can't junior brother come to see senior sister for no reason? Silence. Just joking with junior brother, she said, and the resentment went away. What is junior brother suing about? Marshall Hall disciple Zhao Wei, the first student at Kaohei Town Marshall Hall to achieve Essence and Tan this year, has not been awarded an aperture opening pill slot by any school. That is clearly a violation of the rules. Is the Zhao Wei that junior brother mentions the student who wanted to work part-time to support himself? Yes, senior sister knows him too. A fisherman's son who mastered Essence and Tan on 20 taels of silver. What incredible talent. Such a genius deserves a pill. You really only spent 20 taels? No more, only less. Doesn't even senior sister believe me? Of course I believe what junior brother says. She shook her head slightly. But it's no use me believing you. Those schools won't believe me. Junior brother, put yourself in their shoes. If you were the school's recruiting instructor, would you believe it? Long pause. It's possible, but you wouldn't believe it. Song Guohua cannot lie through his teeth. It's a genuine disability, and it costs him constantly. Even if they don't believe it, over the years, even when more than 80 students qualified, there has never been a case where the number one student in a hall didn't get a slot. And Feng Lan sighed and explained the thing that took my year apart. The administration has no explicit rule that the first-place hall student must receive a slot. In previous years, when the number exceeded 80, the first-place student was given one, but that's about unity and appearances, not law. Every year, even in an overflow year, the schools had to give each town hall at least one slot. That's how the administration and the court demonstrate that town people are treated equally. And since one slot has to go to a town, obviously it goes to the number one student. Because the number one student comes from a better family background, and therefore has greater potential. That is the sentence. That's the whole machine, right there, in a single line of custom that nobody ever had to write down, because for as long as anyone could remember, the two things had been the same thing. The top student was always the rich student. Until this year, when a fisherman's son won. Under those circumstances, Feng Lan said, the schools naturally want to give the slot to another student from Kaohe Town, from a better-off family. As long as Kaohe Town gets one slot, the administration is satisfied. I want to be clear that nobody in this story broke a rule. Every man involved followed the letter of every regulation, and the outcome was that the first-place student of a hall lost his slot for being poor, and it was nobody's fault, and there was nobody to be angry at. And that is a far more frightening kind of machine than a villain. I know what you want to say, she went on, that Zhao Wei is a fisherman's son who still won first place, so surely the schools thought of that. But even if the spending records were faked, if you can fake it once, you can fake it again later, which proves he has the money to keep going. Instructor Song started to speak, and she smiled and got there first. Junior brother, you're too caught up to see clearly. Please enlighten me, senior sister. From the school's perspective, the records of Zhao Wei's spending, as reported by the hall, must be fake. So the school then asks itself, why would the hall falsify those records? What's the purpose? Bo thought about it, and then he understood, and smiled with no joy at all. So the schools suspect I falsified them to get a top grade in my instructor assessment, and because I personally escorted him around, they believe it more. Yes. Every door he knocked on today, he made worse by knocking on it. Junior brother, there's no need for this, Feng Lan said, and her voice changed. Senior sister trusts junior brother. If junior brother wants to come back to the county town, there's no need for this kind of procedure. As long as junior brother nods, senior sister will take care of it. She said several things in that sentence. Bo heard one of them. It's no use if senior sister believes me, the schools won't, so I have no choice but to take the last step. And then he said, in a deep and formal voice, Senior sister, Jiao Wei came from Linhu village. Back then, Lord Han still had some affection for Linhu village. Bo specifically instructed that if any of the younger generation there had talent, they could write to him. If Jiao Wei writes to Lord Han, and Lord Han becomes angry, the Martial Administration Office will probably have a hard time explaining itself. Junior brother stopped Jiao Wei and told senior sister about it to avoid causing her trouble. Fang Lan blinked. Junior brother? Are you using Lord Han to threaten senior sister? Junior brother wouldn't dare. You still don't dare? Isn't what you're saying just plainly implying that if Jiao Wei isn't given a slot, you'll have him write to Lord Han saying that the administration and the schools are discriminating against him? I couldn't stop Jiao Wei from writing a letter. I'm just an instructor. I'm not Jiao Wei's elder. And she laughed out loud. That is the man who could not tell a lie to a recruiting instructor 4 hours earlier. Put his student's future on the table, and he'll blackmail an inspector of the Martial Administration with a straight face and full deniability. I love this man. Junior brother, don't worry. This year's students are different from previous years. Junior brother doesn't know the inside story. And here it was. The number who reached Essence and Tan has exceeded 80. That has happened before, Instructor Song said. Junior brother still believes Jiao Wei deserves this slot. It's not just the overflow. Lord Shui has made some big moves against the schools this year. Poyang County has finished last in the prefectural competition 4 years running. The newly appointed Lord Shui wants that changed. Bo has already sent documents to all 8 schools requiring new students to compete every 3 months. The results of those competitions determine how many resources the administration gives each school. And under those circumstances, it is natural for every school to reserve its aperture opening pills for students with potential. So that's the full shape of it. It isn't that they're cruel. It's that a new director wanted to fix a ranking and built an incentive, and the incentive quietly redefined potential as how much money is behind him. And every single instructor in that county acted rationally, and I fell through the floor. Senior sister, Jiao Wei has had a hard road. You heard it with your own ears. This child gave up his dignity to practice martial arts. If someone like him loses his slot because of a poor family background, I don't know how I'm supposed to tell him. And he looked at her with an expression I have never once seen him wear. Fang Lan's eyes did something complicated. Junior brother, you've come to me personally. How can I, as senior sister, stand by and do nothing? Junior brother, you don't understand senior sister at all. Thank you, senior sister. Don't thank me yet. I have a plan. Whether it works is uncertain. Then, curious, Junior brother is so concerned about Jiao Wei. Have you taken him as your personal disciple? Instructors and students have a formal teaching relationship. It isn't reliable. Many instructors privately take promising students as actual disciples, and that's the real thing. Spending less than 20 taels to master Essence and Tan, isn't that worth the effort? And then, without hiding, I never intended to take Jiao Wei as my apprentice. Why not? She was genuinely confused. Bo cared this much and thought this highly. Taking him would be the obvious move. I'm an ordinary instructor. How much help can I give Jiao Wei by taking him as my apprentice? If a village student makes a name in martial arts, he will catch the eye of big figures. The weight of a first mentor is not light. I want you to sit with that for a second. The path to martial arts mastery is extremely expensive, which means most visible geniuses come from large families, and top-tier masters, seeing those backgrounds, will not accept them as disciples because taking a boy means taking his entire clan and all its obligations. But a country boy who makes a name, clean, no background, no mentor, that is the single most desirable disciple a powerful martial artist can find. And Song Guohua had worked that out and had decided that the most valuable thing he owned, the right to put his name on me, was worth more to me me unspent than it was to him spent, so he was going to keep the slot open for someone better than himself. Zhao Wei is truly fortunate to have met Junior Brother, Fang Lan said, and she was not saying it lightly. It's not that he's lucky. Junior Brother just feels that a young man with ambition who can put aside his pride shouldn't be let down. To this day, he still remembers me walking into his yard to ask about working part-time while studying. If a young man didn't have a firm belief, how would he think of that? And how would he say it out loud? Bo could picture it, he told her. The night of the family division, the boy, lying in bed, turning it over for hours before landing on the idea, hesitating several times outside the courtyard gate, working up the courage to say the words. Bo was completely correct about all of it, and I have never told him so. Senior sister, I understand. Stay here a while. I'll handle this. Junior Brother thanks Senior Sister on behalf of Zhao Wei. I've never seen you care much about your own affairs, but you get this excited about a student's. That one also went straight past him. Then she came out of the courtyard and stopped because I was standing at the gate. Zhao Wei, a student of Kaohe Town Martial Hall, greets your excellency. I bowed fast. A graceful woman walking out of that particular courtyard is not a servant. Is this Inspector Fang? And if so, then the relationship between the instructor and this inspector, I want to note that my gossip instincts activated instantly and with tremendous force, because in 11 months at that hall, I had seen Instructor Shu's family and Instructor Sun's family and had never once seen Instructor Song's. Your Instructor Song is going to turn against me, his own senior sister, because of you, she said, perfectly level, no joy, no anger. If I don't give you an aperture opening pill slot, he'll take you to Raozhou Prefecture to complain to Lord Han. I had no idea whether that was true, a joke, or a test, so I answered the only way that was true. Disciple will always remember Instructor Song's care for disciple. A master can't produce two different students. You're all the same. All right, go inside and have some tea with your Instructor Song. She scolded me and was, internally, entirely satisfied. Because they didn't change their tune to please her. If I had said I wouldn't dare, she'd have felt uneasy, because it would have proven her junior brother had misjudged me. 15 minutes later, in a meeting room in that building, 7 men and 1 woman sat in chairs and looked at each other with confusion. The deputy masters of all 8 great martial halls. They know each other well. Why has Inspector Fang called us here? Everyone's here? Fang Lan came out from behind a screen and sat directly in the main seat, and the gentle woman brewing tea in a courtyard was gone. What sat down was cold. Sensing it, the 8 became more confused. Who offended Inspector Fang this time? Because an inspector doesn't outrank a director or a deputy director, but an inspector has the power to investigate and rectify, which makes her the person no school wants to look at twice. I have summoned you because of something. I have heard that your schools are unwilling to give the first student of Kaohe Town Martial Hall to achieve Essence in Tan this year a slot. 4 of them were puzzled. 4 of them understood instantly. But recruitment isn't the inspector's responsibility. So what did she mean by raising it? Master Fang, Zhao Wei visited our Clearwind Martial Hall, the Clearwind Deputy Master said carefully. But we are full. The same goes for our Mantis Martial Hall, then Guangfeng, then Yunyin, one after another standing up to explain, and the other 4 schools went back through the student files the administration had circulated that morning and located the name. They'd glanced at Zhao Wei. It hadn't left an impression. It was only at the words Clearwind Martial Hall that they understood the significance, and only then did they vaguely recall the existence of such a student. Top of some hall, family background only average, and all 4 of them knew exactly why Clearwind and the rest had said no. In the past, even a poor first-place student got a slot because he represented the best of his town and appearances had to be maintained. But this year, not only had more than 80 qualified, the director had set a new rule for school competitions, and it wasn't just the top 10 anymore. The top 50 would determine the resources each school received. Before a student joins, his financial resources largely represent his potential. With Zhao Wei's family background, he probably wouldn't make the top 80, let alone the top 50. No school wants to waste a slot. The information submitted by Kaohe Town Martial Hall shows that Zhao Wei spent less than 20 taels to master Essence and Tan, Fang Lan said calmly. His talent is not weak. It is a bit unreasonable not to give such a student a slot. The Mantis Deputy Master hesitated, then said it. Lord Fang, only Zhao Wei himself knows how much silver he spent. If he spent money secretly, there is no way to verify it. The rules of the town halls are already quite lenient, and every man in that room nodded because he was right. Schools never look at how much a student spent because it can't be proven. If a school checked spending, it would be handing every student a reason to cheat, spend openly little at the hall while quietly taking herbal medicine and rich poultry outside. A hall cannot follow a student around town. So my one piece of evidence, the number that made Instructor Song believe in me, was structurally worthless, by design. Several months ago, Fang Lan said, I suggested to Lord Shui that halls be given monetary incentives for their disciples. Lord Shui approved it and reported it up to the Wuzheng division of Raozhou Prefecture. However, according to the information compiled by the administration today, only Zhao Wei has received the money. And there it was. The room got very thoughtful. Because the incentive policy is, to a degree, Inspector Fang's and Lord Shui's political achievement. And so far, the only student in the entire county to actually collect on it is Zhao Wei. If Zhao Wei doesn't get a pill, then the policy produced one beneficiary, and that beneficiary got nothing. Which makes Inspector Fang and Lord Shui look like people who wrote a rule that did nothing. That's the problem. That is precisely and exactly the problem, and every man in that room found it at the same moment, and the room went silent. Here is what it did to me, learning all this. Nobody in that room was moved by my story. Nobody weighed my talent. Not one man there thought about a 15-year-old and how hard he'd worked. The thing that saved my life was that my existence had become load-bearing for somebody's career. I'm not bitter about it. I'm the opposite of bitter about it. Sentiment doesn't move systems. Interests move systems. And on that afternoon, my interests and an inspector's interests happened to be pointing the same direction. And that is worth more than the sympathy of 100 good men. So, Zhao Wei does indeed have a slot, someone said, but our school is already full with 10. Our Mantis Martial Hall is also full. This is really a difficult situation. They'd all changed their tune. And the problem was real. The slots were given. You can't tell a student who has a slot to hand it back. That has never happened. Sister Mo Jr., if I remember correctly, your establishment should still have slots available. A man's gaze landed on the only woman in the room. Our Jingshui Martial Hall only accepts female disciples, Mo Huijin said, shrugging. Although we have slots, we can't give them to Zhao Wei. Jingshui doesn't have a rule about hiring male disciples, which is a very careful sentence, and I want to point out that she said doesn't have a rule about it, not is forbidden from it. Inspector Fang, colleagues, I have an idea. The man who'd questioned her looked around, got Fang Lan's permission, and said, this year, more than 80 students reached Essential and Tan, but there are only 8 female disciples. There are 2 vacancies. Is that correct, Junior Sister Mo? To date, only 8 female disciples have achieved Essence and Tan and enrolled, Mo Huijun confirmed. Then it's easy. Jing Shui can grant Zhao Wei a slot. Senior Brother Gao, Jing Shui does not accept male disciples. Mo Huijun frowned. They hadn't in over a decade. Gao Songfen smiled. Zhao Wei is not a disciple of Jing Shui. Bo is only nominally affiliated with Jing Shui. It's fine as long as another school accepts him. And every instructor in that room went quiet and started calculating. Senior Brother Gao, although the administration doesn't have a specific rule, it implicitly assumes that a student receiving the pill belongs to that school. This practice could be considered buying and selling pill slots, and the administration, Mo Huijun stopped halfway through her own sentence. She glanced at the head of the table and realized what she was looking at. If the schools did this among themselves, it's trafficking in pill slots. Since Inspector Fang is sitting right there and agreeing, it is a workaround performed for the benefit of the martial arts students of Poyang County. Even if the administration found out, they'd say nothing. As long as a school accepts Zhao Wei, he can be temporarily registered under our Jingshui Martial Hall. Mo Huijun didn't waste any more words. The inspector had gathered them, a solution existed, and face should be given where face is due. Also, and this is not nothing, the arrangement was good for her school. She had 2 spare slots. One goes to Zhao Wei, one is left. And if the inspector permits this maneuver once, that last slot can be moved the same way. Except that any school wanting it will have to offer something in exchange. That's a gift, and every person in that room understood it was a gift, and nobody said a word about it. And then something happened that I still find funny. Inspector Fong, the reason we didn't accept Jiao Wei before was because our school had no pill slots. We at Mantis Martial Hall have high hopes for Jiao Wei, and now that there's a solution, we are willing to recruit him. Although Jiao Wei has never been to 7 Stars Martial Hall, we at 7 Stars can still recruit Jiao Wei. What are you 7 Stars doing getting involved? Do you think Jiao Wei can afford your secret medicine? If 7 Stars is no good, then your Jianyue will do. If Jiao Wei goes to your Jianyue, he won't have money to buy medicine to treat his injuries, and he'll probably be beaten to death. Jiao Wei is more suitable for our Iron Blood Martial Hall. Don't forget he comes from Linhu Village. Lord Han came from Linhu Village. So what if someone comes from Linhu Village? Your Iron Blood values Linhu Village students so much, and since Lord Han, we haven't seen you recruit a single one. 7 deputy masters, openly squabbling over me. 2 hours after 4 of their schools had thrown me out. Because now, I didn't cost them a pill. If Jiao Wei makes a name, the school gained a talented student for free. If he doesn't, the school lost nothing. Fang Lan listened to grown men argue and understood it completely. Half of them were bargain hunting, and half were making noise so the room wouldn't look empty. Inspector Fang. The first school Jiao Wei visited was Clearwind Martial Hall, which suggests he liked our school, especially since the hall's instructor Song Guohua also came from Clearwind. Clearwind is willing to accept Jiao Wei, and during the time he is affiliated with Jing Shui, Clearwind will cover his expenses. Tan Bo, Deputy Master of Clearwind, the man whose instructor had spat on the ground behind us that morning. Bode read her face. Her expression hadn't moved for any of the other schools. Obviously, these weren't the schools the inspector thought I should go to. Given that my first stop was Clearwind, and that Song Guohua is Clearwind, it was clear that Inspector Fang also thought Jiao Wei fit Clearwind. If he didn't speak up, he'd be refusing to give the inspector her face. All right, Fang Lan said, smiling. Then Clearwind and Jing Shui will discuss the specific procedures. And that was that. She decided Clearwind was the most suitable for me. As for whether Jiao Wei might find it awkward to walk back into the school that had just thrown him out, that was not something she considered. Those who study martial arts do not necessarily need to be broad-minded, but those who are narrow-minded and get stuck on trivial matters do not go far. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Instructor Song was quietly brewing tea, and I was standing respectfully to one side looking curious. Bo noticed. Bo coughed. When I was learning martial arts, I was fortunate enough to stay at the Martial Arts Academy in Raozhou Prefecture for 3 months. Inspector Fang was also learning there at that time. She was my senior sister. This matter was caused by these schools violating the rules first. Inspector Fang is intolerant of such behavior and will certainly not ignore it. That is why I brought you to Inspector Fang. I nodded and did the face. The, "Oh, I see" face. Whether I believed a word of it, only I know. I did it to avoid embarrassing him, because by that point he had steeped that tea more than 10 times and it had gone completely clear, and he had not noticed once. "What are you and your apprentice doing?" Fang Lan, at the courtyard gate, as he was brewing the 13th pot. "Senior sister." Inspector Fang. Her gaze came straight to me. "Clearwind Martial Hall is willing to recruit you as a disciple, but Clearwind doesn't have enough aperture-opening pill slots. We'll borrow a slot from Jing Shui Martial Hall, and you'll need to stay at Jing Shui for 6 months. Are you willing?" Disciple is willing. Inappropriate. 2 different answers delivered simultaneously by me and by my instructor. I did not care in the slightest which school's name was on my paperwork. I cared about the pill. Instructor Song frowned. Jing Shui Martial Hall has mostly female disciples. I'm afraid... What, are you prejudiced against us women who practice martial arts? Senior sister misunderstands. Junior brother didn't mean that. It's just that young hearts, in Song Guohua's assessment, Jing Shui Martial Hall is a haven of gentle pleasures and a graveyard for heroes. Among a group of female trainees, the only male trainee will have his every move scrutinized and magnified. And, this was his actual concern, the students at Jing Shui have a lot of conflicts among themselves. Bode heard about it when he was a student. Petty squabbles, constantly, not conducive to focused training. Instructor Song, disciple can go to Jing Shui. It's only 6 months. Because I knew what he was actually afraid of, which was that I'd be blinded by women and lose my ambition. But what kind of beauty haven't I seen? In my past life, an enormous number of women flirted with me in videos, using every suggestive tactic available to modern technology, and I examined all of them with a critical eye and never once watched the same one twice. While the customs of this world aren't as harsh on women as some ancient periods, they aren't as open as my last life either. My resolve was not in danger. In that case, Fang Lan said, satisfied, go to Clearwind to report first, then go to Jing Shui. Yes. I turned to say goodbye to my instructor, and he got up too. Senior sister, junior brother, junior brother, don't go. I owe Jing Shui a favor for that pill slot. I've made an appointment with the owner of Jing Shui. Junior brother, come with me to meet her. Fang Lan said this at speed. We've gone to all this trouble to come here, and you think you can just leave? No. I glanced sideways at my instructor, then at the inspector, and I saw something promising. Inspector Fang deliberately kept Instructor Song behind. From my perspective, Inspector Fang is beautiful and powerful and interested, which is a blessing for the instructor. Inspector Fang. Disciple will go and report to Clearwind first. I got out of that courtyard at a professional pace. Go ahead. If you need anything, you can come to the Fong residence in Roy Lin Lane. Fong Lan was extremely satisfied with my thoughtfulness, as she should have been. I have never, in either life, left a room faster. Clearwind Marshall Hall. Same doorman, same reception hall. I did not feel indignant. Truly, being looked down on was partly my own fault. The situation is genuinely unbelievable, and nobody was ever going to guess a destiny. When Deng Ce came in, I bowed exactly as respectfully as I had that morning. Disciple has met Instructor Deng. And seeing me being respectful, his expression softened a little, because he'd rejected me at breakfast and was taking me in by dinner, and it was making him uncomfortable. Curator Tan has already informed me of your situation. Go to the martial arts pavilion later and pick up your secret manual. Bo nodded slightly, turned to leave, and then stopped in the doorway. My previous refusal was not intentional. The school was indeed full. You should know how hard it was for me to get this slot. Don't hold a grudge. Just focus on learning martial arts. Disciple wouldn't dare. You should know how hard it was for me to get this slot. I have kept that sentence in a small box for a long time. There is no resentment in me about it. There is also no sense of belonging whatsoever. And I think he heard that, because I never looked up. By the time I did, he was gone. At the martial arts pavilion, an instructor checked my identity badge and looked confused. Didn't senior brother Deng give you a student ID badge? Every student at Clearwind gets an engraved badge on entry. They wear it. It's what a student is. No, Instructor Deng told me to come and pick up the Qing Feng Palm manual. Bo glanced at me, thought for a moment, and said, in that case, wait here. Bo came back with the manual. This is Qing Feng Palm. The manual must be returned after 1 month. It must not be lost or disclosed. His tone wasn't stern. I was extremely careful anyway. I had never once considered revealing a technique, and here's why. And it isn't morality. Over the years, how many students have the 8 great martial halls admitted? How many people in Poyang County can perform these arts? Quite a few. So why are there still so few real martial artists? Because the techniques have never spread. Because students are afraid. The schools maintain a student list. If someone outside a school is seen using that school's art, the administration investigates thoroughly, and nobody withstands the administration's methods without confessing. That's the actual lock, not loyalty. A list and a threat, and 300 years of nobody testing it. I said goodbye and walked out of Clearwind and went straight to Jing Shui. I gave my name at the main entrance and waited, and a woman walked in, stopped, and looked at me with open curiosity. Who are you? Senior sister. Junior brother is here to register at the school. Her hair was loose down her back with a few strands across her forehead, and she blinked at me several times in a way that was, I think, professionally deployed. It's quite unusual that a male student has come to our school. My name is Sun Shu. What's your name, junior brother? Zhao Wei has met senior sister Sun. Junior brother Zhao, what are you doing standing here? I told the doorman the situation. Bo went to inform the instructor. Junior brother is waiting. What are you waiting for? I'll take you. Come with me. She was enormously enthusiastic and reached out to take my hand, and I moved out of the way so smoothly that neither of us had to acknowledge it. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior sister. She walked me in, narrating. See that corridor? Straight to the dormitories. Ahead is the Grade A martial arts arena. Third years use that. New students go to Grade C, enthusiastic. Continuous, never stop talking. And I thought, genuinely, Jing Shui is much better. Look how warm Senior Sister Sun is. Not like Clear Wind, which was cold from top to bottom. A pity I'm not really a Jing Shui disciple. I'll take Junior Brother Zhao to register first and get his student badge. No, there's no need to collect a badge. I explained that I was affiliated with Jing Shui, not a disciple of Jing Shui. Senior Sister Sun, Junior Brother's situation is a bit complicated. You can just take me to the instructor in charge of recruiting. She looked me up and down for a moment, then smiled. Okay, then I'll take Junior Brother directly to the martial arts pavilion. The pavilion is just ahead. Junior Brother is probably here to pick up the aperture opening pill, right? Said with total confidence. Congratulations, Junior Brother Zhao. To celebrate Junior Brother Zhao's upcoming entry into the eight-acupoint opening realm, I, Senior Sister, am hosting a dinner for Junior Brother Zhao today. And I narrowed my eyes very slightly, because this Senior Sister Sun was being far too enthusiastic. A dinner party? A wonderful Senior Sister has fallen from the sky? How could I let Senior Sister treat us? And I stopped halfway through the sentence because I watched her eyes light up. Ah, could this Senior Sister Sun be waiting for me right here? So I changed the ending. Junior Brother should have treated Senior Sister to a meal, but Junior Brother came in a hurry and didn't bring any money, so today he'll shamelessly mooch a meal off Senior Sister. Bo will treat her another day. Sun Shu's smile froze on her face like frost on glass. How shameless of me to freeload a meal. You really are shameless. If you don't have money, you can treat me another day. How dare you say you're freeloading off me? How could you say that out loud? For the past several days, she had been camped at that entrance, intercepting incoming junior sisters and steering them toward one of the 4 martial arts restaurants for a meal. The signature dishes at those places are all blood-enriching poultry, extremely nourishing, extremely expensive. Not something an ordinary student can afford, but a student who reached essence and tan within a year can eat there a few times, even if they're not particularly rich. She was 3 for 3. She had not failed once. Until me. Junior Brother is joking. There's no such thing as mooching. It doesn't matter who pays. Forced smile. I'll take Junior Brother to the pavilion first. We can talk about dinner later. Thank you for your help, Senior Sister. She did not say one further word the entire rest of the way. If I talk any more, I'll run out of steam and won't even earn back the cost of a cup of tea. Junior Brother Zhao, this is the martial arts pavilion. I, Senior Sister, will not go in. I will wait here for Junior Brother to come out. I knew exactly what was going to happen and did not expose her, because she had, in fairness, shown me the way and introduced the campus. In my last life, that was called a service, and paying for a service is perfectly normal. Unfortunately, I had no money, so I got Senior Sister Sun for free. Pooh. No, I misspoke. I received a complimentary service from Senior Sister Sun. As I crossed the threshold, I turned around out of pure instinct. Senior Sister Sun was already gone. Are you in such a hurry? They don't even finish acting? Inside the pavilion, I stood in an inner courtyard being examined from head to foot by 2 women. Not bad. At least he's not a freak. Junior Sister Mo, I'm entrusting him to you. The more masculine one on the left withdrew her gaze with satisfaction, said that, and strolled away with her hands behind her back. Zhao Wei, that is our director Guo, Mo Huijin said, seeing my face. Master, the owner of Jingshui Martial Hall, who according to instructor Song would be a viscera training major achievement expert, and who looked at most 30-something. She had come specifically to see what kind of person Inspector Fong would go to those lengths for. Curiosity satisfied, she left. Wait, Inspector Fong said earlier that she had an appointment with the owner of Jingshui Martial Hall. Holy crap. Instructor, you're in danger. Zhao Wei, although you are at Jing Shui, you are not a disciple of Jing Shui. You are a clear wind disciple. You cannot imitate my Jing Shui's water cloud palm. Do you understand? Disciple understands. I understood my situation with total clarity. I was, in the language of my last life, a player on loan. Clear Wind didn't have a slot, so they borrowed one from Jing Shui, and I was loaned out, and my registration stayed with Clear Wind. Apart from water cloud palm, the other common techniques in the pavilion are still open to you, but for you, the most important thing is Qing Feng palm. Don't spend too much energy on the others. Mo Huijin knew perfectly well that Clear Wind had accepted me mainly because it cost them nothing, and partly for the inspector's face, and that they would therefore not pay me the slightest attention, which is why she was giving me guidance she had no obligation to give. I want that noted because it's the first thing anyone at either school did for me for free. According to administration regulations, the aperture opening pill can only be taken at the school. I will give it to you now. And she produced a small jade box and tossed it to me. Don't rush to open it. First, check whether the seal has been torn. Only open it after confirming there are no problems. I examined that seal very carefully, every edge, which could look like distrust of an instructor. It wasn't, and it also would not have stopped me if it had been. When it comes to my own interests, I cannot be too careful. I learned that in my last life the expensive way. When I first entered the workforce, I was a little shy, and when I signed my first contract, in order to express my trust in the company, I glanced at it and signed my name quickly. I will not be doing that again in any world. And Mo Hui-jen watched me inspect it with open approval. Because in her years running admissions, she has watched students accept a pill and open the box without looking, to demonstrate trust in her. She thinks those students are stupid. The aperture opening pill isn't just a key to a realm. The medicinal power in it stays with you through the entire acupoint opening realm. Two students spending identical money. The one who took a real pill breaks through to viscera training 6 months ahead of the one who didn't. The chance of an instructor swapping a pill is very small, which is exactly why, at a moment that determines your entire career, you check. Instructor, disciple confirms it is correct. Then open it and take it out. She nodded. You can swallow it whole or chew it. After you feel a warm current in your abdomen, perform warm sun fist on the spot until the acupoint opens, then stop. Yes. A red pill in a jade box. I swallowed it without hesitation. A few breaths later, my abdomen started to heat, and the essence and tan in me came alive. About 10 breaths after that, it surged out through my whole body, straining at something, trying to get out. I took a breath and started throwing punches, and every punch came with the acupoints inside me ringing, and my blood climbing to peaks it had never touched. I can describe this feeling in one word. Awesome. I kept going, completely lost in it, the wind howling off my fists and the blood roaring inside. And then, no idea how long, my left shoulder shuddered, and countless warm currents rushed to it, and essence and tan as thick as the pool in my abdomen began to gather there. Snap. Like a firecracker going off. Acupoint opening. And beside me, Mo Hui-jen glanced at the hourglass. The hourglass holds half an hour. The hourglass was empty. Half an hour. Which is not fast. Among the students she had processed, it was extremely poor. It broke the school's record for slowest. She wasn't disappointed exactly. I wasn't her disciple. And then she thought of something, and her pupils contracted sharply. Because back in that meeting room, nobody had believed I spent 20 taels, including her. When she'd told her senior sister about it, they'd both assumed the hall had padded the numbers. But now a thought arrived. Maybe Zhao Wei really did only spend 20 taels. Here's why. The speed at which a student opens their first acupoint after taking the pill depends on residual medicinal power in their body. The more money you spend during the tan training phase, the more medicinal soups and rich poultry you consume, the more medicine remains in you because you never absorbed all of it. It sits there. When the aperture opening pill goes in, its effect drags all that residue out and burns it. So, the faster the acupoint opens, the more leftover medicine was in the body, which means the more money was spent. Everybody in the county knows this. It's accepted fact. And I had just posted the slowest time in the school's history. Which meant there was no residue in me at all, or so little it didn't matter, which meant I hadn't been drinking medicine, which meant 20 taels was true. Mo Hui-jen stood there doing that arithmetic with a very strange expression on her face, and thinking, Clearwind Marshall Hall really stumbled onto a gem by sheer luck, and I had absolutely no idea any of that was happening, because I was busy. Name, Zhao Wei. Occupation, martial artist. Realm, opening acupoint realm. Acupoint 1 of 24. Destiny, water flows, a canal is formed. Martial arts advancement successful. Based on the host's previous martial arts experience, a martial arts title has been awarded. Title settlement in progress. Two things happened at once, and I didn't know which to look at. First, the tan blood section was gone. Just gone. No more number, which meant no more daily progress, which meant I had just lost the single instrument that had gotten me here. Second, a title. Whatever that was. Also, and this took me a second, the panel hadn't changed at all when I reached Essence and Tan. It changed now. So it's a professional advancement panel. Essence and Tan doesn't count as a realm breakthrough. It's the half. Cough, cough. Mo Hui-jen, recovered, watching me stand there with my face cycling between frowning and delight. Disciple thanks the school for bestowing the aperture opening pill. allowing disciple to step into the acupoint opening realm. I bowed properly. Go back and practice diligently. Don't slack off just because the acupoint is open. Report back to the school after the Lantern Festival. You don't need to go to Clearwind again. Then, and don't tell anyone your acupoint opening took half an hour. I looked at her. All previous students, at least at Jingshui, have opened their first acupoint within 15 minutes of taking the pill. You took half an hour. If this gets out, it might have an impact on you. And I suddenly realized that this instructor Mo was a good person because I had absolutely been planning to go back to Clearwind and report in. Whether instructor Dung liked me or not, it was my duty. And if a Clearwind instructor had asked how long the acupoint took, I would have answered truthfully. And every single person in that building would have concluded I was a fraud. Disciple listens to the instructor. Listen to advice, and you'll eat your fill. Okay, go back. And after I left, Mo Huizhen went straight out the back door of the pavilion to tell her senior sister. Senior sister, a voice came from inside the courtyard. Sister Mo, please stop calling. Great Master has gone to Raozhou Prefecture. She asked me to pass on a message. You will be in charge of all matters at the school during this period. Senior sister, why are you going to Raozhou now? Great Master left in a hurry without saying anything. I suspect it's related to breaking through. Great Master has been stuck at Viscera Training Major Achievement for 2 years. So Mo Huizhen stood there with the most interesting piece of information she'd acquired in a decade and nobody to give it to. I walked out of the front gate of Jingshui Martial Hall smiling. The trip had been fraught. 4 schools had thrown me out, and I had the pill, and I was in the acupoint opening realm. Logically, I should have gone to see Instructor Song. Considering Inspector Fong's attitude toward my instructor, I decided it was better not to, lest I ruin Inspector Fong's plans. After all, without Inspector Fong, I wouldn't have the pill. We must not repay kindness with enmity. I'll see him at the hall in a few days. The county town was busy. A young man had just opened his first acupoint, which is a moment of real pride, and I got about 4 blocks of it before I remembered what Instructor Mo had said about the half hour, and the pride went out of me like water out of a cracked jar. My road has just begun. My family is poor. Seize every second. I went to the city gate and rented a horse. They recognized me, didn't charge a deposit, checked my token, took 20 coins, and told me to return it to the shop in town. Special status. Again. It keeps happening, and it keeps being strange. Back home, I told my parents about the school. Report only good news. I did not mention being rejected 4 times. I said I had joined Jingshui Martial Hall. My mother was so happy she left the house immediately after dinner. I knew exactly where she was going. Under the big tree, with the other village women, to be complimented. It's true that women like to talk. It's also true that my mother didn't used to do this. Now she goes every single evening and stands there while the village tells her how remarkable her son is, and she says a few modest things she does not believe, and comes back after dark, still not full. The post-dinner walk has become a permanent institution. I saw it and said nothing. My mother is a little vain. Letting your parents have face in front of the neighbors is also a form of filial piety, and it is by a wide margin the cheapest one available. Next morning, before dawn. Panel. Realm. Opening acupoint realm. Acupoint 1 of 24. Qing Feng Palm. Beginner. Martial arts title. 1 black to the end. 1 black to the end. The outcome is uncertain. We are all potential dark horses. Wearing this title, in the darkness, martial arts comprehension and perception are enhanced. I read it twice. Comprehension. Instructor Song had mentioned comprehension. Before you enter the ranks, comprehension doesn't do much for your realm. It does a great deal for your techniques. Because techniques have stages, and in the later stages, hard work stops working. Practice a form 100 times and its meaning becomes clear. That's true, and it has a ceiling, and past the ceiling you need to understand rather than repeat. And I had just been handed a permanent bonus to understanding, in the dark. Which is why, before dawn, I put on my training clothes and went out into the yard. Zhao Wei, you're up so early. It's too cold. Sleep a little longer. Mother, we martial artists don't need much sleep. With my blood, I'd be fine jumping into Poyang Lake, let alone this. I closed the door and stood in my own yard and recalled the Qing Feng Palm forms and began. Once. Twice. By the 3rd repetition, I was completely inside it. Not fully absorbed, but far more focused than yesterday, and my palms were smoother. The 15th. The 30th. Inside the house, a light came on. My mother lit a kerosene lamp and watched me through the crack in the door with an expression of pure heartache. Zhao Wei is working so hard. Bo gets up earlier every day. Even Zhao Hong never got up this early when he was home. What do women know? Practicing martial arts requires diligent practice, my father said, displeased. Otherwise, how could Zhao Wei have mastered essence and tan in 1 year? How could Zhao Hong compare? I don't understand, but you do? Then why don't you go practice martial arts? Never mind, I can't reason with you. Anyway, we can't help Zhao Wei with his training, but we can't hold him back either. We can't fish now, so I'll go to Qingshan village and see if the hunters have caught any game. I'll buy some to help him recover. I heard all of that incidentally. Acupoint opening hearing through a wooden door. Half an hour later, I stopped and said quietly, Panel. Qingfeng Palm, beginner, 1 of 100. There it was, a progress bar, a number I could watch move. I had lost the blood counter and been handed something better, because blood was always going to move on its own. This one only moves when I understand something. By then, it was daylight, and I did not stop, because comprehension improves at night, but the day still has hours in it, and the panel does not care about my convenience. Half an hour after that, my mother had breakfast ready. I ate and went back out. Qingfeng Palm, beginner, 2 of 100. Qingfeng Palm, beginner, 3 of 100. And then I heard footsteps and looked over the fence and saw my brother walking toward the house with several villagers. Brother Zhao, the techniques you've learned can't be leaked. Mother asked me to have someone repair the fence around our house so no one can steal them. I stared at him. Because yesterday I had mentioned, in passing, in one sentence, while describing the school, that martial arts techniques must not be disclosed. And my mother had heard that, and had gone out and hired villagers to build me a wall. In winter, in the off-season, overnight. The truth is that unless you have the mnemonic formula from me personally, memorizing the movements of Qingfeng Palm will get you exactly nothing. There was no threat. There was never going to be a threat. Ye Zhao, you keep practicing. Don't worry about us, one of the villagers said, smiling. It's almost the end of the year and we don't have much to do, so we promise to build your walls solid. Then I'll have to trouble you, uncles. I nodded and thanked them, and I understood exactly why 6 grown men were building a wall for a 15-year-old in the cold. If you are successful, you will be surrounded by good people. That day I practiced until late at night, and then got up in the dark and practiced again. Qingfeng Palm beginner +1. Qingfeng Palm beginner +1. I stopped at dawn. Qingfeng Palm beginner 16 of 100. 10 of those points came between dusk and dawn. 6 came during the entire day. That's the title. That's what 1 black to the end is worth. My nights are worth nearly double my days, which means my sleep is now the most expensive thing I own. Mother, I'm going to the martial hall. After breakfast, I walked to town. The hall was so deserted it was strange. Not a single person. Not even servants. I went straight to Instructor Song's courtyard. The gate was open. Bo was packing his luggage. Bo put down what he was holding, looked me up and down, and nodded. Not bad. Stepping into acupoint opening, your energy has already begun to be contained. I probably did look different. After acupoint opening, blood is drawn inward instead of floating on the surface, so the ruddy look of a hall student goes away and something quieter replaces it. But I was looking at him. Because he was different too. Instructor Song has always been too calm, composed to the point of being furniture. And that morning there was vitality in him. A man in his 30s whose appearance and bearing change abruptly has exactly 2 possible causes, a promotion or a second spring. In this world, it would be a realm breakthrough or a second spring. And in that short a time, his realm could not have improved. Therefore, Instructor, are you going back now? After the new year, I will no longer teach at the martial hall. I have resigned my position with the martial administration office. Bo said it without hesitating because he'd made the decision the day before and had no intention of hiding it from me. Bo came to that hall because he had lost his ambition and wanted a quiet place to finish out. His parents died 5 years ago. Bo has a younger sister, married off early, so the family could raise money for his training, which is why his sister isn't close to him. Bo visited his brother-in-law's house a few times and found that his sister and her husband treated him with awe instead of affection. So he stopped going and started sending silver every year through a courier instead. That is the man who spent an entire day getting doors closed in his face for me, and now he was giving up the position because of senior sister Fong. On that trip into the city, she had gotten him drunk, and the two of them had finally been honest with each other, and the ice had broken. Bo hadn't been oblivious to her feelings over the years. Bo had pretended to be because of the difference in their families and because of his own sense of being less. Now that he'd said it out loud, he was going back onto the path and going to sit the martial examination in 2 years. My first thought on hearing he was leaving the hall was, the instructor has come to his senses. Nothing beats a comfortable life. Following Inspector Fong, he no longer cares about an instructor's salary. Congratulations, instructor. Disciple congratulates you, and I winked at him. Song Guohua was completely thrown by this. Bo could not work out what I was so pleased about. Tell me about your experiences at Clearwind and Jingshui. Bo changed the subject at high speed because my gaze had apparently become unbearable. So I told him everything, in detail, including the half hour. Vice Master Mo told you not to make a fuss about it? And now his expression got strange because he could guess what she was thinking. After I'd left the administration that day, his senior sister had told him something, that he was resentful toward the schools, that he felt I'd been discriminated against, and that from the school's perspective, their choice wasn't wrong, because nobody can prove I spent 20 taels. And because of the hall's records and an instructor's word, many students in future years would use exactly that loophole. Bode realized that later. At the time, he'd been too angry to see it. Since Vice Master Mo said so, don't spread it, because Vice Master Mo, from the timing of my acupoint opening, must have confirmed that I really did only spend 20 taels. And the fact that she told me not to tell anyone suggested there were other motives behind it. Whatever her motives, it wasn't a bad thing for me. Disciple listens to the instructor. And I stood there realizing, belatedly, that Instructor Mo was a deputy master. I had thought she was an ordinary instructor. She had introduced herself as an instructor. She had handed a pill to a boy from a village and then told him how to protect himself from a rumor, and had not once mentioned that she ran the place. Then Song Guohua went inside and came out with a booklet. This contains some of my insights from the acupoint opening realm. Take it home and look at it. Thank you, instructor. I took it and didn't open it, and stood there full of a feeling I did not have anywhere to put. I was an ordinary student in an ordinary hall. This man had no reason to do any of this. If it weren't for the memory from my last life of a certain adopted father stabbing tradition in stories like this, I would genuinely have wanted to say to him, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Upon arriving at acupoint opening, you come into contact with real martial arts. Competitions are no longer about comparing raw strength. The monthly matches at the schools focus on practical combat. The only shortcut to opening acupoints is spending money, which puts you at a disadvantage. So focus more on techniques in the early stages. Make up the realm gap with proficiency. Bo was planning my road, right there in a packed-up courtyard on his last day. Combat is primarily practical, but techniques are extremely important. The 8 great martial halls possess dozens of techniques between them, yet each school is famous for exactly one. Do you know why? I shook my head. On information about martial arts, I am at the very bottom. Techniques are divided into advanced and unadvanced. Unadvanced techniques let you unleash your full potential. Advanced techniques let you unleash several times your current realm's power. The signature art of each of the 8 schools is advanced. That's all. And then he brought his right hand together and gently patted the stone table in his courtyard. Snap. The table came apart. Pieces of it went across the yard. This is Qing Feng Palm. Cultivate it to perfection and you gain 10 times your current power. 10 times. Bo saw my face and smiled. If you bring Qing Feng Palm from cultivate to minor achievement, you can do this in the early stage of acupoint opening. Instructor, how many stages are there? Skilled, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. And I did the math on myself and discovered that my current state, not even entered, is below the first stage. How do disciple and the instructor know which stage has been reached? Which was a real question with a hidden purpose because I have a panel that tells me and nobody else does, and I needed to know how everybody else was doing it. Once you reach the level, different stages manifest different characteristics. Take Qing Feng Palm. At proficiency, the palm strikes with a howling wind. At minor achievement, the strike can blow sand and swirl leaves. At major achievement, the strike is like a storm tearing through the air, which is terrifying. As for perfection, it is a return to simplicity, a return to the ordinary, yet containing infinite power. Return to the ordinary. I filed that one very carefully, because a stage that looks like nothing is the single most dangerous thing on that list. The other 7 schools' arts also have their own manifestations. I've written them all down in the booklet. Once you reach proficiency, it comes down to comprehension. Some students master it in 6 months, others need a year or longer. You mentioned the concept of a genius back at the hall. In comprehension, there is indeed such a concept. And he laughed, remembering me fishing for compliments. If you can master Ching Feng Palm within 6 months of reaching proficiency, then you can be called a martial arts genius. The reason I didn't tell you these things back then was firstly, because I was afraid you'd be too ambitious, and secondly, because comprehension is even more unrealistic. People choose techniques, and techniques choose people. Some learn Ching Feng Palm quickly and find Mantis Fist merely average. It's closely related to the personality of the martial artist, unless a person can develop any technique at extreme speed. I have never seen such a genius in Poyang County. It sounded harsh. Bo said it anyway, because students from ordinary families should not harbor fantasies. From beginner to proficient in Ching Feng Palm, it all comes down to diligent practice. If you lack financial resources, make up for it with technique. My requirement for you is that before you join the school, you must at least have mastered the basics of Ching Feng Palm. Practice diligently and more. That's the entire road he could see for a poor boy, and he laid it out honestly, and he was completely right. And he was also, though neither of us knew it, describing a road that was about to be much shorter than he thought. Disciple understands. Disciple will practice every day. Good. The hall closes from today. You should leave soon. Bo reached for the bundle on the table, and I got there first and picked it up. Instructor, I'll take you to the horse shop. Bo smiled and didn't refuse. At the stable, he picked out a chestnut horse, mounted, and waved. Go back now. If you encounter any problems, go to the Fong residence and find Inspector Fong. Disciple has got it. Bo smiled slightly, stopped trying to say anything else, and rode away. Once he was out of sight, I looked down at the booklet in my hand and started to leaf through it, and stopped. Because there was a banknote tucked into the last page, 20 taels of silver. And on the page, in his handwriting, seeing your poverty, yet unwavering will, your tireless practice, you are truly a precious son from a humble family, a rare gem in this world. You shall use this gold as your vessel, brave the waves, and sail across the sea of martial arts, search for pearls, and achieve extraordinary success. Whether it was dust kicked up by the horse's hooves or something else, my eyes stung for a while there in the street. That man had a salary from the martial administration and no family that would take his money and a younger sister who was afraid of him. And he gave me 20 taels and rode off before I could open the book. New Year in Linhu Village. Every Lunar New Year, this village worships the lake god. The whole village, young and old, at the ancestral hall at dawn, every household putting down its offerings, incense smoke going up in the cold. In previous years, boys my age stood at the back. That year, the village chief pulled me to the front, behind himself and a few elders, and put a lit stick of incense in my hand. Jiao Wei. Offer incense to the lake god and to the ancestors of Linhu village, and pray that you go further in martial arts. Bo'd come to my house the night before to tell me I'd be representing the younger generation. An elder began recite, and the entire village stood silent behind me. Now Jiao Wei, a descendant of the Zhao family, has entered Jingshui Martial Hall to learn martial arts. May the lake god and the ancestors of Linhu village bless Jiao Wei with smooth sailing. Having lived twice, I have noticed one thread that runs through both of my worlds, an extreme emphasis on ritual. A sacrifice isn't only a ceremony, it's a device for pointing a group of people in the same direction. Clan rights bind a clan, village rights bind a village, national rights bind a country. And when the village's outstanding young man leads the rite, it tells every other boy in that yard what the road looks like. I stood there in front of 200 people with a stick of incense and felt my chest go tight, transmigrator or not, and I made a private promise that if I ever got anywhere, I'd give something back to this village within my means. Among the crowd, the happiest people there were my parents. The most complicated was my grandfather. Since the money shop came, Zhao Tianming had barely left the old house. But he was not going to miss New Year ancestral worship. Bo stood there and looked at me at the front, and for a moment something opened in that old face. And then it closed, and what replaced it was regret. If he had funded me back then, he would be standing in the light right now, and this whole village would be flattering him. Instead, he was looking at the eyes of his neighbors and feeling ashamed. Isn't he coming back tomorrow? He asked my eldest uncle afterward. Father, after Honger masters Essence and Tan, he'll find work in the city to save for school tuition next year. Bo won't be coming back this year. Then, quickly, I'll have someone bring back 1 tael of silver. If he doesn't want to come back, then he doesn't have to. My grandfather waved a hand. No need for money. I won't starve. Tell him to be frugal in the city and not to hold a grudge against his uncle. Your family has indeed wronged the third brother and his family these past years. Dad, I won't. No matter what, the third brother is his uncle. Eldest daughter-in-law. Did you hear what I said? Father, how could I possibly hold a grudge against my uncle? My grandmother looked slightly embarrassed. Zhao Qianming stared at her for a while. From beginning to end, only your family owes the second and third sons. They have never wronged you. No matter what, 2 trees cannot write 2 Zhao characters. Honger and Zhao Wei are cousins. Understand that principle. Then, when she said nothing, I'm tired. Help me home. Bo left, and the village barely noticed, and the ones who did just said something sharp about how he'd earned it. I didn't know any of that happened. I was busy covering the lake god's eyes with red cloth. That's the other half of the rite. You cover the god's eyes so the god, who has blessed the villagers for a year, can also rest. And during that rest, every household eats the offerings. Then, after the lantern festival, you lift the cloth again, invite the god back into the lake, and ask for a good fishing year. By the time all of it was done, it was noon. I ate fast, collected Zhang Jie, and took him up the hill behind the village. Bo practiced warm sun fist. I practiced Qingfeng palm. I brought him along specifically to stop him rotting at home over the holiday. There is no room for complacency on this road, and if he wants Essence and Tan in 2 years, he has to work through New Year like everybody else's enemy is working through New Year. Qingfeng palm, beginner, 60 of 100. Qingfeng palm, beginner, 61 of 100. Third day of the new year. I didn't go visiting relatives with my parents, which I want to flag because every other student who joined a school spends that week being toured around relatives and having his vanity filled to the brim, and I would have gotten exactly the same treatment. I stayed home because 8 days of holiday is 8 days, and I wanted a breakthrough more than I wanted applause. After 8 days. Qingfeng palm, introduction, 1 of 200. I had finished the basics, and I could feel it immediately. My palm strikes had sharpness in them now, and precision, and I could send Zhang Jie flying with 1 slap, which I did, twice, for research purposes. The tan blood panel was gone, so my daily motivation now came entirely from that progress bar, which, honestly, is a better instrument. Blood was always going to grow. That bar only moves when I actually understand something. I was about to start again when there was a noise at the courtyard gate. Ye Zhao, your classmates from the martial hall have come to see you. I pushed open the door and saw the village chief leading 3 figures toward my house. Junior brother Xie, junior brother Deng, junior brother Lei. What brings you here? Genuinely surprised. Nobody comes to Linhu village. Senior brother Zhao, we're about to head to our schools. Once we're there, training will be so busy we won't have time. We all came from Kaohe Town Martial Hall, so we thought we'd get together before we go. Deng Changfeng, laughing. It was his idea, and Xie Zixuan and Lei Jun had agreed immediately. The 3 of them can meet in town whenever they want. I live in a village. So they'd discussed it and made the trip, which I understood perfectly. People from the same hall, building a network, so they can stand together in the county town later. Banding together by hometown is completely normal. But why only 3? Brother Yang and Brother Guo didn't get pill slots, Deng Changfeng said, catching my face. They're probably in a bad mood. We decided not to invite them. I stopped. Junior brother Yang and junior brother Guo didn't get slots? Were there really that many students this year? The competition was. It was discovered that junior brother Yang's family had borrowed from a moneylender while at the hall. Junior brother Guo was a day late. All the slots were full. The village chief, leading the way, asked the obvious question. Does the school not allow students to borrow money? Village Chief Sun, the schools didn't care in the past. There were plenty of slots, but this time there weren't enough. The school thinks that if we need to borrow money even at the hall stage, we might not be able to support the training that comes after. And I want you to hold two facts next to each other. Yang Peng and Guo Min were two of the 5 richest students in that hall. 2 of the 5 who cleared 500 jin while I was drinking soup. 2 of the 5 who thought I was a different species. And a loan on a family ledger cost one of them the slot, and being one day late cost the other. Fortunately, senior brother Zhao developed essence and Tan early, Lei Jun added. Otherwise, I'm afraid, Bo didn't finish. Bo didn't have to. If I'd broken through a few days later, I'd have gotten nothing. I smiled and said nothing because my slot had come out of an inspector's office at the end of a day of humiliation, and there was no version of that story worth telling in front of the village chief. And the old man, walking beside us, went very quiet and very thoughtful. Remember that. Bode just heard something. I took the 3 of them to see the village, which took about 9 minutes, because the only feature Linhu village has is that it is next to a lake. So we stood by the lake and looked at Po Yang under cold mist, and all 4 of us were miserable. When I went to the school, I asked the instructor, Xie Zixuan said suddenly. Of the 10 students they took with pill slots, the first one reached essence and tan 4 months ago. 4 months. We also have 2 students at our school who did it in 7 months, Lei Jun said quietly. They got their pills long ago. They've opened 2, 3 more acupoints. When we walk in, we'll be like the ordinary students at the hall, only able to look up at those people. And there it is. 6 weeks earlier, these 3 had been at the absolute top of a world. Then they walked into the county and found out what the county looks like. I recognized this precisely because I watched it happen in my last life. Top students from a town, arriving at the key high school in the county, discovering they were now average, and giving up. Not gradually, fast. Grades falling off a cliff inside a term, because the thing that had been driving them was being first, and being first was gone. Why are you 3 so discouraged? I said. The fact that we've made it to a school already puts us ahead of most of our peers. To put it bluntly, if you 3 aren't satisfied, have you considered whether the other students at the hall are? Then I looked at them properly. I don't know the situation in the prefectural city, but I'd guess the young martial artists there are much better than the ones in this county town. If this is enough to discourage you, you might as well go be rich men. With your families, wouldn't that be fine? Big house, comfortable life? Senior brother Zhao is right, Lei Jun shouting, and Xie Zixuan's eyes started to come back on. If anybody else had said it, it wouldn't have worked. It worked because it came from the walking example. May I ask, senior brother Zhao, Xie Zixuan said, and then clasped his hands formally. How did you manage to persevere at the hall? And that salute meant something. Deng Changfeng and Lei Jun had been calling me senior brother since the breakthrough. Xie Zixuan hadn't been convinced. Not really. It took walking into the county, seeing the gap between himself and the sons of the wealthy, and feeling actual fear before he understood what I had done by passing him. That's why he hadn't objected when Deng Changfeng proposed the trip. Don't compare yourself to geniuses. Compare yourself to yourself. Take 1 step a day, and in 100 days, you've covered several feet. Which is true, and which is also easy to say. The principle is the principle. Living inside it is another thing entirely. Actually, we can always look on the bright side, I said, and waited for them to look curious. Not everyone at a school reached essence and Tan within a year. Plenty of students who took 3 years also sign up. Compare yourself to those students, and your confidence comes right back. Compare yourself downward and radiate confidence. The 3 of them had extremely complicated expressions. It sounded wrong. On inspection, it made perfect sense. And I'll be honest about my own case, since I'd just given a speech about perseverance. I persevered partly because I had no other option and had to fight to the death on this road, and partly because I had a destiny which gave me hope. But I do think I'd have kept going without it. That's not a boast. It's just that I've already lived one whole life knowing exactly what the alternative looks like. These 3 don't have destinies. They also start from a height most people never see. So what if they can't match the sons of the city? Senior brother Zhao is right, Xie Zixuan said, and there was fight back in his eyes. Compared to other students, we're already lucky. Now that we're on this path, we should forge ahead. The four of us are going to different schools. Why don't we use the time before term to spar with each other? Try for a good ranking in the 3-month competitions. Deng Changfeng's proposal, and all three of us agreed instantly. That's a genuinely good idea. Once you're at a school, competitions are real combat. Xie Zixuan went to 7 stars, Deng Changfeng to Yunyin, Lei Jun to Guangfeng. I'm going to meet disciples from all 3 of those schools in competition. Might as well practice against the originals. Senior brother Zhao, junior brother would like a friendly spar first. Xie Zixuan looked at me. Okay, Lei Jun and Deng Changfeng stopped being in a hurry to go anywhere. Because senior brother Xie had ranked first in that hall every month of the year except the last one, and senior brother Zhao had been at the bottom for most of it and then pulled away at the end, and the two of them reached Essence and Tan within hours of each other. This was worth watching. Senior brother Deng, who do you think will win? Lei Jun asked quietly. Senior brother Zhao. I think senior brother Xie can win, Lei Jun explained. It's not that I underestimate senior brother Zhao, but senior brother Xie has spent 30 taels of silver these past days and has already found his second acupoint. I still think senior brother Zhao wins. Deng Changfeng smiled. If you ask me why, I can't really explain it. It's just a feeling. Lei Jun. Nothing. We stood about 10 feet apart on the frozen ground by the lake. Senior brother Zhao, please give me your guidance. And he was fast. Right foot out, and he was in front of me before the sentence finished, fist coming down from the left at a genuinely awkward angle. Good timing. I'd been watching him the whole time. The instant that fist committed, I brought my right hand up to meet it head on. Bang. Fists collided. Xie Zixuan stood still. I went back half a step. I told you, senior brother Zhao still loses on blood. Lei Jun, quietly and correctly. In the early stages, a direct clash of techniques comes down to who has more raw strength. Bo had 2 acupoints and 30 taels of medicine, and I had 1 acupoint and a village. It's only just begun, Deng Changfeng said. Let's wait and see. I think senior brother Zhao considered this when he accepted. I had. I knew I was behind on blood before we started, and I knew exactly how much that gap was worth, which is something and not enough. Xie Zixuan, having won the exchange, hesitated about whether to press, and in the half-second he spent hesitating, my palm was already out. It was fast. Bo chose to dodge and stepped back, and the palm followed him, like a breeze that simply keeps blowing. So he had to take it head-on. And the instant he committed to that, I had already changed the palm and put it precisely into the gap his own defense had just opened. Bo changed again, blocked again. A few exchanges in, he had no offense left at all. If he hadn't been physically stronger and hadn't been willing to eat several direct clashes to force me to change my movement, he'd have been finished much earlier. Even so, Lei Jun and Deng Changfeng could see it. Bo was inside my palm technique now. Everything he did because I'd made him do it. As one side gains and the other loses, eventually the defense stops working. Senior brother Zhao has mastered the basics of Qingfeng palm? Deng Changfeng, not believing his own sentence. How long has it been? Unbelievable. Senior brother Zhao is really... I now feel that even though our families are better off, we might still be left behind. Junior brother Lei, watch your wording. It's not surpassed. It's left in the dust. The moment senior brother Zhao mastered Essence and Tan at the hall, he had already surpassed us. Never mind. You're right. 15 minutes. Several palms landed. And when one more went into his left shoulder, Xie Zixuan made a sound and staggered back several steps. And when he tried to lift that arm, it shook, and he put it down. Thank you for your mercy, senior brother Zhao. Bo knew. Bo knew exactly how much I'd pulled that last one, and that his arm would not be merely sore otherwise. Senior brother Zhao, have you already mastered the basics of Qingfeng palm? Lei Jun couldn't hold it in. Qingfeng palm is a beginner's skill. There's nothing to hide. Wow, senior brother Zhao is really amazing. What's so difficult about it? We practice day and night. You 3 know my family isn't as good as yours, and we can't compare with the sons of the powerful. The only way for me to become a martial artist is diligent practice. I said it calmly. To the 3 of them, it was a thunderbolt. Because none of the 3 were lazy. They'd all received their techniques from their schools, and all spent considerable time on them every day. And none of them had finished the basics. 8 days is the starting point, so you can imagine what practice day and night means, arithmetically. It means every hour not spent sleeping. Let's continue. Since we're competing, let's take turns. Junior brother Xie, rest. I'll spar with junior brother Lei. Good. Junior brother Deng, come here. Fists, legs, palms, movement. 4 teenagers going at each other by a frozen lake, hour after hour, and nobody keeping score. 7th day of the 1st month. 8th. 9th. They stayed. From the 5th day, the 3 of them just lived in Linhu village. My house couldn't hold them. So the chief found a family with spare rooms. And Deng Changfeng had his father send food from town every single day. Nourishing poultry, not black muntjac, but 2 taels of silver per meal. 3 meals a day, 6 taels. That money was not all Deng Changfeng's. Xie Zixuan and Lei Jun were giving him money privately. Nobody told me that. I worked it out. Because if Deng's family were carrying all of it, then Xie Zixuan and Lei Jun, being who they are, would have gotten uncomfortable and started making noises about hosting a return meal. They didn't, which meant they were paying. And the reason none of the 3 mentioned it was that my family isn't well off and they didn't want me offering to contribute. I didn't expose it. I genuinely had no money. And over those days, with my technique to work against, all 3 of them improved substantially, which I'm going to count as my contribution. Let's help each other and make progress together. January the 14th. Senior brother Zhao, we won't come tomorrow. The 3 of us are going into the city early to see the Lantern Festival. Would you like to come? Our village is holding the ceremony to invite the god back tomorrow. The chief specifically asked me to stay. The 15th is both the Lantern Festival and the day the lake god goes back in the water. They were disappointed but not devastated. Young men don't have much sorrow about parting, and I'd be in the city in a day or 2 anyway. After they left, I stood by the lake and said quietly, panel, realm, opening acupoint realm, acupoint 1 of 24, Qingfeng palm, beginner, 180 of 200, 20 points from proficiency. I'd get there before I reported to the school. Under a month, from touching Qingfeng palm for the first time, the title helped, but more of it was that I had trained every hour I was awake, and the title only multiplies what you put in. Because here's what Instructor Song's booklet says about comprehension. Techniques may vary in how fast different students pick them up and how fast they reach proficiency. But even those with poor comprehension get to proficiency through diligence. Diligence compensates. The difference at that stage is not large. Past proficiency, aiming at minor achievement and higher, diligence stops paying. That's when you need comprehension. And that's where 1 black to the end lives. Which means my advantage isn't now, it's later. It's specifically in the exact place where everybody else's road gets harder. Same as my destiny. Both of my gifts pay out in the second half, which is a terrible thing to own when you're poor, because you have to survive the first half to collect. 15th of the 1st month. Several strong men carried the lake god statue down to the fishing dock, and the entire village walked behind with incense and candles and joss paper. Ye Zhao, come forward. The crowd in front of me opened up. Last year, you invited the lake god to the village. This year, you send him off. I walked to the statue, lit incense, and prayed. Zhao Wei, a disciple of Linhu village, today beseeches the lake god to open his eyes and enter the lake, and to bless the people of Linhu village with a bountiful harvest this year. Then I put the incense in the burner, took a corner of the red cloth over the statue's face, and lifted it slowly. The red cloth can only be lifted, never torn. I know that from the original owner's memories, which is the one part of this inheritance that has been consistently useful. Fire the cannons! Let the lake god enter the lake! The whole village cheered, and the firecrackers went off, already laid out and waiting. Regardless of what last year's harvest had been, and for some households it had been bad, every person on that dock was smiling. Inviting the gods is less superstition than it is a village saying out loud, together, that it intends to have a better year. And the village boys who weren't old enough for martial arts yet stood there staring at me with a heat in their faces that I recognized instantly because I'd had it looking at Xie Zixuan. The village chief watched them looking at me, and his eyes were extremely satisfied. It's a pity, he thought. If Zhao Tianming hadn't gone senile, today would have been an honor for the whole Zhao family, instead of him hiding at home pretending to be sick. After the ceremony, I went home and trained because it was a joyous day and my technique does not observe holidays. An hour later, the courtyard gate opened. The village chief, holding a money bag and a booklet. Ye Zhao, tomorrow you go to the school in the county. The villagers have discussed it and raised some money for you. We hope you'll practice diligently and live up to everyone's expectations. Village chief, it's not a lot, 30 taels in total, raised by all 132 households in our village. The list shows how much each family gave. The first 2 on the list are martial artists who came from our village. They're at acupoint opening now. When they heard you'd joined a school, they specially asked someone to send the money to me. 30 taels. 30 taels of silver is more money than my entire family had ever held at one time. I took the bag, and then I took the booklet and opened it. Wei Wei, 2 liang. Chao Wu's family, 2 liang. Zhang Hong, 1,300 coins. Wu Lei's family, 600 coins. Deng Bao's family, 366 coins. 366 coins. Somebody in that village had emptied a jar onto a table and counted it and given all of it, and the number hadn't come out round. I stood in my own courtyard with that booklet and had to stop reading for a moment. Then I took a breath and put it away very carefully. Jiao Wei will certainly live up to the kindness of the village elders, and I want to be clear about why that hit me the way it did. The last few years have had good weather. Every household here has a little extra. That's true. Human nature is also selfish, and nobody is happy about handing their money to another family's son. Study hard, the chief said, and show those martial arts schools who says a village can't produce a martial artist. If Lord Han could do it, I believe Ye Zhao can too. And I looked up sharply, because that was aimed. Bo patted my shoulder. Here's what had happened, which I only assembled later. On the 3rd day of the new year, listening to Shade Zixuan and the others talk about pill slots, that old man had picked up a thread. So he went to the town mayor's house and refused to leave until the mayor agreed to go and inquire about this year's school enrollment. And that's how Deng Long learned that Jiao Wei was very nearly not selected by any school. Because the schools felt his family background was average and that he couldn't go far. It made him furious. Bo cursed the school instructors in the mayor's own house for looking down on people. Then he went home and went door to door through this village and talked 132 households into raising money for me, including the 2 men who'd already left for the city, whom he wrote letters to personally. Your school doesn't want Jiao Wei because he's poor? Then the whole of Linhu village will pool our money. This money must be raised, he told them, and it's worth raising. And here's the part that I did not know at the time, and that reorganized my opinion of that old man permanently. He'd been watching me for a week. Watching whether I got arrogant after joining a school. Watching whether I got bitter after being discriminated against. And I hadn't done either. And I'd trained every day, and even the young masters from town were completely convinced by me. At this age, with this temperament, he concluded, the boy can at least reach real martial arts prowess. Han rose too fast back then, and the Han family were outsiders here without much affection for the village. Even so, he'd secured 10 years of free tuition. Now the village has finally produced a second one. Everyone should help. Jiao Wei will remember. That's the whole calculation. It is entirely self-interested, and I have never been more moved by anything in my life. 16th of the 1st month. The Linhu village pier. A lot of villagers came to see me off. I carried my bag and said goodbye to my parents and got onto our fishing boat. Fire! At the chief's command, Zhang Jie lit the firecrackers, and the noise put every bird on that stretch of water into the sky, and through the smoke, I waved at my parents and at the village until the boat had gone all the way around the bend, and only then did I put my hand down. I am now the hope of an entire village. I'm not carrying my family anymore. I'm carrying 132 households and a booklet with 366 coins written in it. Big brother, let me do it. No, Wei Di, sit down, I'll row. Zhao Yang, rowing, smiling. It's upstream from Linhu village to the county dock, but there were no fish aboard, only people, so it wasn't hard. The lake was busy on the 16th, fishing boats out, tourist boats taking advantage of early spring, and a great many decorated boats. Because the 16th is registration day for martial arts students in the county, and young men from all the villages who reached essence and tan in the last 3 years, especially the lakeside ones, take a decorated boat into town. As the painted boats went past, the fishermen on the working boats watched with open envy. Where there were children aboard, the fathers pointed at the painted boats and said a few things. The idea that you can only succeed through martial arts is baked into every resident of Poyang County at a level below thought. The village chief had offered me a decorated boat. I declined. Superstition is acceptable. There's no need to spend money on it. In my past life, if I passed a temple and could get in without buying a ticket or incense, I'd offer a completely sincere prayer. If I had to pay for incense, sorry, I'm a materialist. Renting a painted boat costs 1 tael of silver. I was the only student from my village going in that year. 1 tael is a pound of meat 66 times over. So my fishing boat had a strip of red cloth tied to the bow and nothing else, which meant it stood out considerably among the painted boats. Which village is this? They've only tied a piece of red cloth on. Can't their village afford to rent a boat? Probably took 3 years to reach Essence and Tan. The village probably didn't think it was worth it. The boys on the painted boats were discussing me freely, and their reasoning was sound. A boy on a bare fishing boat with a scrap of red cloth is obviously somebody who took the full 3 years, whose village doesn't rate him, and who may never open an eight-acupoint at all. Most students reach Essence and Tan within 2 years. If they fail at 2, they quit. Very few persist to 3. As for within 1 year, that's beyond their imagination. That's what the wealthy young men of the towns aim for, and those young men ride horses into the city and rarely take a boat at all. "Brother, why don't you come aboard our boat?" one of them called, kindly. "No need," I said, smiling. "The painted boats are big. They are also slow. My brother's fishing boat is small and quick," and an hour and a half later, the county dock came up out of the haze. The dock was packed. Enormous merchant ships riding low, small, fast fishing boats, medium tourist boats threading between them in a way that looked chaotic and was not. And along the left side of the dock, all the painted boats were converging, because there's a channel reserved for martial arts students entering the city, and no merchant or tourist vessel dares cut into it, no matter how long they've been queuing. "Brother, follow behind this decorated boat," because this was exactly the moment a small fishing boat could have cut through the pack and gained 10 places. I told him not to. There's no rush. And while my brother was rowing us to the back of that line, the several painted boats ahead of us were jockeying for position and very nearly collided, and the boys aboard them started glaring at each other, which attracted 2 government patrol boats. "What are you doing? Line up properly and don't cause trouble," a soldier shouting. One boy worked up the courage to explain. "They tried to cut in even though we were first." "Nonsense. Our boat arrived first," the other one shot back. "Shut up, all of you." Bo swept his gaze across them, and they stopped, though they kept glaring. "You all step back and line up at the rear. And your fishing boat," his eyes came across our boat, paused for a moment. "Your boat goes first." "Thank you, sir." My brother, in the middle of rowing to the back of the line, was briefly baffled. Then he realized which boat the man meant and started rowing forward with tremendous enthusiasm, which made the boys on the painted boats extremely unhappy. "Why does this fishing boat go first? It was the last one to arrive." "Why? Because I'm in charge of maintaining order on this waterway. If anyone causes trouble, I'll have their names recorded and sent to the Martial Administration Office." Instant silence. Those boys are not afraid of the government. They are extremely afraid of the administration. Because by Great Yang law, if a hall student or a school disciple commits a crime, the authorities must report to the administration after arresting them, and only after the administration revokes the student status can that person be sentenced. Which means the administration doesn't punish you, the administration deletes you, and then somebody else punishes you. "Your decorated boats are too big," the soldier added loudly once it was quiet. "Letting the fishing boats go first doesn't waste time." We went through, weaving between the painted boats, and as we passed the patrol boat, I nodded at him. Bo smiled back, considerably wider than necessary, which surprised me because I had the distinct impression that a government soldier was trying to curry favor with me. Is it my imagination? Bo probably just figured a small boat passes quickly. I'm overthinking it. And then, the moment our boat was passed, another painted boat started to move forward, and the same soldier immediately snapped, "What are you doing? Wait a while." Bo held that boat until my fishing boat had docked, then let it go. "Brother Zhao, what's going on? What's the background of that boy on the fishing boat?" On the patrol boat, another soldier, new to the gate team, temporarily assigned to the dock, asking quietly. Bo did not believe the bit about small boats being quick. Years ago, this one was escorted into the city to the school by his hall instructor personally. Bo's probably at Acupoint opening now. The head of the gate said so himself. How could these teenagers compare? The other man's eyes went round. Acupoint is already open? And he came in a fishing boat? Perhaps he doesn't want to make a fuss. In any case, we can't afford to offend such people. Better to do him a favor and make a connection. Sun Jian, that was his name, and I want you to remember it because he is going to matter, had understood something the moment he saw me. It's not that you can't tell from appearance, it's that this one looked too shabby. Hiding one's talents and biding one's time. That's what real skill looks like, he explained, inventing an entire personality for me on the spot. Let me tell you another trick. As gatekeepers, we have to be discerning. Look at that man. His clothes are unremarkable, but he was neither humble nor arrogant facing the two of us. That kind of person has something. Don't provoke him. Thank you for the advice, Brother Zhao. I only gave you pointers because I felt we clicked. At the dock, I waved Zhao Yang off and watched him until the boat was small, and then carried my bundle into the city. The county town was busier than it had been in winter. Lanterns from the night before still hanging under the shop eaves, with children stopped underneath staring up at them. I went straight to Clearwind Marshall Hall. Is something wrong, junior brother? Inside the pavilion, a boy greeted me with a smile. Blood contained, acupoint opening. Bo knew every previous acupoint opening student at the school by sight, so an unfamiliar face at that realm meant a new student, and a new student already at acupoint opening meant a wealthy family and a pill. Although I also received acupoint opening, he thought, I only truly grasped it 3 months after joining. There's no comparison. Short of money, in a realm breakthrough, you can only tough it out. Fortunately, this year the administration issued a work-study policy, allowing school students to do jobs and earn a little. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. We are so grateful to whoever in the administration proposed the work-study program. Truly a benefactor to ordinary students like us. I stood there and listened to a stranger thank me by not naming me, and said, I've come to return the Qingfeng Palm Manual. Please show your identification badge, junior brother. Gong Gong was extremely humble about it, despite having 4 acupoints open. Bo knew perfectly well this junior brother was going to pass him inside 6 months, and these students are the future of the school, and if you can't befriend them, you certainly can't offend them. Then he saw what I handed him and blinked. Junior brother Zhao. At the school, everyone uses the school's student badge, not the household registration badge from the government. I haven't gotten my student badge yet. Bo was confused. Bo took it anyway. Junior brother, please wait a moment. And he went into the back courtyard and asked, respectfully, of a man enjoying tea, Instructor Deng, is there a new junior brother named Zhao Wei in our class? Zhao Wei? Deng Te put down his cup and nodded. There is indeed such a new student. What brings you here? Junior brother Zhao is here to return the Qingfeng Palm Manual. Gong Gong waited, then turned to leave. Ask him how many apertures he has opened. If he has opened 2, let him in. If he has not opened 2, let him leave on his own. Gong Gong was puzzled. Bo agreed anyway and came back out to the front. Junior brother Zhao, I've checked with senior brother. The manual is fine. Please, sign here. Bo put an account book on the counter, and while I was signing, said casually, Junior brother Zhao, how many acupoints now? I'm ashamed to say I'm still clueless, which was true. I'd been at Jingshui for 1 afternoon and had opened exactly 1 acupoint, and lying about it would have been idiotic because a school can verify it in about 4 seconds. It's all right. With junior brother Zhao's strength, it won't be long. Gong Gong did not look down on me at all, which I appreciated, and which was also easy for him, since we are not in the same class. Is there anything else, junior brother Zhao? I opened my mouth to ask about Qingfeng Palm, a question about the technique, from a student to a school, which is the entire purpose of a school, and then closed it. Because senior brother had gone into the back to inform an instructor, and come out alone, which meant the instructor was in that building, 40 feet away, and had decided not to see me. Why go in and get refused? Also, I had a booklet in my bag containing every insight Song Guohua had accumulated on Qingfeng Palm across an entire career, given to me for free by a man riding out of my life. That's all. Thank you, senior brother. That was my second visit to Clearwind Marshall Hall. I want you to remember the exact shape of it, because it comes up again. I walked in, returned property, was assessed at a distance by a man who wouldn't come out, was found to be insufficiently developed to merit a conversation, and walked out. If he has opened 2 apertures, let him in. I had 1. Jingshui Marshall Hall, second visit, and this time the place was alive. A crowd of female disciples at the entrance, every one of them looking sharp, and as I sized them up, they sized me up considerably harder. "Oh, a male disciple has come to our school. That's rare. Did you go to the wrong school? Surely not. The 4 characters are quite large on the gate. Could it be that she just has masculine features? With that Adam's apple, he is clearly a man. A male disciple is great. I don't know how long it's been since I've seen a man. Acupoint opening has made my hearing considerably better, and I want to formally state that this is not always a gift. I strode in with my eyes forward like a man crossing a minefield. In this world, women can practice martial arts, and the rules around them are not especially strict. I already knew this, because back when I helped my brother set traps, I regularly overheard the women washing clothes at the river discussing subjects that were, in their way, an education. Walking toward the dormitories, coming up on a corner, I heard a conversation around it and stopped. "Junior sister, congratulations on becoming a disciple of the school. Today, senior sister is treating everyone to celebrate." How could I let senior sister's son spend the money? It should be junior sister who pays. This conversation sounds so familiar. The kind-hearted senior sister's son. I sighed inwardly and reflected that if I'd had any money at all, I would genuinely have bought that woman a meal. Now I could only avoid the corner to save us both. The dormitory was better than I expected. A single room with a small courtyard attached. That's the benefit the school provides to students who received an aperture opening pill. Tuition free, meals free, accommodation free. The bed was already made, and I touched the bedding, and it was a brand new cotton quilt. In half a year in this world, I had never once touched cotton. Bedding at home is linen stuffed with straw, which, in the original owner's memory, did not keep him warm in winter, even slightly. With my current blood, warmth is irrelevant to me. I sat on that bed for a while anyway. 2 sets of school training clothes on the table. I put my own clothes in the wardrobe and then took out every coin I owned and put it on the bed. 20 tales from instructor's song in a note. 30 tales from the village exchanged into notes. 13 tales of reward money from the hall, of which 7 remained. 57 tales of silver. That was my entire fortune in this world. Instructor Song's booklet says there are 24 acupoints in this realm. For the first 10, you can spend 30 taels a month at the school on a bottle of Zichao pills and open 1 acupoint every month and a half. If you want to go faster, spend more. 30 taels a bottle, 10 pills, 1 every 3 days. Students with money buy 2 bottles, or 3. And the school offers a discount that is, I want to point out, extremely well designed. The first bottle is 30 taels. The second returns to the original price of 40. The third is 50. So the more you buy, the worse the rate, which sounds like it protects poor students and does the precise opposite, because the sons of the powerful don't care. They take 3 bottles a month and eat rare poultry on top of it. My entire net worth would not cover one of those boys for a single month. And here's where the destiny gets cruel. There are 24 acupoints. The first 16, my destiny does nothing, which means for the first 8, I have no advantage over anyone. In the early stages, endure it. If I can't afford the monthly pills, progress simply stops. Martial arts is tough. No wonder these schools look down on me. Where would I find that kind of money? I sat in a free room with a cotton quilt and 57 taels and did that math 3 times and then pulled up the panel. Realm. Opening acupoint realm. Acupoint 1 of 24. Cultivation technique. Ching Feng Palm. Proficiency 1 of 100. Martial arts title. 1 black to the end. Ching Feng Palm hit proficiency that morning, under a month. And here's what Instructor Song's booklet says about that. Most students, including the sons of the wealthy and powerful, take about a month to get started with the technique, 3 months to reach proficiency, and then need comprehension for the rest. Reach mastery within 6 months and you're considered to have superior comprehension. In other words, 7 or 8 months from familiar to proficient is normal. Reaching proficiency within a year is a success. I had done it in 28 days. In the early stages, my destiny gives me nothing. Comprehension is my only advantage. So it's going to have to be enough. The school library is on the west side of the compound, and it is 3 floors tall, and I want you to understand what that meant to a boy from a fishing village. At the hall, the entire library was 1 shelf behind Instructor Song's desk, and you needed permission to touch it. Here, the first floor is open to every student, free. I walked in that afternoon and stood in the doorway for a second and then made myself move, because there was a girl at the desk watching me, and I did not want to be the new male disciple who cried at a bookcase. Junior brother, first time? Yes, senior sister. First floor is free. Second floor needs Class B or above. Third floor is instructors only. She looked me over. Don't touch the medicine catalogs on the end shelf unless you're buying. Instructor soon counts them. Understood. I spent 4 hours on that first floor and learned more about this world than in the previous 6 months combined. Not techniques. There are no techniques on the first floor. There are records, competition results going back 30 years, rosters, names, hometowns, how many acupoints at what age, where they ended up. And I read the rosters like a man reading a map of a minefield, because a roster tells you exactly where people fall off. Here's what I found. Of every 100 students who enter a school at Essence and Tan, roughly 60 stop somewhere between the 4th and the 8th acupoint. Not because they get injured, not because they lose. They just stop appearing in the records. 60%, between 4 and 8. And I already knew why, because I'd done the arithmetic on my own bed that morning. 4 to 8 acupoints is where the cheap medicine stops working and the expensive medicine starts. And the expensive medicine is where families that are merely comfortable discover they are not wealthy. That's the wall. It's not a martial arts wall, it's a money wall wearing a martial arts costume. And I have 57 tails. The medicine catalog at the end shelf, which I did touch because Instructor Sun was going to count them either way. Si Chow pill, 30 tails. 10 to a bottle, 1 every 3 days. That's a month and a half per acupoint at the standard rate if you're average. I bought 1 bottle that evening with my own money and watched a third of everything I owned in the world turn into 10 small brown pills in a ceramic jar. And I carried that jar back to my room with both hands like it was a live animal. Then I sat on the cotton quilt and took the first one. The pill went down warm, and then the warmth turned into something with opinions. Heat spread out from my stomach and went looking for somewhere to go. And everywhere it touched, my blood surged up to meet it, and the whole thing collected in my chest with nowhere to exit. Instructor Song's booklet. The pill provides the pressure, you provide the aim. I aimed. The second acupoint on the standard chart sits below the collarbone on the left, and I put every bit of that pressure against it and held it there. Nothing. Held. Nothing. An hour and 40 minutes of nothing, and the heat began to fade, and I understood that I had just spent 3 tails of silver on a warm feeling. Then, right at the edge of it going out completely, something in my chest gave way with a sensation like a knot slipping loose under water. Realm, opening acupoint. Realm, acupoint 2 of 24, 1 pill, which is not normal. The standard is roughly 5 pills for the second acupoint, which is why a bottle lasts a month and a half. And no, this isn't the destiny. The destiny does nothing until the 17th. This was comprehension. This was 1 black to the end, which raises comprehension and perception, quietly, permanently, at all times. And the acupoint chart is not a strength problem. It's a perception problem. You have to feel a thing the size of a grain of rice inside your own body and hit it exactly. Most students can't find it. They flood the general area with heat and hope, 5 times, 6 times, until the target gives up. I found it in 1. I sat there on that bed in the dark and did the arithmetic that actually mattered. If a bottle is 30 tails, and a bottle gets a rich boy roughly 1 acupoint, and a bottle gets me somewhere between 3 and 5, then the money wall is still there. It's just further away than it is for everyone else. I went out into the little courtyard, and there was a camphor tree in it, a real one, about as thick as my thigh, and I put my palm against the trunk and pushed until I could feel the grain of the bark. Then I practiced Ching Feng palm on it until the sky went gray. Which is the point in this story where I should mention the tree, because the tree becomes a character. New student assembly, next morning, in the main courtyard. 41 new disciples, 40 of them women, 1 of me. I found a spot at the back and made myself as geometrically small as a person can be while still standing up. New disciples of Jingshui Martial Hall, line up by acupoint count, highest at the front. Oh good, a public ranking, my favorite genre. The line reorganized itself, and I want to describe what that looks like because it's brutal in a very specific administrative way. Nobody argues. Everybody knows their own number. 41 people sorted themselves into a queue by how much medicine their families had bought them, in about 90 seconds, in total silence. At the very front, a girl in plain gray training clothes, arms folded, entirely bored. Han Song, 5 acupoints. 5. 3 days after registration. Behind her, 4. Then 3, 3, 3. Then a long run of 2s. I stood in the 2s, and the girl next to me, round-faced, cheerful, absolutely not reading the room, leaned over and whispered, 2? When did you reach essence and tan? Last month. She stopped. You opened 2 in a month? I opened 1 at the hall, 1 last night. With 1 bottle? With 1 pill. She went quiet and then looked straight ahead very hard, which I have learned is what people in this world do instead of screaming. That was Ye Na, and she is going to be extremely inconvenient for me later. At the front of the courtyard, an instructor stepped out, Mo Hui Zhen, 30s, straight back, the kind of face that has never once in its life been talked out of anything. Congratulations on entering Jingshui Martial Hall, she said. I'll now explain how this school will treat you, so that nobody wastes a year being confused about it. Great opening, genuinely. There are 3 classes, C, B, and A. Every new disciple begins in C. Classes are assessed every 3 months. Class C receives instruction twice a week. Class B receives instruction 4 times a week and access to the 2nd floor of the library. Class A receives daily instruction, 2nd and 3rd floor access, 1 technique manual of your choosing from the school vault, and a monthly medicine allowance of 1 bottle of Zichao pills at school expense. A free bottle. Every month. 30 taels a month. For nothing. I did the math instantly, and so did everyone else, and you could hear 41 people all decide the same thing at the same time. Class A holds 6 seats, Mo Huizhen continued. They are currently occupied by 6 senior disciples. There is no 7th seat. If you want one, you take it from the person holding it. There it is. Assessment is by challenge. A disciple of a lower class may challenge a disciple of a higher class once per assessment cycle. Win, and you exchange places. Lose, and you wait 3 months. A girl in the 2s raised her hand. Instructor, can a Class C disciple challenge Class A directly? You may challenge anyone. Mo Huizhen's mouth did something that was not a smile. You may also walk into the lake. The school does not stop students from doing either. Some laughter. Not much. Understand this clearly, she said, and her voice changed, and the courtyard went silent. You are not here because you are talented. You are here because you reached essence and tan, and your family could pay a registration fee. That is all it means. Half of you will stop advancing before the 8th acupoint, not because you are weak, because you will run out of money, and you will not be willing to admit that is why you stopped, so you will tell yourself you lost interest. Nobody moved. I am telling you this on your first morning, so that when it happens to you, you will at least be honest about it. And you know what? Good. That is the single most useful thing anyone had said to me since I arrived in this world. The school does not care about your family. The school cares about your class. Dismissed. The line broke up, and I stood there in the courtyard, and Han Song walked past me from the front of the line, and she stopped. She looked at me for about 2 seconds. You're the male disciple. Zhao Wei. How many? 2. How many pills? And there it is again. Nobody in this world asks how strong you are. They ask what it cost. 1. She tilted her head very slightly, and I got the distinct impression of a scale being adjusted somewhere behind her eye. Huh, she said, and walked away. That was the entire conversation, and it was the most important one I had that month, and I did not know that yet. Class C instruction is twice a week. What happens on the other 5 days is nothing. The school does not organize your time. There's a training yard, there are wooden posts, there are senior disciples who will spar with you if they feel like it. So on my 3rd day, I went to the training yard at dawn and found the senior disciples doing their morning forms, and I stood at the edge and waited until they finished. Senior sisters, may I request guidance? 6 of them turned around. The new male disciple, one said. Which class? C. Which acupoint? 3. 3, because I had taken another pill the previous night and gotten the 3rd in 2. 7 pills left in the jar. 3, she looked at her friends. Gao Na, bow's yours. A tall one stepped forward, long arms, the kind of build that makes reach a strategy. 5 acupoints, Gao Na said. Class B. Are you sure? Yes, senior sister. Don't say sister when you're asking to be hit. She came at me hard and honest, no games, and she was stronger than me by a wide margin, and her arms were 4 inches longer than mine, and she knew both facts. I lost. I lost in about 40 seconds, and I sat on the ground and looked up at her. Again. You'll lose again. Yes, senior sister. Something crossed her face. She got back into stance. I lost 11 times that morning. By the 11th, I was lasting 2 minutes, and I had stopped trying to hit her and started trying to make her hit me in specific places, which sounds insane and is actually the entire discipline. I wanted to know what her water cloud palm did when it was forced to change direction late. Qingfeng palm's whole idea is that a breeze doesn't stop. It goes around. It comes back. The manual says the palm should follow the opponent's retreat, which every student reads as a description of footwork. Instructor Song's booklet says it isn't footwork, it's timing. You don't chase the retreat, you occupy the place the retreat is going. I had been reading that sentence for a month and understanding it the way you understand a sentence. On the 11th loss, with Gao Na's palm coming down at my collarbone for the 11th time, I understood it the way you understand a step. I stopped moving backward. I stepped into the arc, inside her reach, where 4 inches of extra arm is not an advantage but a liability, and my palm was already sitting in the place her shoulder was about to arrive. She walked into it. She went back 3 steps and stood there with her mouth slightly open. Say that again, said one of the seniors at the edge of the yard. Bo's got 3 acupoints. Do it again, Gao Na said. I did it twice more before she adjusted, and then she took me apart 4 more times, because 5 acupoints is 5 acupoints, and I am not a magician. But by then, all 6 of them were watching, and none of them were bored. What's your technique? Gao Na asked, breathing hard. Qingfeng palm. Qingfeng, she stopped. The beginner one? The one they hand out at the halls? Yes, senior sister. At what stage? Proficiency. Silence in that yard. You have been at this school for 3 days. I learned it before I came. In how long? And here's where I made a decision that I have never regretted, which was to stop being modest, because modesty is free and reputation is not. 28 days. Gao Na looked at me for a long moment. Then she laughed, once, without any humor in it at all. How many hours a day do you train? 8.5. 8.5. On days with instruction, 6. One of the seniors said quietly, That's not possible. You'd have no time to eat. I eat while I walk to the yard. Nobody said anything for a while. Then Gao Na said, Come back tomorrow, same time. I came back the next morning, and all 6 of them were waiting, and there were 3 more behind them. I came back the morning after that, and there were 15. By the end of the first week, the dawn session at the West Yard had turned into a thing that people attended, and I was getting beaten up by a rotating cast of senior disciples with better acupoint counts than me, for free, every single day, for hours. Which, if you're keeping score, is the single most valuable thing that could possibly happen to a poor student. And it happened because I asked a question at dawn on my 3rd day and then refused to be embarrassed about losing. Every one of those beatings was a technique manual I did not have to buy. By the 3rd week, I was beating Gao Na consistently. By the 5th, I stopped losing to Class B at all. Realm. Opening acupoint realm. Acupoint 5 of 24. Qingfeng palm. Proficiency 74 of 100. 5 acupoints. 12 pills total, across 2 bottles, because I'd bought a second, and there were now 9 tails left of everything I owned. 9 tails. I had 6 weeks until the assessment, and 9 tails, and the wall Mo Huijian described on the first morning was not a metaphor anymore. It was a date on a calendar. So I did what a poor person does, which is look at the system and find the part of it that nobody bothers to guard. The work-study policy. My own policy. The one I proposed in an inspector's office in a village accent while a woman took notes. It went into effect across the county at the new year, and at Jingshui it manifested as a notice board by the refectory with about 9 jobs on it, all of which paid between 2 and 500 coins a month, all of which took 4 hours a day. 4 hours a day is half my training. I stood in front of that board for a while and read every notice twice, and then I went and found the school steward. Instructor, the work-study positions, are they assigned by the school, or does the school only approve them? Approve? Why? If a student found their own work and it met the requirements, would the school approve it? Bo looked at me with the expression of a man being asked a question that had never been asked. Yes, within reason. Thank you, instructor. Here's the thing about the West Yard Dawn session. By week 5, 15 to 20 disciples were showing up every morning, Class B mostly, a few Cs, and all of them were there for the same reason. They had figured out that fighting me was making them better, because I fought like someone who could not afford to win with strength, and therefore had to win with everything else. Yena said it out loud one morning, sitting against the wall with a bruise coming up on her forearm. I've learned more in a month of losing to you than in 4 months of forms. And there it was. I went back to the steward. Instructor, I'd like to register a work-study position. Instruction assistant. Morning sessions, the West Yard, 1 hour, 6 days a week. Fee set by the disciples who attend, not by the school, and the school takes no cost. Bo stared at me. You want to charge students to spar with you. I want to charge students to be trained by me. They're already coming. They've been coming for 5 weeks. I'd like it to be a position instead of a favor. You are a Class C disciple. Yes, instructor. Class C disciples do not instruct. The policy says the school approves work that meets requirements. It doesn't say the work has to be sweeping. Bo was quiet for a long moment. Then, how much would you charge? 50 coins a month per disciple. 50 coins. Half a tael is 1,000 coins. 50 is nothing. It's 2 meals at a street stall. A Class B disciple's family sends her 5 taels a month for incidentals. 50, he repeated. If I charge more, only the rich ones come. I want the poor ones. And that right there is the sentence that got it approved, though I didn't understand why until much later. Because instructor Mo Hui-jen was standing in the corridor behind me, and she had been there for most of the conversation. 16 disciples signed up in the first week, 800 coins a month, which is not a lot of money. It's slightly under a tael, but it was a tael I did not have, arriving every month for doing a thing I was doing anyway at a time I was already awake. And more importantly, and this is the part I'd worked out in advance and did not mention to anybody, 16 disciples showing up every morning to be trained by a Class C student is not a business. It's a constituency. Assessment day came at the end of the 3rd month, the whole school in the main courtyard. 6 Class A disciples on the raised platform, seated, looking exactly as comfortable as 6 people who have been comfortable for a long time. Challenges, Mo Hui-jen announced. Class B first. 4 Class B disciples challenged upward. All 4 lost, which everyone expected, because the 6 on that platform were sitting on 8 and 9 acupoints and daily instruction and a free bottle of medicine a month, and that gap does not close by accident. Class C, silence. Class C does not challenge. Class C challenges Class B at best, and mostly Class C does nothing at all and waits 3 months. I stepped out. Jiao Wei, Class C, I challenge Class A. The courtyard made a sound. Not laughter, something more complicated than laughter, because 16 people in that yard had been eating my palm strikes at dawn for 6 weeks and had spent the entire morning telling everyone else what was about to happen. Which seat? Mo Hui-jen asked, entirely level. The 6th. Mei Zhao, Class A, 6th seat, 8 acupoints. A girl stood up on the platform, calm, unbothered, not insulted, which I respected. She'd clearly decided that being insulted was more effort than the situation was worth. Jiao Wei, she said, how many acupoints? 6. 6. I had gotten the 6th 11 days earlier, and it had taken 4 pills instead of 1 because the acupoints get harder and my comprehension advantage narrows as the physical demand rises. That's real. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. 6 against 8. 2 acupoints is roughly a third more blood. In a straight collision, it's decisive. Every person in that courtyard knew it, which is exactly why I picked it. Because winning a fight you're supposed to win is not an argument, and I was not there to win a fight. I was there to make an argument, to a school that had put me on a list of people not worth funding. Begin. Mei Zhao came in fast and did not waste time being polite. Her technique was falling rain palm, which is a school technique, 3rd floor, not something you buy. Descending strikes in sequence, each one setting up the next, and the whole design of it is to make you retreat and then punish the retreat, which is a beautiful technique to use against a person who retreats. I didn't. I went forward on the first exchange and ate a palm to the ribs to do it, and it hurt considerably more than I had planned for. For about half a second, I thought I had made a serious error. Then I was inside her sequence, in the gap between the first strike and the second, where falling rain has nothing, because falling rain assumes you're leaving. Qingfeng palm doesn't chase, it occupies. I put my palm where her second strike was going to originate, and her own technique carried her into it. She got the third one off anyway, and it caught my shoulder and spun me half around, and I let it spin me, because a breeze doesn't stop, it goes around, and I came out of the spin with my left palm already arriving at her hip. 51 exchanges. Somebody counted. She was stronger. She stayed stronger the entire time. There was not one single moment in that fight where I was the stronger person. At exchange 51, she was breathing hard and I was breathing hard, and she committed to a heavy descending strike because she wanted it finished, and that commitment was the first genuinely impatient thing she had done. I stepped inside it and put my palm flat against her sternum and pushed. She went off the edge of the platform and landed on her feet in the dirt and stood there. The courtyard was completely silent for about 2 seconds. Then 16 people at the dawn session lost their minds, and about 400 other people joined them, because a Class C disciple in his first assessment had just taken a Class A seat off an 8-acupoint senior with a beginner's palm technique they hand out for free at village halls. Mei Zhao walked back up onto the platform, and I braced for something. She clasped her hands and bowed. "The seat is yours." Then, quieter, as she passed me, "Teach the morning session tomorrow. I'm coming." "Yes, senior sister." Mo Huizhen's voice, entirely flat, cutting across the noise. "Zhao Wei, Class A, 6th seat, effective today." Class A comes with things: daily instruction, second and third floor library access, one technique manual of my choosing from the school vault, and 1 bottle of Ziqiao pills a month at school expense. I want to sit with that last one because it's the entire episode. 30 taels a month, free, forever, as long as I hold the seat. 6 months earlier, I had been counted at the bottom of a hall roster with 285 jin of strength, while 5 rich boys cleared 500. 4 schools had looked at my family situation and decided I was not worth a pill. Dun Ce had refused to walk 40 feet to speak to me because I had only opened 1 acupoint. And now the school was going to hand me, every month, more medicine than my family had ever held in silver. Not as charity, as the standard entitlement of the seat, which I had taken off somebody by hitting her 51 times. I went back to my room and I did not celebrate. I got out a piece of paper and worked out what to do with the free bottle. Because here's the thing. I don't need a full bottle. 10 pills gets a normal student 1 acupoint. 10 pills gets me 2, sometimes 3. Which means every month, a free bottle covers my needs with pills left over. And a bottle of Ziqiao pills has a market value that is not 30 taels. 30 taels is the school's first bottle price. The second bottle costs 40. The third costs 50, which means to a student already buying 2 bottles, my surplus pills are worth 40 taels a bottle, not 30. The next morning, I found Han Song. She was at 9 acupoints and burning through 3 bottles a month, and her family, from what I could gather, was comfortable and not rich, which is the exact bracket that gets destroyed by the escalating price. "Senior Sister Han, a proposal." She raised an eyebrow. We had exchanged perhaps 40 words in 3 months. "My Class A allowance is 1 bottle a month. I need 4 pills of it. I'll sell you the other 6 at the school's first bottle rate, prorated. 18 taels for 6. She did the arithmetic faster than I finished the sentence. 6 pills at her third bottle rate would cost her 30 taels, from me, 18. "You're a Class A disciple selling your own medicine," she said. "I'm a Class A disciple who doesn't need all of it." "Why me?" "Because you asked me how many pills instead of how many acupoints." I shrugged. "Everyone else asked how many acupoints. You asked what it cost. That's a person who does arithmetic." Han Song looked at me for a long moment, and something in her face that had been closed since the day I met her opened about 1/4 of an inch. 18, she said, monthly. "And Zhao Wei, when you want something from me, ask directly. Don't build a machine." "Understood, senior sister." 18 taels a month. I sent 12 of it home on the first boat with a note that said it was from the school and not to worry about how. And I sent 1 tael to the village chief for the ancestral hall roof, which had needed doing since before I was born in this body. 132 households had raised 30 taels for a boy who might not amount to anything. 4 months later, the boy started sending it back. That's not repayment. 30 taels of a fishing village's savings is not repaid by 12 taels a month for a while. But it is the beginning of one, and I had promised myself in front of the lake god that I'd give something back within my means. And the whole trick of that promise is the last 3 words. The Martial Garden is on the north side of the county town, and it is not part of any school. It's a private arena run by a merchant house, open to any martial artist who pays the entry fee. Sparring stages, wager matches, a ranking board, and a rule that I liked enormously. Masks are permitted, which means nobody has to know which school you're from, or what your family is, or how many acupoints you're supposed to have. I bought a plain ghost mask at a stall outside the gate for 11 coins. 11 coins for a piece of painted wood, which is the cheapest thing I have purchased in this entire story, and possibly the most consequential. Because on the second floor of the library, which I could now enter, I had found something. Martial Dao Will scrolls. 12 of them in a locked case, viewable by Class A disciples for 1 hour a month under supervision. Instructor Song's booklet doesn't mention them. Mo Hui Zhen's first day speech doesn't mention them. Nobody at the dawn session had ever heard of them. Because a Martial Dao Will scroll cannot be studied by force or by diligence or by money, it can only be comprehended. I read the placard on the case 3 times. Comprehension. The one thing I have that cannot be bought in a school where everything is bought, sitting in a locked case that only the top 6 students may open. In a county where every single person who has ever looked at me has decided in advance what I am worth. The instructor supervising the case that day watched me stand in front of it for a while and finally said, "Junior brother Zhao." Most Class A disciples look at these once and never come back. They're difficult. How difficult, instructor? In 30 years, 4 disciples of this school have comprehended one. How long did the fastest one take? 9 years. Thank you, instructor. 9 years. I put the ghost mask in my bag next to the village booklet with 366 coins written in it, and I walked out of that library into the afternoon. 6 days later, a letter came to the school for me. I was in the west yard with about 30 disciples, most of whom were now better than the people who had beaten me senseless in my first week, and one of the junior girls came running with the paper held over her head like a flag. "Junior brother Zhao, from the Fong residence." The Fong residence. Fong Lan. The inspector who had listened to a village boy explain a policy in her office and then written it down. I went that afternoon, and a maid opened the gate, Xiao Yun, small, about 12, extremely serious about her job, and told me that the mistress had left the county 3 days earlier on assignment, and instructor Song Guohua had gone with her. "They left this for you, young Master Zhao." Young Master Zhao. Nobody had ever called me that. I decided not to correct her because I was busy holding a letter. Instructor Song's handwriting. 2 pages. The first page was about Qing Feng Palm, 3 corrections to things in his booklet that he'd had second thoughts about, written in the flat, unsentimental way of a man who cannot help teaching even from 100 miles away. The second page was 4 lines. Bo wrote that he had heard about the assessment, that the news had reached the prefectural city inside a week, which he wanted me to understand was not normal for a Class C disciple. Bo wrote that Inspector Fong had read the report and said 1 sentence about it and then gone back to work, and that the sentence was, "Good, now the difficult part." Bo wrote that he had been an instructor for 11 years and had recommended 4 students in that time, and that 3 of them had stopped before the 8th acupoint. And the last line was, "Do not thank me again. Thank me by being at the 9th when I next see you." There was another banknote folded inside, 20 taels. I stood in the doorway of an empty residence, holding 40 taels of a man's savings, given in 2 installments by someone who had left the county without telling me, and I put the letter in my inside pocket where the village booklet was. 6 months ago, I woke up in a leaking house in a fishing village as the son of a family that ate meat twice a year, in a world where the only road out is martial arts, and the road costs money I did not have, and 4 schools looked at my file and passed. Today, I hold a Class A seat in one of them, a free bottle of medicine a month, a technique other students pay to be beaten with, 30 disciples at dawn, a business partner at 9 acupoints, 12 taels a month going home, and 40 tales from a man who never once asked me for anything, and a ghost mask that cost 11 coins. Here's what I did not do in any of that. I never once told anyone that Clearwind Marshall Hall refused to see me. I never told anyone that Deng Tse sent a message through a boy rather than walk 40 feet. I never said Tan Bo's name out loud in that county, not because I forgave them, because a promise made out loud is a debt you owe the person listening, and I had no intention of owing anyone that story before I was ready to tell it properly. Deng Tse is still at Clearwind. Tan Bo is still at 7 stars. Both of them will be at the county-wide school competition in 3 months, in the instructors' seats, watching their own students. And in 3 months, the 6th seat of Class A at Jingshui Marshall Hall is going to walk out onto that stage in front of every instructor in Poyang County. I'm not going to say anything to them. I'm going to fight in a way that makes them do the arithmetic themselves. That's the plan for the competition. The plan for tonight is smaller. Tonight I'm putting on an 11-coin ghost mask and walking into the Marshall Garden as nobody from nowhere, because there's a scroll in a locked case on the 2nd floor of my school that 4 people have comprehended in 30 years, and the fastest of them took 9 years, and comprehension is the only thing in this entire county that my family's poverty cannot touch. 9 years is the record. I've had this life for 6 months. Let's find out what the record is actually made of.